Shannon, who are outside talking in this Paglagoda or whatever the fuck they're called, right? I think that's where everyone is at the moment, unless they've moved off camera. Okay, so here we go. According to the weather report, it looks like it'll be at its worst tonight. It also seems it'll last all day tomorrow, though it should get a little better. Let me know if the sound is too loud. Really? Then maybe the boat won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. I hope that doesn't interfere with your work on Monday. I feel like I've read this before. Haha, I knew the typhoon would be coming beforehand. Shimano? Just in case, I made sure I didn't have any plans for Monday, so it's okay. I may not look it, but I really am the type who can plan ahead in his schedule. Wow, you checked the weather report. What a chad. George puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the calm appearance George always had as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Shannon chuckled at this abrupt contrast. What are these boobs? It's no surprise you're well prepared as someone who will bring prosperity to his company someday. Well, making a company prosper really is a tough job. Money isn't the only thing that's important. I learned that well when studying under my father. Making a company prosper is like owning a castle and leading your subordinates. My dad really loves reading about great leaders during the warring periods of Japan, a hobby that's probably influenced by the fact that he shares Toyotomi Hideyoshi's name. Much of his philosophy on managing businesses comes from talking about them. Did you know? Takeda Shinjin, who was feared as the leader of the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period, started out with his troops in complete disarray and didn't have the kind of strong leadership necessary to utilize them all. Is that true? That's a little unexpected. Look at you pretending to care. Aww. In order to unite his troops, Shinjin showed his excellent leadership in many ways. For example, when a soldier succeeded well in battle, he would immediately honor them with a medal. Normally, that kind of thing was put off until after the war, and they were all awarded at once. He continued this diligently while on the field of battle, until one day he ran out of medals, and immediately showing his appreciation for his troops' military exploits motivated them in an extremely significant fashion. Also, whenever one of his troops was brought down by an illness, he would be the first to rush up to them and care for them, and so on. Doubt? Takeda Shinjin wasn't just the man who led the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period. Corps? It's corps, right? Or is it corps? Can you say corpse? It's corps, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's corps. Is there ever a time you say corpse? Cavalry corps in the warring period. It's corps. I thought it was peak. He was the person who cared the most for his troops throughout the warring period. And because he was that kind of person, all of his troops went along with him. The truth was, Shannon had already heard the story several years ago, and she was fucking tired of hearing it. But whenever a discussion of his father led to this sort of topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time. So Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue, because the faster he continued, the faster it'd be over. Of course, in a capitalist world, money determines both your strength and the height of your fortifications. But you can't build up a castle or succeed in war by yourself. Such things can only be accomplished with the support of many subordinates by borrowing their strength. And after understanding this, when I look at my father's back, I realize how immature I am. When I look at my father's back? There's a lot of people looking at people's backs in this. I can clearly see how much competition he had to overcome before building up all he has now. George-sama, you truly look up to your father. I'm jealous. Sorry, that's not how I meant it. I'm sorry, that's not how I meant it either. Okay, how did you mean it? The two of them awkwardly looked at their feet. You can see your feet? Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo called the Fukuin House. Under the guidance of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled a chance for on-the-job serving experience. Okay. Should there be like an extra comment here, or am I just slow on the pacing of this sentence? It makes sense, but yeah. If their efforts met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Ushiromiya family. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukuin? It's Fuka, so Fukuin? All took names with the character on in them when they while they served. Oh, so you're just Shan? And the other guy's Kan? So Shannon wasn't her real name. The same went for Kannon. All the members of the Fukuin house were orphans. At least they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of the witchers, because of this, the orphans had been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seemed so natural to both of them when Cannon called Shannon his sister. And while it's kind of weird, and while both Shannon and Cannon were working in the mansion today, there were several other servants possessing the On character in their names, such as Manon and Lennon, who often worked in a rotation schedule. Oh, so there are other servants. Okay. However, but they're not here right now. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Ushiromiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years, spookily almost exactly on the dot. So you could probably say that Shannon, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to the rule. Working as a servant for the Ushiromiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. They get paid? Working for a full 3 years would earn more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That was why, even though the orphans realized what a harsh task working for the Ushiromiya family was, they still hoped to be accepted. Okay, you know what? I'm really surprised that it isn't just... I was getting, like, the servants are in a cult vibe, to be honest with you. So they pay their servants well. Okay, that's pretty base. I'm pretty surprised. That is not the read I had on this. Okay. I'm surprised Kinzo is the kind of man that would pay his servants well. Huh. Okay. Maybe the fact that Shannon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than the other servants. Maybe she'd gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say she wanted to quit. So relatable. Kinzo couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and those excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house were the only ones he could rely on. Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest as servants under his direct control and have them work close to him. This cannot be the whole story. Or the whole reason. Or, you've been working here for almost 10 years now, right? You must have saved up a lot of money by now. I wonder. It's not like there's anything in particular I'd like to buy, except for some more Bitcoin. After all, a few million yen is enough to live off for the rest of your life. The reason you've been working all this time wasn't to hit some target sum? Yes, that's right. I have nowhere to go outside this mansion. And I've been getting along well with Milady and the other young servants. The madam does scold me sometimes, but caring for the roses and cleaning the mansion is fun. But that can't be your entire life, Shannon-chan. No, Sayo-chan. Shannon cast her eyes downward when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say, and fell silent. There's something I've learned as I continue to study, even after becoming an adult and a full-fledged member of society. You're so fucking weird, George. What the fuck? A human's life is not as monotonous or as short as we thought when we were kids. All school-age kids have certain fears they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after a monotonous and boring school day, spending their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's all over. However, life's only like that for underage students. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than a blink of the eye, a period where they break through the shells of their immaturity. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating, and boring world, but the world beyond that shell is vast and filled with limitless possibilities. For you with money, maybe. So far, your life has been trapped inside the shell called Shannon. I think you're under the mistaken impression that your life will continue like this forever. That's... Shannon couldn't deny those words. She'd been unable to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle, and since she never had any hope or goals for changing herself, she'd lazily continued living the way she always had. And if asked whether this life was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod. She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admonishments, she would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away, bit by bit, neglected. Wow, good thing we had this talk out here. Life-changing. George-sama. Is it wrong for me to continue living this way? Yeah, it is. Oh, and by the way, didn't you break one of our rules just now? George immediately gave a strict answer, then broke out into a mischievous smile. Mischievous. Shannon already knew what she was being tried for, and she hung her head again, apparently embarrassed. Oh no. Didn't you promise not to use sama when the two of us are alone? I couldn't obey that as a promise, but if it was an order, I would have to obey it, because I'm furniture. Then it's an order. Yes, certainly, George-san. As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time following it with a sigh. Yeah, we know. We heard it. Yep. Yes, that's fine, Sayo-chan. George smiled at Shannon. No, Sayo, to praise her small act of bravery. Is there an honorific that's Nara? This short exchange alone made it clear how far back the relationship must have stretched. For a long while, the two talked as if the weather raging about them didn't even enter their thoughts. They talked about the many memories they'd built during their relationship that no one knew about. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to interrupt them, but this could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent blushing at each other. Alan? Smash? Glitch? Okay. That's right. I have something I wanted to show you. What could it be? Chat, behave yourself. Chat, I swear to God. George, who had been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. Watching him, Shannon seemed to guess something. George timidly searched through his pocket. It's in your pocket? Something got caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering George, it took a little while to get it out. It was a very small box covered in a deep blue velvet. That peculiar shape was enough to tell anyone what was resting inside. Shannon had prepared her heart somewhat, certain beforehand that this was what he'd been planning. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened the small box, took something out, and held it out for Shannon to take. I want you to take this. I am Arthur, said Arthur. I couldn't accept something so valuable. You can't take it? No. I'm unworthy of such a thing. Sayo, this isn't a request. It's an order. Take this ring and become engaged to me, okay? I order you. If it's an order, I cannot disobey. Yeah, that's right. Well done. Whoa, what the... Shannon, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from George's hand while still staring at the ground. The ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object meant since ancient times to be offered to a special woman under special circumstances. Therefore, while George could order her to take it, he could not order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Shannon's, no, Sayo's own will. So from here on, I'm not ordering you anymore, Sayo. I want you to give me your answer by tomorrow without using words. I order you. Wait, what? What do you mean? Do you understand? How should I won't order you any further, so this isn't an order. But a ring is something you put on your finger after all. If you like it, you can just put it on any finger you choose. Shannon had only pretended not to know. She already understood what he wanted her to do, but she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life. Look how late it's gotten. Let's call it a day. George turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly. I could probably order you to wear it on your left hand. You might be timid and dependent enough to actually obey that kind of an order, but I want at least this last step to be done by your own will, Sayo. George, what the fuck? Understand? Yes. So, that's my order. I want you to think about it well tonight and show me your answer tomorrow. Shannon nodded back. Today was the culmination of their many days spent together. This moment certainly hadn't come as a surprise to Shannon. How is Battler the most fucking normal person here? What the fuck? We should be getting back to the guest house soon. If we take any longer, we'll make everyone worry about us. Oh, I'm sorry. I just remembered something I had to do in the mansion, so I have to go kill someone. I have to go back to the mansion at a time like this. Is that true? George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. Okay, pick another word. I hope she doesn't put the ring on and then get in trouble for like stealing the ring, and then she's like, no, you don't understand. George gave it to me, and it's like the motherfucker. George wouldn't give that to anyone. Like, oh man. He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. However, when he saw how she felt, he could sort of understand that she might be so embarrassed that she'd want to be alone. I don't think she's lying. So because George realized the meaning behind Shannon's lie, he accepted it as an order. Ah! Oh shit! Okay. Read pen? What pen? Oh, hey chat! Let's continue. Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gait. A mixture of snow exhalation?
Exaltation.
Exaltation. There we go. Wow, I was so far off. Exaltation.
Exaltation.
Like an exalted orb, obviously.
Exaltation.
Exaltation. Exaltation. Exaltation. Okay. Exaltation. And uncertainty gave her a feeling that she couldn't easily describe. It swelled up in her chest until she felt like it was about to burst. We're gonna try though. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Inside, Goda... Oh, she's not in the mansion. She went back to the guest house. Inside, Goda, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in a worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. I hate crossword puzzles. He looked up for an instant to see if one of the family had come, but when he realized it was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened. Genji-sama told me to come help you. Oh, hold on. Okay, so they reused the art of this room in the guest house and in the mansion? Or was the previous scene also in the mansion and I misunderstood? There are two rooms with the same background? Is it not slightly different? If it is, I can't tell without seeing it. Okay, so she is back in the mansion. All right. Is that so? That's a relief. I was just about to go check that the mansion was fully locked up, but I felt uneasy about leaving this room unmanned. After all, Kraus-sama and the others' meeting looks as though it will continue for quite some time. They might request some tea at any moment. That's true. Then what shall we do? Should I watch over? In that case, forgive me, Shannon-san, but I ask that you patrol the mansion. I thought that you had the shift in the guest house, or is that past at this point? How long were you out with George? Maybe I'm not remembering it properly. I will stay here awaiting the family's orders. Yes. I thought all of Kinzo's like marked servants were banished by Kraus to the guest house tonight. I thought that's what happened. Shannon was slightly disgusted. Even though she'd come here to help out as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty. Ooh, I'm really surprised that you have opinions. Wow. Furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Goda returned to his magazine once again and became immersed in his crossword puzzle. Starting to think that Goda is maybe not a nice person. Shannon bowed her head as a token sign of respect for her elder, then left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floaty feeling she'd been having until just now. Man. Goda's so bad that it can ruin the high of just being proposed to? Damn. And anyway, she couldn't let Genji or Kanon see her looking like this. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down, so maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad. Shannon patrol, whenever you're in trouble. She began to hear tumultuous voices of the family discussion coming from the dining hall. Someone was speaking at great length, only to be interrupted by someone else. This second person also began to speak in a very long, drawn-out fashion. Yep, it's this game. Until yet another person interrupted. I mean the story. That kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was seeping out through their voices. She'd been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if Kraus discovered her. Ah, okay, so I did remember right. Alright, so she's here off the books Interesting. Thinking this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then she went along a prearranged route through the dark mansion, checking that all the locks were secure. Why? Why bother? She walked down the hall, checking each window. There were no humans on Rokkenjima other than those connected to the family, so locking up didn't really serve much purpose. Okay, alright, thank you. No one had been in the habit of locking up at the Ushiromiya head family, at least not until Natsui had scolded them for being careless. Natsui is my favorite System of a Down song, by the way. The metal fixtures on the windows were ice cold, and as she checked them one by one, the glow in her heart seemed to cool down. Loading? The hell was that? At the time, she thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of the hall? She figured she must have been imagining it, but she still held her breath. Grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse any flicker again. It must have been her imagination, after all. Maybe her heart was so agitated that she'd seen something that didn't even exist. Shannon went back to checking the windows. However, a certain unnerving memory was resurrected in the back of her mind. It was that ghost story which had been passed down amongst the servants who had served the Ushiromiya family. Uh-oh! Don't think of ghost stories. Never think of anything. Okay, here's some advice from someone who's older, chat. Ghosts will always wait until you're starting to think about ghosts. Ghosts don't strike unless you're already creeped out. They can tell. They're like dogs. They can smell fear. And once you start thinking about ghosts, that's when the ghosts show up. So you gotta be careful, okay? The mansion had two different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. That was the story. Come to think of it, didn't Canon-kun once say he'd seen it with his own eyes? Didn't you say you didn't believe in ghosts? That's how I keep the ghosts away. Okay? Keep up. I'm telling no lies. How can I be scared of something that doesn't exist? Though he got sulky when I said he must have imagined it and refused to believe him. Could it possibly be true? The roar of the thunder gave no answer. Torichi. Who's lighting these lamps? Are they gas powered, do you think, or electric? Oh man, moody. 07th mod is probably making this a lot better. Those footsteps? 2400. All the pieces are in place. Okay, I couldn't finish reading the achievement. All right. Is this the end of episode 1? We did it. Okay. 6 hours later. The second day, October 5th, 1986, 1986, 10-5. 1980s Japan. Genji tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night, but the thick rain clouds didn't seem like they'd be letting any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing. It seems it will last all day after all. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Genji-sama. Kanon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. On their normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days of the family conference. Okay, that's good. Okay. Damn. It's adding some character. However, unless the typhoon passed today, the relatives' stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Kanon thought it best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an extra day. The two of them left the guest house opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain on the previous night. Even though they'd spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, one stormy night was enough to ruin it, except for that one flower with the ribbon tied around it. Spookily, it had survived. Kanon sighed. The two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he probably had already woken up and was probably already preparing a breakfast as exquisite and elegant as glasswork. Now, he's probably still doing a crossword puzzle. 4-letter word. Someone who really likes anime. Huh. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. Did Shannon not make it back to the guest house? Where is Shannon? The Ushiramiya family mansion was the only thing on Rockinjima, so in the past they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Natsui had ordered that the mansion be locked up from midnight to early morning. Okay, why? Are you paranoid? Or what? What did you see? Ever since then, unlocking the door in the early morning had become part of the servants' morning shift. This task had been given to Genji and Kanon so that Goda could start preparing breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep. Well then, let us begin the morning chores. Yes, sir. The two of them split up and began opening the curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains stayed closed, the mansion would remain enveloped in faint darkness as though it was still trapped in the previous night. Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Kanon went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. Okay, and if I go back on the list, it doesn't change what's there. Okay. Even with this horrible weather, drawing the curtains made it feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't smelled anything yet, his stomach started aching for some of Goda's prized cooking. Good morning. Okay, so the servants eat Goda's food too? A little surprised by that as well. I thought maybe Goda would only make food for the people, the guests. Maybe he makes like a more casual meal for that. He tried to greet Goda, who should have been getting breakfast ready, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit, and not only were the curtains not opened, but the fan wasn't even running. It was still cold without a trace of a fire being lit, so of course there were no signs of breakfast being made either. Is Goda dead? Oh, Shannon killed Goda for ruining the vibes of her engagement. Oh man, you know what? Not guilty. Though it would have been inexcusable, perhaps Goda had overslept. Even the servants are only human. They sometimes sleep in and show up late. In the rare case that such a thing happens, it's part of a servant's code to hide the unsightly scene before anyone notices, smoothly cover it up, and make sure the family never even realizes that anything has gone wrong based. Kanon took the receiver of the phone that had been fitted to the wall and dialed the number for the extension line in the servant's sleeping room. He couldn't hear that characteristic sound of a dial tone. Kanon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effect. Could the lightning last night have damaged some machine, breaking the extension line? Okay, so I feel like I know the answer to this question, but I just want to make absolutely sure, because maybe there's some like underground cable tech that I don't understand. It can't be that. This island has to have its own generator, right? It's not close enough to the mainland that do they even have electrical cables that go underwater like that? Like that's probably not a thing, right? So it must have its own generator for electricity. They do, but it's probably generated. Do they really have... Is it for just islands close to the coast? I know there are gigantic cables that connect, like, the internet, right? Across the Atlantic. But... And they must have some power going through them. But do they have powered cables for islands that are close to the coast? No, maybe they do. Okay, I know nothing about this. Huh. Could lightning... Probably not in the 80s. I mean, the 80s was like 200 years ago. Yeah, you're right. The equipment in this mansion was all worn out. Cannon fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. He gave up on trying to wake Goda with the phone and dashed over to the servant's sleeping room. How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? That vague sense of awakening was part of Natsui's usual morning experience. She always slept lightly and couldn't sleep at all without medicine. Oh, we're Natsui now. To Natsui, sleep was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. If she hadn't sensed a tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought it was still the previous night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room, and her headache wouldn't get any worse here. This room was the only place she could find peace, so when she left, it meant returning to the world where her husband's siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsui's face. She was starting to sound like Kinzo. Ooh. Though she often complained about Kinzo staying locked up in his own room and refusing to attend to everyone else, the truth was that she longed to do the same. She pines for the Kinzo room. Natsui gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. Man, are they, like, say usual, but, like, is it chronic, like, even when they're not visiting? Isn't this upside down? Believe it or not, our house has a keyhole like this to the basement, and, one time I got a lockpick set for myself to practice, and I tried to pick the lock because it didn't have a key, and I accidentally locked it, and then I couldn't get into the basement, so I had to sit there it was like a boss battle. I had to sit there for like 30 minutes until I unlocked it again with my lockpick set, but I did it. That's the most important thing. I did it. I think this is upside down, isn't it? Don't the keys usually go with like the teeth in the bottom and you turn? Or maybe there's certain other ones that go teeth up like that. When she reached for the doorknob, trying to leave the room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. It was Maria's charm which Natsui had received from Jessica. Didn't Jessica say something about it having the power to repel magic, telling her to hang it from her doorknob? Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from the malice of her husband's siblings. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful. I wonder if I have Jessica to thank for the little bit of peaceful sleep I managed to receive. Then Natsuya remembered. That's right, last night I promised Jessica that I'd give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Natsui opened a drawer on her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured when she was a child. Inside, there were many small objects that Natsui had thought were valuable at the time. From amidst those, why is that hard for me to say today? She pulled out a red pouch. Inside was a small round mirror about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it seemed much more authentic than the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion keychain. Are we, like, comparing them? Is it a contest? She had heard that this was a spiritual mirror for warding off evil spirits. And she had been given it especially by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been disturbed. It had been believed since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflected light. Natsuya returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room. Yes? Good morning, madam. It is Genji, said Genji. My apologies for waking you so early. I'm coming now. What is it? No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, nor had they come to wake her in person. Perhaps something bad had happened. Maybe some fatal oversight had been made while preparing breakfast, something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Natsui took a deep breath in anticipation for whatever trouble she was about to hear of. When she opened the door, Genji once again gave a morning greeting while bowing deeply. Natsui tentatively responded. Goda got Norded. Good morning. Did something happen? My apologies. It would seem that the telephones have broken down to lightning last night. The extension telephone isn't working, so please forgive my coming to see you directly. The extension telephone isn't working? That will be troublesome. Will it be possible to fix? I am afraid we don't know the location of the damage. Later on, I would like to call in an expert and have him repair it. Does that mean we'll be unable to have it repaired until after the typhoon passes? Then it will remain broken down for the duration of our guests' stay. Will that hamper our efforts to care for our guests? We will do all we can to ensure there are no problems. Very well. I'm counting on you to make sure we have no blunders. Natsui let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst, but damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of troubles she was worried about. Then again, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Ava. Natsui gave her head a light shake. Ava sitting there, poking at Gouda's food. You know, Gouda's really good and all, but I'm a little tired of this fancy food. I wish I could, have some Dominoes like Kinzo, If I could call for some, look over at Natsui. God damn it, the migraine's coming back. Are the preparations for breakfast proceeding well? As to that, we haven't been able to find Goda. The arrangements for breakfast have yet to be carried. Oh no! Your worst nightmare is coming true. See, don't we think she looks like Sailor Jupiter a little bit? What did you say? Natsui was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the telephones not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? Natsui put... Okay, I think I did read it right. Natsui put her hand to her forehead and shook her head. Well, I suppose he slept in. At any rate, just see to it that someone hurries up and prepares breakfast. I don't care who. What? Natsui exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. The creepy thing she saw there silenced her completely. What creepy thing? What? It was an unpleasant sight, as though someone had dipped their fingers in a reddish-black liquid and scratched at the door around the door. Oh, that's fucking creepy! What the fuck? What? It was probably some sort of awful prank, arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they tried to force the door with bloody hands. Some thing walked around the house and tried to open every single door, and they couldn't because of the scorpion charm on hers? Damn! What? What sort of prank is this? How awful. I also just noticed it as I came to call you. I will clean it later. Perhaps. This is a vulgar joke by one of the guests. Disgusting, truly disgusting. Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Imagine lying in bed and your door's closed and you can barely see in the darkness the door, that the doorknob is kind of just moving just a little bit as you're staring there at night, and you see the doorknob just kind of moving just a little bit, and you're not really sure if it's moving or not, and then you hear a little thump on the door maybe, and then you're like, and then it stops and you're like, oh okay, it was nothing, and then you go to sleep, and then you wake up the next day and you go outside, you open the door, and you've kind of forgotten about it, that it happens, but then you look at the doorknob when you come back to the room after the bathroom, and there's like all these little scratch marks around the doorknob, and you're like, wait, what? Natsui had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. So even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. In fact, it would surely be better to act as though she hadn't even realized that such a prank had been played on her. Natsui gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with a squeak of her heels. What about the rest of the doors? Do they all have it? Or just hers? When Natsui and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there. Where's Yoshi? I don't see him. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Natsui-san. I heard Goda-san would be making us breakfast too. My stomach's been getting all excited since I woke up. When was that? Whoa. After all, it seems food is all you can look forward to at the head family household. Giggle, giggle. Giggle E. I'm pleased to see that you two are in high spirits so early in the morning, Eva-san. With a weary expression, Natsui returned Eva's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Then Kennen jogged in. Jogged! After bowing in apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice. Canon. Have you still not found Goda? My apologies, madam. I went all over the inside of the mansion and the guest house, but I still haven't found him. Where in the world has he gone? At any rate, breakfast is a higher priority than finding Goda right now. No, it's not. People are missing? See it too immediately. Yes. Kennen glanced at Genji. It seemed he had something else to report, but was uncertain whether or not the words should come from him. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself. Madam, it is not only Goda. Your husband is also nowhere to be found. My husband? Oh, so is he dead and he tried to get into the room to see you, or is he bleeding somewhere and it's only your door? I feel like we would know if it was more than your door with the blood on it. Huh. Okay. Yes. Even before. I mean, I'm assuming it's blood. Maybe it's Bitarichi just running around putting red ink all over the place as it, to own the libs. Even before visiting you, I went to his room to tell him that breakfast wasn't being prepared, but I did not find him there. Furthermore, he is not the only one missing. What? Rudolph-sama, his wife, and Rosa-sama are nowhere to be found. Not in the guest house. Did they morph to another reality, and in that reality you're the ones that are missing? What the fuck's going on? Not in the guest house nor the mansion. Now, hold on. Chat. You might be like, Joe, there's not going to be any morbing in this story. Come on, morbing was just for that. Do you know how many fucking games and stories we have done on this fucking stream that have ended up being just fucking morbing with extra steps? At least 3. Yes, they were not in their rooms in the guest house either. When she'd heard that Goda alone was missing, she'd assumed he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she'd learned that several of the relatives were also nowhere to be seen, she began to take a slightly more optimistic view. Ava's gonna be fucking pissed. You can't even keep your guests safe here. What are you doing, Natsui? Could last night's family conference have continued all night up until the present moment? I don't know, ask them. If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut in the stuffy room. Going out for walks on their own through the rain. The part about cooling their heads really sounded like something Kraus would say. Goda had probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way. Goda was not a man who lost track of time. He had to understand that preparations for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. Yeah, that's a logical thought, actually. However, maybe the family conference had continued until this very moment. Where's Kairi? I want to see Kairi with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsui. She remembered the illusion she'd felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. When she learned that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a deep, weary breath. After all, that banquet of filthy vultures circling Kinzo's property was still going on. Perhaps they are still discussing the inheritance somewhere in the garden, or maybe the beach. Without Ava? At any rate, if we don't call Goda back, we'll never be able to begin preparations for breakfast. So, what are you saying? Are Nissan and the rest still continuing their discussion without us? She had planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsui and managed to grasp the situation. Nissan and Rudolph sure are tough. Maybe it's just youth in Rose's case? Just a bit after midnight, the two of us were so tired that we headed back to bed. Though I do remember that Nissan and the rest were still having a heated discussion at that point. Men certainly are unpleasant when they get all fired up. Natsui snorted, her face still blank. Kennen, search outside. If you find Goda, tell him to return immediately and begin preparing breakfast. Certainly. Natsui Nissan, we don't know for sure that they're outside, do we? Couldn't they also be inside Father's study? Oh, I see, that's certainly possible. I don't know what path their conversation took, but there's certainly a chance they moved to Father's study and let them in on the discussion. Anyway, can we have some cornflakes? I can't imagine that Father would willingly let them bring such a detestable topic into his study. You really think so? Well then, there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, Genji-san and Kanon-kun, but could you search outside? It wouldn't be that strange for Nissan to suggest they go for a walk to cool their heads. Are you like purposely trying to like override her by saying the exact same thing, but now she's listening to you instead of Natsui, or what? Even in this weather, I'll go to father's study. Who knows, they might actually be there after all. Eva-san, I couldn't ask a guest like you to exert herself so. I will go. I can also wish him a good morning while I'm at it. Oh, then I'll leave it in your hands, though I somehow doubt he'll return your greeting. Natsui Nissan, have you always been on such good terms with father? I don't know whether you could call it that, but I am sure that I have gained his trust as the wife of the successor to the Ushiromiya family. Then I'm sure he'll at least answer you, right? I'd like to at least have breakfast with father. Do you think you could convince him to come down and join us? Cornflakes, it seems that he thoroughly despises the rest of us, but I'm sure he'll listen to you if he trusts you that much. After speaking so boldly, if you're unable to convince father and come down alone, then I doubt you'll ever be able to claim that you've earned his trust again. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Okay, you know what? You didn't cook with this one. The past ones have been better than this. But, you know, you only got about 5 hours sleep. People are missing. You're taking the shot. Respect it. I respect the shaking the shot, but, you know, sometimes you miss the shots that you take. I am not confident. Yeah, that's right. She hasn't had breakfast yet. She needs her cornflakes. I'm not confident, but I will try. Natsui responded, looking discouraged. Even she's not taking it. She's like, yeah, whatever. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Eva was clearly mocking her. Yep, confident that Natsui wouldn't be able to get Kinzo to come down. Yep. But even so, Natsui would lose face if she gave up, saying it was impossible and letting Eva go instead. Eva's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made Natsui clench her fist slightly. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over her shoulder. We also have Fruit Loops. Oh, madam. Please take this if you would. And this is? Genji handed Natsui a sparkling gold key of ornate design. It was the key to Kinzo's study. Oh, damn. The study had an auto lock and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he was allowed to carry a key to that door. But if this key is used, won't you also receive the blame? You're coming too, right? When the master is sleeping deeply, simply knocking on the door will not suffice. And it would be more difficult to persuade the master to leave his room if he must talk through the door. Please use this, Genji. Until now, Natsui had thought of Genji as a cold servant who wouldn't do anything for her since he worked directly under Kinzo, but it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him now that Kinzo was about to die and he still wanted to keep his job. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but by then, Genji had already turned his back on her and was walking down the corridor with Kanon. But as Natsui watched them go, the words directed at her from behind were sneering. Well then, you must bring father with you, okay? After all, it's his son's precious wife who's asking. I'm sure he'll listen to you. Giggle-ee, giggle-ee, giggle-ee. We're guests, so we'll just relax here at our leisure. Quit it, Eva, you're taking this too far. Whoa! Really? Damn! Sorry, Natsui Nissan, but we're counting on you to deal with father. Without answering, Natsui forcefully spun around on her heels and quickly left that place. Okay, you know what, though? Is that actually him saying you're being too rough? Or... because he did this a bunch in the conversation in the parlor earlier. Sometimes he's like, look, I'm the voice of reason, and because I'm the voice of reason, that means you get to go even harder. It's like I'm softening the blow a little bit. I wonder if they coordinate that or something. I don't know. After all the excitement the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. George and Nikki, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the beds in the cousin's room. But Maria, who had gone straight to bed without joining in, was completely awake. As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, she was met with the loud snoring of the other three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she realized that her mother wasn't with her, and she quickly got lonely. Ooh, Maria left the cousin's room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she slammed the door shut. In response, Battler mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned, once again opening the door with a lively bang. Ooh. When she had left the room, her face had been sleepy, but now that she was back, she looked irritated. After that, she climbed up on Battler's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. Ooh. Wake Ooh up. Whoa, what? Is it an enemy raid? Surround them! To battle! After making sure I was awake, Maria moved over to George and Nikki's bed and started jumping on that too. In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with an extremely pleasant awakening. Thanks for waking us up, Maria-chan. Oh, George is awake! Oh, the day is looking brighter. You stopped us from sleeping after that late night. If only you could have been a bit more gentle about it. Georgie-san, you really are an adult. I respect that. It'll be 7 soon. Well, it's not really a bad time to wake up. Yawn. George is so good at sleeping, genuinely inspiring. Says Sound of Rain. Oh, this is your scene. Mama's not here. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Aunt Rosa? She wasn't in her room? I wonder if she's already woken up and gone to the mansion. Not here. Ooh. Mama. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Maria kept groaning, ooh, ooh, and looking unhappy. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. That's not my joke, by the way. Someone did that in a resub or a bit message last week. So just want to be clear. Not my joke. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more like she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't where she'd expected. If we just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down. But unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Aunt Rosa was right now, except that she wasn't here. Anyway, it's time for breakfast, so let's head over to the mansion. That's right. Maria, let's go to the mansion together, okay? I'm sure Aunt Rosa will be there too. Ooh, Mama's in the mansion? Then I'll go there. Yeah, I guess we should go to the mansion. Our parents have probably already gone there. Maria regained her usual composure so completely. Her earlier tantrum now seemed like a lie. Alright, let's go to the mansion. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. We're going to the mansion. What is this, rain? We're walking to the mansion. We've arrived at the mansion. Once more there was a knocking sound on the study door, but there was no answer. He seemed to be sleeping still, and I could not wake him. If she went back downstairs and said something like that, Eva would probably be amused and triumphant. And even putting Eva aside, it was problematic that Kinzo had stayed shut away during this entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. I wonder if I can convince him myself. Natsui readied herself and used the key that she'd borrowed from Genji to open the door. Okay, so if it's a locked room mystery, Kinzo should be dead. Even though she was prepared for the sweet stench, which seemed to eat into one's brain as it poured out the small crack in the door, she couldn't help but grimace. Is this the first time she's been in the room? I don't know if that was said or not. Thinking that he might still be sleeping, Natsui entered the room quietly. Do locked room mysteries originate with Agatha Christie, or does it even predate that? Who was the first one to do like a lock? Was Agatha Christie the one that really like made it like go kaboom though, or what? When she did, Kinzo was already awake and looking down out of the window. So you're awake. Good morning. How did you get in? Kinzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh, but calm, and Natsui was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking if he was in a good mood. I am really surprised he's still alive. Natsui wasn't able to relax. My sincere apologies. I asked Genji-san, and he allowed me to borrow the key to the study. Oh, Genji did? If my friend thought it was that important, then I have no choice but to listen. So, what business do you have with me? Well, breakfast will be ready soon, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would join us. I will eat here. Have it brought here like always. But father, this family conference happens only once a year. Please, at least let them see your face. Go back downstairs. Are you asking me to join in as they discuss how to chew up my inheritance after I die? How foolish. Let them speak of such matters as much as they please without me. And if that's what you call a family conference, it's hardly worth leaving my room for it. I am busy. Do not bother me. His last words carried that threat carried the threat that any further questions would not be appreciated. Natsui realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. She didn't look forward to facing Eva's sarcasm, but there was nothing more Natsui could do. Is that so? Understood. I'm sure everyone will be sorry to hear it, but I will tell them. Natsui decided to give up. Why are you telling people are missing? Bowing silently, she tried to leave the room before Kinzo's spasmodic temper could flare up? Is it spasmodic or spasmodic? I've seen that word before, but I've never had to say it out loud.
Spasmodic.
Spasmodic, okay. Irregular bursts. As she did, Kinzo spoke to her. His voice was so calm and gentle, it felt like it came from an entirely different person. Natsui. It has been quite some time since she married into the Ushiromiya family. Yes, it has been many years since I was first permitted to bear the name Ushiromiya. Do you sometimes long for your previous family? No. Marriage means abandoning your birth family. I am Ushiromiya Natsui. The Ushiromiya family is the only family I can come home to, the only one I am fond of. She truly wasn't exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied the Ushiromiya family name to herself. And that's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like an Ushiromiya, leaving her to race about in vain. If Kraus were a woman, and you his husband. No, I won't say that. You have to say it now! No! What do you mean by that? Father. Natsui was shocked. If Kinzo's words just now were what they seemed, it would have been more than enough to make up for all she'd suffered up to that point. Forget it. It's just the nonsense of an old man. Kinzo once again faced away from her. He told her to forget it, but Natsui couldn't help feeling a warmth in her heart. Father, even though I, Natsui, am not connected to you by blood, I am still your daughter. I will most assuredly see to it that your honor and glory and everything you have left behind are protected. You do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle. However, the one-winged eagle is surely engraved in your heart. That is irrefutable proof that you are my blood relative, one who will inherit the glory of the Ushiromiya family. And yet I still let my personal servants wear it, even though I won't let you wear it. This is actually a really big compliment from him. Damn. Some will sneer that there is no eagle on your clothes, but such words are not worth lending an ear to. Only those who hold the eagle in their hearts are my true blood relatives. Hates his own family. I now consider it an honor that you were welcomed into the Ushiromiya family. Okay, so all I'm getting from this is that Kinzo really wants his breakfast. Without saying anything more, Kinzo remained with his back to Natsui. However, Natsui couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside her that she hadn't felt since long ago when she had been just a child. Natsui bowed silently to his back and left the room. Ah, good timing. How is father? You were taking so long, so I came to check. When Natsui left the study, she saw Eva climbing the stairs and their eyes met. Eva was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsui would leave drudgingly after failing to convince Kinzo. However, the way Natsui was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently, with the dignity of the one who would protect the Ushiromiya family's glory. Suck it, Eva! Fuck you! Father said he would not join in on the family conference. He says he has no interest in discussing such obscene matters. I figured you'd say something like that. If you failed to persuade father, just say so. How pitiful. I'm beginning to see why father lamented so. Oh, the reversal! Oh, good job, Natsui! Holy shit! What do you mean by that? Natsui did not answer. Just as Kinzo had done earlier, she showed Eva her back as she headed down the stairs. Eva finally realized that she was being made fun of, that something had happened to quickly bolster Natsui's confidence. Even so, she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door, she could only click her tongue, make a motion as though scratching at it, and following after Natsui, like something scratched at Natsui's door. So were Nissan and the rest there? Did you ask father about them? I didn't get the chance to ask, but they were not inside the study. Father would never let them into his room and to discuss such a lowly topic, so it is unlikely he knows where they went. Let us go downstairs and wait for the servants to return from their search. Breakfast may be late, but how would you like some tea, Eva-san? That would be fine. Eva couldn't hide her confusion at the complete difference in Natsui's attitude. She was acting so boldly, and while Eva hated to admit it, she even had a sense of dignity about her. Unable to find fault with anything, Eva could only follow Natsui back to the parlor. Good for you, Natsui! When the two of them returned to the parlor, Hideyoshi had been joined by the 4 children and Nanjo. Oh, Nanjo's still here! Yeah, Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed that Natsui had returned. You still have not found my husband and the rest? Yes, my apologies. Also, Kumasawa has started preparing breakfast. She said that she will need just a little longer. The clock read a little past 8. 8 should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally, going over that time limit would be a disgrace to the host. Cannon is now searching outside. Also, no one has seen Shannon either. Oh, even Shannon's missing? Truly, just how many people did my husband bring with him on his little walk? Live chandelier reaction? Just how many people had gone missing by now? Now that the number was this large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant, as though the people here were the only ones being left out of something interesting. At least that seemed to reflect the feelings of her children, and Maria in particular. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria and cheer her up again. I'm surprised the TV's working. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. It must have been a book about chess. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them with a pitter-patter. Pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before who it belonged to that it was probably Cannon, not Kraus and the rest. Kraus? Madam, excuse me. Judging by your appearance, you still haven't been able to find them. My apologies. I still haven't. That will be enough. You've worked hard. She didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on the island. They hadn't had a thing to eat since the previous night, so their stomachs must be growling about now. Okay, this did not go where I thought it was going to go. Some of them missing? Like, what the fuck? They probably come plodding back of their own accord before long. By now, Natsui was thoroughly exasperated and started to feel that there was no reason for them to go out of their way in search. Where could they be? It's like raining outside. I will go to the kitchen to prepare some tea for all the guests. Thanks to both of you for all your hard work so early in the morning. Natsui left the parlor, acting as though the release in tension had caused a new surge in her headache. Cannon tried to call her back, but Natsui left swiftly. What is it? Was there something else? Footsteps? Yes. Footprints? I was unable to find her husband or anyone else, but... Well... Cannon sounded evasive. It looked as though he didn't know where they were, but had spotted something that might be connected to their disappearance. Even Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words and came over. They probably picked up on something strange in Cannon's behavior. What's going on, Cannon-kun? Did you find Kraus-Nissan and everyone else? Actually, the Rose Garden storehouse looked strange. What do you mean? It looked strange. It was, how should I explain it? Cannon hesitated once more. His tone wasn't at all what you'd expect from his usually fearless... From this usually fearless boy. Fearless? Seeing this, Eva and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously. What do you mean? Are you saying Nissan and the others were inside the storehouse? No, the storehouse is gone. I'm going to inspect the inside now. It's a castle now. I just now came back to get the key, but... I don't really get it, but it sounds like we're just gonna... We just gotta look around inside it. Where's the key to that storehouse? It's in the servant room. Let us check inside the storehouse at once. How big is the storehouse? Cannon dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor, saying that he would go check, but then Eva and Hideyoshi followed after him. What was this something strange about the storehouse that had caused the usual fearless Cannon to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps their curiosity over this something that Cannon couldn't talk about won out. Well, they're really building up this storehouse bit. Holy shit, while the children made a big fuss watching television, Cannon and the rest dashed over to the entrance. Including Nanjo? The Rose Garden storehouse was a place that housed various tools used to manage the garden. Some might even say that they were stored there. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been built so that it was hidden in a corner of the Rose Garden. Man, I can't even see it. Kanon, Genji, Eva, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the rose garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the rose garden, which was normally off limits for those appreciating the garden, only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down that, the storehouse came into view in front of them. Okay, it's a garage kind of thing? It was quite an old shed, and compared to it doesn't look old to me at all. And compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the rose garden, it was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard to see place. Eva and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Kanon and Genji. Ha. You two sure are fast. I thought my heart was going to explode. Oh, this part, I love or hate this part, depending on what happens in it, based. I never knew they had a storehouse way over here. But, what's with the sound cutting out? What is that? When Eva looked where Kanon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Kanon's finger and was likewise too shocked to speak. The entrance to the storehouse was a kind of shutter. And there, everyone suddenly realized what Kanon had been unable to find the words to describe what they now saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to the wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it. Ooh. There was something that looked like a strange, dark red liquid, mucus, or maybe it was some sticky paint. An indescribably eerie shape was drawn on the shutter with some kind of ghastly substance. The rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. No more beating around the bush. Some kind of mark was drawn there, with a ghastly substance that looked like blood, in a shape that seemed to suggest something ominous. Yeah, okay, fucking... Okay, I get that you're repeating it because you want the scene to be stretched out a little bit to give it, like, you know, more gravitas, as Annie for Prez said earlier, but, like, say something else instead of just the same thing twice. Two circles were drawn there, and inside them was a design that looked like a cross. The four ends of the cross were widely exaggerated, and it looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. Umbrella? And the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters or possibly symbols. What a vulgar bit of graffiti. Could this be one of those magic circles used in demonic ceremonies? It was Maria! It wasn't surprising that Hideyoshi would say that about such a ghastly shape drawn in a deep red dripping substance. When was this made? Last night. I came here before it started raining and there was nothing drawn here at that time. We must do something before anyone else sees this. The rain's washing away. I wonder how many times Bitarichi had to draw this before. She's there, like, she draws it. She stays behind the shed. Is anyone coming to see it? Oh, god damn it! It's been like half an hour. Okay, do it again. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, they're coming this side. Okay, all right. It's coming this side. All right, good. All right. Phew. Finally, we must do something else before anyone sees this. If they laid eyes upon it, it would cause them great discomfort. That's right. Even though it's just a shed, I wouldn't want to leave such an unpleasant piece of graffiti alone for even a second longer than I had to. There is some paint inside the storehouse. Let us paint over it temporarily as an emergency measure. What? Then repaint it again. Someday, when the weather is good. Genji remembered that he had just recently seen another scribble, and that it too had been made with a strange dark red substance of the same color as this. Is that on Natsui's door, or was there another one? That must have been. That's right. He had seen it on the door to Natsui's room. That's right. Zack. Kanon-kun, let's remove this scribble quickly and go back, okay? Even though it's just a storehouse, it's really irritating to have graffiti around the home I was brought up in. Yes, ma'am. I will take care of it immediately. Kanon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. He then lifted it up with all his strength. A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked in through the top as the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, that ominous drawing disappeared from their direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to a kid program they came across, Maria was feeling much better. Battler and Jessica were poking fun at the kids' show at every turn, cackling together. Okay, they have no idea what's going on. It's like, yeah, Paw Patrol. Like, yeah. George was enjoying the program with Maria from her perspective. Nanjo sat on the sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. also grumbling about not having breakfast. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were the footsteps of a single person. Did that mean it wasn't the group of four that had just left? It was Genji! It was very rare for Genji, who considered being out of breath a violation of a servant's virtues, to be gasping for air. He had probably come dashing back from outside the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet, and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him, he gave a small, silent bow and quickly approached him. Dr. Nanjo, my apologies. Please come with me quickly. Well, what's the matter? Oh, you want him to see if he thinks it's blood. As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ear, Nanjo went pale. He rose from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the TV. Paw Patrol, and the two of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were about to exit the parlor, they came across Natsui, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a tea set. Still riding high off of the Kinzo compliment, Genji whispered something into Natsui's ear, and Natsui went pale too in apparent shock. Oh, okay, so there was something in the shed. Then leaving the serving cart where it was, the three of them dashed toward the entrance. George noticed them running down the rose garden through the window. What's that? Isn't that Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo? And that's Aunt Natsui, isn't it? What's up, Aniki? Maybe something happened. They looked terribly flustered. When Jessica and Maria saw that Eva, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats, and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance of the parlor, they also realized that something was the matter. Could there have been some kind of accident? Let's go check it out. It's no fun if we're the only ones left out, right? For some reason, what Battler said sounded extremely indiscreet, but they couldn't deny that they were all a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain without regards to their appearance. Let's check it out, okay? I'm worried something might have happened. Jessica's uneasy words spoke for all of them. Hey Maria, are you coming too, or will you watch TV? Ooh, wanna watch TV? No! Don't leave her alone! Ooh! Oh, for God's sake. Let's go on without her. Maria-chan, we'll be back soon. You keep watching TV, okay? We're gonna come back and she's gonna be watching like Sopranos and be like, what the fuck? Why are you watching this? Oh, some lady came in and changed the channel. She was really interested in watching it. Who was it? Torichi! Don't leave her alone. By the time the kids made it outside, the adults were no longer in sight. But Jessica seemed to have a pretty good idea where they'd gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. That would help. Following Jessica, we ran through the rain-soaked rose garden. The wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. Okay, if someone's dead... if someone's dead in the shed, for the sake of the characters that I find the most interesting, I really hope that it's not Shannon. Surprisingly, I really hope it's not Rudolph. I actually hope it's Kraus. I think if someone's dead in the shed, I think I would prefer it to be Kraus. He's like the least interesting character to me so far. He's not uninteresting, but he's the least interesting character to me. I would be happy if Kraus was dead. Okay, I wouldn't... If someone's gotta be dead, I would be happiest if it's Kraus. Okay. Or maybe Gouda. These two, who suspiciously, they have same face. Wait, have we ever seen Kraus and Gouda in the same place at the same time? Oh. Okay, you know what? I take it back. I would like it to be Gouda. I think Gouda is the least interesting character. You know, upset about not even eating his calf steak. Kraus has had some interesting parts. I'd take it back. Gouda. I want Gouda to be in there. The wind seemed to... So the vicious sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. It felt like an eerie something had surrounded the island and was trying to stop us from moving forward. Is the typhoon getting stronger? Jessica, is there something over this way? I'm pretty sure there's a storehouse for gardening tools or something. What in the world could be going on in a place like that? Just as Jessica had said, they began to see a storehouse in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open, and several adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsui was outside the storehouse. Without even holding an umbrella, she looked like she was hanging her head, and her back was facing them, as usual. Maybe there's just no paint to paint over the fucking symbol. There was Genji, Nanjo, and Natsui, who had just left the mansion. The ones who had left earlier, Ken, Eva, and Hideyoshi, were also there, making for a small crowd of people, but there was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsui realized that the children were approaching, a terrible expression rose to her face, and she ran at them with her arms spread wide. "You mustn't come any closer! Go back to the mansion!" But despite that, no. Because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsui was trying to keep them away from. Inside the storehouse, with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down, and right there was... Yeah! Jessica's piercing shriek ran out, but that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing spilled out of Battler and George's mouths as well. Eva spread her arms just like Natsui, roaring at the kids with a bone-chilling expression on her face, and also turned to Natsui and said, "You couldn't have held your arms out wider? Tee-hee-hee, you really can't handle this household. George, take everyone and return to the mansion. Quickly." "Yeah, George, right now. How dare you bring him here?" And when Natsui spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further. But that wasn't why Eva was spreading her arms right now. She was trying to stop us kids from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by blocking our view of that terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. What a terrible paragraph. I'm sorry. Holy shit. Can I see it? Is this some kind of joke? Is it? I'd seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies, I'd seen it over and over again. This was just seeing something appear in real life that I'd seen plenty of times before in some of those more sensational movies, right? Is it just a bunch of blood? That alone shouldn't. But that suit. It's that old bastards, isn't it? I get it. Then that's Uncle Kraus, and Kairi-san, and Aunt Rosa. Yeah. No! They're all dead? Dad. You mustn't, Jessica. You mustn't go in. You mustn't look. Dad. Rigor mortis is set in across almost the entire body, most likely. 6 hours or more have passed. Okay, body. Okay, so it's one body. It seems like Uncle Kraus, and then he's like riffing off of that, being like, where are the others, and thinking they're dead, or is there more than one body? As far as I can tell by looking at the damaged area, there's a high probability that they were damaged after the. No, I must watch what I say. I'm a general practitioner. Examining corpses is outside of my area. Shut up and do it! You're all we have! So does that mean just killing them wasn't enough, so they went on to do something like this? The devil... This here's the work of the devil. Aunt Natsui caught Jessica in her arms, and Aunt Eva caught George and Nikki. So I was the only one who could approach the entrance to the storehouse. If only there'd been someone there to catch me too. I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible evil scene burn into my eyes. No, that's not it. It isn't that there's no one here to catch me. The people who should catch me, they're right here, aren't they? Just as Jessica said, it did look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, some carpentry tools for a saw, and fertilizer for a great mystery story now laid in front of us. Piled up potted plants and bags of fertilizer, and treated just the same, the corpses of several people had been... Really? What? No, it had been tossed in there. I could tell them by their clothes. That old bastard and Kairi-san, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Rosa. Beyond that, Goda-san, and... Are there still more of them? How many people died? You're fucking kidding me! I can't even count on them on one hand, damn it! I didn't know whether it had been one of these gardening tools, which, if used for something other than their intended purpose, could definitely be wielded with a naked brutality, or whether some horrible tool had been brought in here specifically for this. Anyway, each one of the bodies jammed in here had been given an atrocious makeup. It wasn't makeup, it was more like their faces had been plowed. Their faces were smashed, forced into expressions that normally people couldn't make even after death. I couldn't tell where the eyes or noses were, but I could find their mouths because they were gaping wide, their gums exposed. Holy shit! Is that the red faces that we saw in the opening? but their front teeth were missing, and even the cheeks that should have covered all this were all torn up and laid bare. That trendy makeup you always spent so much time on, even though you're a man, isn't doing a thing now. Yeah. Dad, I always thought you were going to hell. Okay, it's not them then. It's a holy shit! What the fuck? What are we doing? I really liked Kyrie. God damn it! Or is it just corpses disguised as them to make? Why would someone go through that trouble though? That doesn't make sense. That's me just coping. Holy shit! Would they just wipe out fucking like almost half the cast in one scene? What the fuck? His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems the side of his head was smashed after his death. This is the beginning of everything. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seemed to have been smashed after death. He has a right to lament his ill fortune. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after her death. She was chosen by the Demon's Roulette. That's all there is to it. Who's writing this? This is really spooky. Holy shit. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after death. I'll get to see her again so I don't feel lonely. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after his death. How unfortunate. His cooking wasn't that good. Apparently he was originally supposed to be on duty in the guest house. Where's Shannon? Is Shannon dead too? I always thought you were going to hell. But still, not like this, right? You weren't such a son of a bitch that you should have to suffer so brutally. And Kairi-san, didn't I tell you to stop going out with this guy? There's absolutely no reason for you to end up like this too. They've got no faces, no faces. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Battler-san, you mustn't look anymore. There's no way your mother and father would want you to see them like this. For your mother and your father's sakes, you mustn't look anymore. Dead people are supposed to have faces that look like they're sleeping peacefully, right? They've got no faces. My dad and Kairi-san have no faces. I don't even know what kind of faces they were wearing when they died. What's wrong with me? Will I have to see these smashed monster-like faces every time I remember them? That's just great. I didn't want to remember the old bastard's smug face anyway. Just great, just great. But why even Kairi-san's face? Kairi-san wasn't a crook. Sure, she ticked me off a bit now and then. But she was like a cool big sister to me. This is wrong. This is all wrong. At least Uncle Kraus has it better, doesn't he? It's not his whole face, just the side. At least he's got half his face left, right? Little suspicious? That's still better, that's still better. No! Jessica filled her ears with the sound of her own screaming, trying to shut out my reckless words. Stop it, Battler-kun, just stop it, just stop it. Aniki! Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging to Aniki's waist and sobbing. It was as if I was crying on behalf of everyone there, representing the feelings of everyone there, and I screamed over to look at poor innocent naive Joe fucking 20 minutes ago being like, well, I hope that it's Kraus or it's Guna, maybe. Like, oh, it's just, someone has to die with the rest of what the fuck? Shit, what? Father, the ones lying over there are Uncle Kraus, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kyrie, and Aunt Rosa and Goda-san. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These motherfuckers were once alive. Just those 5, right? No, there are 6 people. There's one more person over here. The body Hideyoshi was looking down on. now happened to be hid. Oh, holy shit! Good thing we fucking read it then, huh? Happened to be hidden among the shadows in that mountain range of objects. Mountain range of objects. In a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was. So George cursed himself. He cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turned out to be right. So, the one lying at your feet is Shannon, isn't it? Yes, it's Shannon. Is she wearing the ring? George felt completely silent. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally, he would have wanted to run to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before actually rushing forward, he worked to keep his composure and asked his father, "Is Shannon the same as Uncle Kraus and the others?" Hideyoshi... Oh, what? Foresight! Holy fuck! Okay, that is the first time George has actually legit impressed me, whereas the other ones are... Question mark. He's asking because he doesn't want to see Shannon's face fucked up. He doesn't want that memory. Like Battler just went on about how he wishes he could not remember them that way. George doesn't want to see Shannon's face fucked up. He wants to remember her how she looked. Wow. Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words. So he couldn't give George an immediate answer, or rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. When George asked if Shannon was the same, he meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others or not. Since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, it meant her corpse was in the same brutal state. Can I look at Shannon? No, you can't. Why not? After all, I won't be able to see Shannon's face again, right? So why won't you let me see her face, what her face looked like at the end? The last time that Shannon Chan was yesterday, right? Yes. I see. When you left her, what kind of face was she showing you? It was a wonderful smile. After he handed her the ring, she hesitated, even though she must have already made up her mind. Then she looked bashful and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. That's the expression that was revived in George's mind. I see. Then I'm sure Shannon Chan would want to leave you with that smile in your memory. Oh man, look at fucking Hideyoshi actually being a good dad. Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, would that graceful smile of hers have peeked out? But only half of it. Okay, so hers is also only half bashed in, whereas everyone else's is fully bashed in? Or maybe it's not clear? Okay, so that's not... maybe they're fucking... I am really shocked. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hand over his eyes. How brutal. If her face was going to be crushed anyway, then if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. Yeah, there we go. That's the thought. But half of her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation while still proving beyond doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. I mean, chat made me play this game, so there might be, like, everyone had a hidden identical twin, you know? That's still on the table. How inhuman, how brutish. And there, trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet, was Cannon. Cannon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. But it didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister. Damn. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. It seems that the side of her head was smashed after her death. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. Yeah, that's part of it, isn't it? The resurrection of all the dead souls. Huh. Okay, so all face bashed in, but only half for Kraus and Shannon? Why is that? guilty in some way. Guilty of being a bad cook. Guilty of abusing Maria. Guilty of being the old bastard. Guilty of being too good of a character. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister. Must have been just the same as losing a blood relative. George, I'm sure Shannon-chan is saying thank you. She must be glad you didn't end up seeing her in such a pitiful state, I'm sure. She's thanking you for holding strong and showing restraint. I understand. I understand, Father, I understand. George leaned against the outside wall of the storehouse, crouching down limply. Father, I have a request. What is it? I want you to look for me. Is there... Man, my brain is starting to do stupid things, like starting to see, like, oh, this is why the opening was so long and drawn out, so you had time to spend with all these characters right away before they were all off, and like it lull you in this false sense of security that everything is just going to be like not this fucked up trip. Like what the fuck? It's still like no. There's no justifying the first stream, okay? Like the first 5 hours of this still need lots of changes. You can't justify all of it, but I get the intent and I appreciate the intent, but it's still like no. Remind me right now when my resolve is at an all-time high, okay? That if I start saying, you know what, the beginning, it actually in hindsight is actually really tell me to shut the fuck up and remember, yeah, it's true for like overall scenes, but they still could be edited down like individually, okay? Remind me. I want you to look for me. Is there a ring on Shannon's finger? A ring? Let me see. Oh, this one gets its own background? Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Cannon silently pointed to one of Shannon's hands. Yeah, there is. It's a diamond ring, with a valuable diamond. Must have been pretty expensive. And which hand? And which finger is it on? The ring finger of her left hand. I see. So Shannon was engaged? George, don't tell me you... Eva. That doesn't matter now. A man made a lifelong promise to Shannon-chan. A man promised her happiness for life. Who that man was isn't the issue here. Being told by a man is a woman's dream, isn't it? I don't know when she received this ring. I also don't know who gave it to her. However, even so, Shannon-chan took this ring, then she accepted it and put it on her left ring finger. I'm sure the man who gave it to her was also happy. To most people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out nonsense. However, someone who knew of George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words. Yeah, we know. I see. Thank you, Father. George stood up. The traces of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm one. Let's go. Battler-kun, Jessica-chan. If we stay here any longer, we'll get in the way of the adults. Sniff. You're right. Jessica sniffled once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time to let her know she was okay now. Then she faced George again, and okay, so there are 6 people. I like that this is here. Oh, there's more. I like that this is here, that we can just go back to it. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Okay, so this is 6 people, and it was the first night that we were here? How... Someone's already doing it, or is it just planned? No, I'm starting to think that this is more like a spell. They're not instructions, or maybe they are, but it's more of a things that will come to pass maybe, and you have to... On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Well, at that point, it's only Eva and Hideyoshi that are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Gouge the head and kill. What the fuck? When she faced George again, she once again had on her usual expression. Sorry if that's tedious, by the way. I know some of you like it when I try and figure things out, but some of you really don't like it. Although she couldn't smile. Battler, hang in there. Battler kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies. I'm sorry. Crying like hell calmed me down. You bastard, Dad. I bet you're laughing at me. After all that shit I talked about you, here I am crying like a baby just because you died. Well, so what? I guess I just got the gene that makes you cry when your parents kick the bucket. Battler's face was still bright from the tears, but he had at least recovered enough to fake a smile, if only a bitter one. What are these moods? Canon, you mustn't remain here for any longer either. Take the children and return to the mansion. Natsui had been standing under the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Battler's. Realizing that she had to take on a role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, she gave Canon those orders. Yes, madam. Canon rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon, and there was no life in his expression. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children through the beautiful rose garden, Canon might have led the way. But now, there was no distinction between Canon and the children. They were now just kids of about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsui started giving orders to Genji. Genji. Contact the police immediately. They probably won't be able to come until the typhoon passes, but they should be able to tell us what to do now. The telephones are down! Understood. There's an emergency... Oh, okay. There's an emergency radio, so I'll use that to contact them. Damn. When she heard that, Natsui remembered. That's right, the phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had a radio, because they would, of course they would, since they couldn't necessarily rely on phones all the time while living on an isolated island. At any rate, they should start... Meanwhile, behind the shed, the voice of a witch going, radio? Oh, shit! At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait. Dr. Nanjo, is there anything more you can do here? Unfortunately, they're fucking dead. There is nothing I can do. Understood. Genji, could you at least cover their faces with something? Exposing them like this is humiliating to them as well. Yes, ma'am. Genji picked up several dried up towels from inside the storehouse. So, they were... We don't know how they were killed yet because their faces were smashed after it. And also all of their teeth were ripped out. Or blood is covering their teeth, maybe? I guess I'm sure they'll go over exactly what it was, but holy shit. Genji picked up several dried up towels from inside the storehouse when Eva stopped him with a shrill voice. Wait a second. Stop. This is the scene of the crime, isn't it? Then we mustn't disturb it. We all panicked and walked in here with our shoes on, but even that will surely get in the way of the police's investigation, right? Natsui glared at Eva, offended. Objectively speaking, Eva was right. I mean, objectively speaking, Eva's the prime fucking suspect unless you believe there's a supernatural witch on the prowl, which I'm actually still not convinced there is or not. Even so, she glared at Eva as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic What? Even so, she glared at Eva as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after death. The simple kindness of covering their face. Okay, it does make sense. However, Eva had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. So they needed to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further. They had to do what little they could to aid the police, preserving clues that might help catch the detestable culprit. I agree with Eva-san. Until the police come, we should leave everything be. Is there, like, tracks of bodies being dragged outside? Because... there's no way that you could get all these bodies in here without some amount of mud inside, unless you cleaned up afterward. How did someone get all of them into the shed and then kill them, if that's the case? What do you say, madam? You're right. Very well. Close it up, and just in case, we should put a different lock on it. A different lock? Yes. When we came here, the shutter was locked. That means the culprit used the key to shutter to lock it. Key to the shutter to lock it. That makes sense. So does that mean the key that opens the shutter will have the culprit's fingerprints on it? I'm sure it'll be worth submitting to the police as evidence. But Canon... Oh! Chat. Do you know what could smash faces like that? Fucking... shot put balls! Canon usually has it, and he used it to unlock the shed just now. It'll probably have Canon's fingerprints on it. Also, that key was handed to Genji-san just now, and he took it with his bare hands. It doesn't look like it'll be very useful as evidence. That was careless of me. My apologies. Genji-san, are there any other keys to the storehouse? No, only this one. Then it was canon! So the culprit walked out of the servant room with that key, and then was nice enough to return the key to where they found it? Oh, we're going full Danganronpa! Oh shit, Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but it was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go to all the trouble of returning a key they stole? No, if you think about it even more deeply, there are some points that are even more bizarre. Well, you return the key so you don't have the key, like, found on you later, and then it's like, oh, it was you. Or you just throw the key into the forest, but then you can't open the shed, so someone wanted them to be found. When a criminal hides a body, they're usually trying to delay the point at which it'll be found so they can use that time to escape. The 6 weren't necessarily killed here, but it was reasonable to assume that they were killed somewhere on this island, carried to the storehouse, and hidden to delay the discovery of the crime. And who's the only person we've seen use a wheelbarrow so far? Canon. And yet, the eerie magic circle scribbled on the storehouse shutter had eloquently indicated the location of the hidden corpses. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone had made such an obvious piece of graffiti and even returned the key to the shutter, almost as though they wanted the corpses here to be discovered. Anyway, we can't... Okay, my guess right now is that you were meant to be the 6th one, and when your door had the scorpion charm on it, for some reason I think that's actually had worked, and the blood fingers on the doorknob, when they couldn't get into your room, they killed Shannon instead. That's what I think happened here. Anyway, we can't put all our faith in a lock that the culprit has opened once before. If we want to protect this place from the culprit's hands, I think we should put a new lock on it. I think that is a good plan. I agree. Genji fished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock that had been inside a small box. What should I do with the key? I will take it. I will take responsibility and hand it over to the police. The fucking padlocks, just I could pick a padlock. And also my basement door. You could easily... what would we do it? Natsumi took the key to the padlock from Genji's hands. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. I'm the lock-picking witch. So the corpses were once again sealed behind that shutter, which was still covered with that creepy magic circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Shutters often have a place in front where you can attach your own lock in addition to the main lock of the shutter. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar and thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there ominously. With its closed shutter still covered in a blood-like creepy substance, it swallowed up the bodies of the 6. To Natsui, putting the new lock on wasn't merely to preserve the scene for the police. She might have felt she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity, to prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more victims. Come on, let's go, everyone. Dr. Nanjo, thank you very much for your work. Genji, hurry and contact the police. I will do so as soon as I return. The adults left the storehouse. We're gonna go tell Kinzo what's going on? The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the 6 bodies in its throat, looming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it up. Cackly, cackly. Ah, good timing. Oh, okay. Not much of a skip forward. Do. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, the voices from the kids' TV program Maria was watching, and the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. Cackle? In other words, what greeted them as they returned dumbfounded from the horrible, bizarre scene was the voice of Maria as she rolled around laughing at the TV. Paw Patrol. Those who returned to the room didn't know how to explain to Maria that her mother was dead and were trapped by a suffocating silence. At first, Maria returned their stares with a dubious look, but when she realized they weren't trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them and again immersed herself in the TV program. The children wordlessly sat down heavily on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Everyone had already cried and mourned so much, but now they just vaguely sat there, their faces seeming to have lost all emotion. Only Cannon had returned to his usual calm expression. However, that probably didn't mean he'd been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into empty space. I don't know if this is intentional, but if it is, it's really smart to have had that scene with George and Shannon the night before, because he didn't lose his parents. She lost her dad. He just lost his stepmom and his dad. She just lost her mother. he hasn't lost anyone really directly, you know, like obviously aunts and uncles, he's gonna be upset, but not as upset as the others. But now he is upset because he just proposed to Shannon the night before, you know. In a weird way, he might actually be the most upset out of everyone. So it was a good way to equalize the emotional state of these three, who I've just noticed are like Harry Potter, Weasley, and Hermione. All right. Classic trifecta. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into empty space. Hideyoshi kept on fidgeting, and every time he remembered that horrible scene, he started muttering about how he couldn't believe it, how it couldn't have been something from this world, how it must have been the work of demons. Every now and then his mutterings produced a question directed at Nanjo, but the latter kept repeating in a calm, doctor-like manner that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene, and that until the police arrived, they wouldn't learn anything. However, Nanjo only appeared calm next to Hideyoshi, who simply couldn't suppress his agitation and fear. In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock, and his face was deathly pale. Maybe the atmosphere was why she tried to rise to the challenge and take charge. So, who wants breakfast? Natsui appeared to be unchanged from her normal attitude, and she briskly gave direction. Still riding high from the Kinzo compliment, huh? I will go see father. Genji, quickly contact the police. Certainly. I wonder if you would allow me to tag along, Natsui-Nisan. Since Kraus-Nisan is now gone, the task of aiding father has been left to me. Shut the fuck up! It would be improper of me to relax here while relying entirely on you. Natsu was struck speechless by Eva's aggressive move in a situation like this. She seemed to be claiming that, with Kraus dead, the one to take responsibility shouldn't be his wife, but herself, the next highly ranked in the family. Or maybe she hadn't been happy at all when Natsui took command without reference to her in such an extreme situation. However, even Eva's mind had been blank from shock until a moment ago. She only came to her senses after Natsui started giving orders. Okay, that just shows that it's not some petty bullshit. It's not like, oh, like I just dislike you because, you know, you said something bad to me the first time we met and I've held a grudge my whole entire life. She is like absolutely, completely delusional, bought into her own bullshit. She is insane. Holy shit. Doing it even now? Just do as you like. Natsui started walking without saying a word more. Eva followed behind her. As they did, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. She usually wasn't the... Where have you been? Oh. Last night with the wheelbarrow? Oh. Dumb. Oh. She usually wasn't the kind of person to run around, so under normal conditions, most people would have taken her entrance as a sign that something was the matter. But because everyone was still stricken with shock, they hardly even noticed her. Madam? Madam? If you're looking for Natsui-san, she went to see father. She'll probably be back soon. What happened, Kumasawa-san? I don't mean to alarm anyone, but I burnt the toast. You see, in the dining hall, there was blood. Blood. The ears of everyone in the parlor twitched. Everyone... is someone else about to die? Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Any container can only hold so much, and no one here would be capable of handling yet another tragedy, so they all thought it. I hope I misheard that. What happened? Is Kinzo dead now? In the dining hall. When I went to the dining hall, set up for breakfast. Oh. The first one to start running was George. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Nanjo to their senses, and they chased after him. Battler and the others followed. Even Maria? They flew into the dining hall one after another, but they didn't find any change that might have caused Kumasawa to go pale. To those who had viewed that gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. There really were some traces of blood remaining on the floor. Compared to that terrible scene, it wasn't very impressive. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood. There's another puddle of blood over here. What in the world? It appears that a great deal of time has passed. It's probably safe to say they were killed here last night. I think that's Shannon. It definitely looks that way. We were talking together in the dining hall until late into the night. After that, someone must have forced their way in. Dad, when did you and Mom slip out of the meeting and go to sleep? It was a little past midnight. So, we should probably assume that it happened after that. Or exactly at that point. Are you kidding me? Give me a break. Milady, please stay strong. After seeing that hell on earth in the storehouse, this is nothing. Really? Good for you. I feel like my head's gonna explode. This is the dining hall, right? Every day, this is where I eat, complain about school, complain about homework, talk to my dad about my grades. That's what this place is to me. Milady, it wouldn't be good to remain here any longer. Let's return to the parlor. I agree. Uncle Hideyoshi, I think this room will be really important to the police. Don't you think it'd be bad if we trampled all over it? Battler proposed this in a slightly firm voice as along with Cannon, he grabbed the pail and shaking Jessica's shoulders. Everything is just as Battler's-san has said. There is nothing more to be gained from remaining in this room. Nanjo spoke while looking at everyone's pale faces. Even though that horrible scene in the storehouse felt like something not of this world, at least then we'd be able to leave, to cut ourselves off from that place and run away. Everyone had shared in that feeling. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion, the main building on this estate, and as Jessica had said, it should have been one of the most calming places even inside the mansion. It was where all of the relatives had eaten lunch and dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of that horrible spectacle in the storehouse, and forced us to accept that we hadn't really been able to run away from the scene of that tragedy. I agree too. The culprit might have left traces in this room. Amateurs like us shouldn't stir the place up. Let's leave quickly. Quickly. How are you still alive? But what the fuck? Hiyoshi also understood the meaning of what Battler had said and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at that blood any longer would have been too harsh. Nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall. It was almost as though the last person in the room would be trapped in there all alone. That's a good line. Once in the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning against the wall, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Then Genji returned. Oh, Genji-san, were you able to contact the police? As to that, I'm afraid I must apologize. I don't know if it was a failure of the radio or something else that caused it, but... What the, so you couldn't contact the police? Both the phone and the radio failed? My apologies. A boat will be arriving on Monday morning, and I believe we will be able to borrow their communications equipment. Isn't there a boat on this island? Can't we just take a little trip out to the Nijima Police Department? Hideyoshi-san, that would be impossible with this weather. At the very least, we can't do anything until the typhoon passes us by. Kurasama's boat is being repaired and is not on the island. Convenient. Therefore, we must wait for the boat coming on Monday. Okay, what's wrong with the radio? Is it no answer, interference, batteries, someone smashed it? Like, what is it? How could this happen? 6 people are dead. The phones and radio aren't working and there's no boat. So until the typhoon passes and the boat comes, in other words, until tomorrow morning, we're going to be stuck here on this island, unable to contact the police, aren't we? Which means that, not just us, but the criminal who killed everyone is also confined to this island. That certainly follows. The culprit who killed everyone is still here on the island. So the bastard who killed Dad and the others must still be hiding somewhere, unable to escape. Damn it. And it could be any one of us. It could be me. It could be you. I'll catch that bastard. No way I'll hand him over to the police. I'll slice him to bits myself. Anabolic as fuck. Holy shit. Maria had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor. Rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say she felt unhappy and neglected since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about. Ooh, Jessica Oni-chan, did someone die? What the voice she spoke was completely calm, just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared on a television drama, as though it was someone else's problem. Jessica probably didn't like that. No, as though trying to say, can't you tell just by looking at me, overwhelmed with grief, she flared up at Maria. They all died. Everyone. My dad and Battler's parents, Goda-san and Shannon, and even your mother too. What the fuck, Jessica? Stop it, Jessica-chan. You aren't the only one who's sad. Maria-san, I know this will come as a shock, but please listen. Your mother has died. Mama died? Chat, Jessica's only 18, and this isn't a Persona game, so she actually acts like she's 18. She's super young, okay? She just saw 6 people dead, including her dad. Like, the whole world's falling apart. Like, of course she's gonna have a freak out, yeah. Someone killed her. I know it's sad, but stay strong. How many people? Like, don't get me wrong, that was a fucked up thing that just happened to Maria, but like I can see like Jessica like is like freaking out. Yeah, most people would be. How many people died? 6 people. 6 people. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How could anyone do something that cruel? There's a limit to how cruel you can be if you're human. I don't know who it is, but the culprit isn't human. There's no way their blood is red. The culprit isn't human. It's just the shit chosen by the shit? Huh? Wait, hey Maria. Did you say something just now? Maria had just said something, but since the words were so remotely separated by the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. Sacrifices chosen by the key or by the witch or what? When I tried to ask her to repeat it again, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Natsui's loud voice coming from the entrance of the parlor. It looked like Aunt Natsui and Aunt Eva had returned from their trip to see grandfather. Okay, is he dead or missing? You can't contact them even with the radio? If we can't use it at a time like this, why do we even have an emergency radio? My apologies. It was supposed to have a maintenance inspection every year. Wait, don't you have one of those boat signaling devices that makes a flashing light? Couldn't you use that to contact the next island? In this weather, we do not have such equipment. My sincere apologies. Does the island have a lighthouse? Just then, Kumasawa arrived, pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Since there was no way we'd be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to take it to the parlor. Why are we eating breakfast here? Blood. Ah, Natsui-san, I'll tell you later. More importantly, Eva, how is father? Judging by the fact that he is not with you, it seems he will not leave his room, even for a situation like this. Kind of fucked up. He wasn't there. The room was empty. Oh, missing! What the? Where could he have gone at a time like this? Do you mean to say the master has left his study? That is correct. I was surprised myself. I wonder when he left his room. Do any of you have an idea? Maybe he's the killer. Maybe he wrote the epitaph on the fucking painting, forgot that he wrote it, read it one day, figured out what to do. Motherfucker, I'll do it myself. That's who he looked at Kenji and Ken and she said this. Maybe she was trying to ask whether the servants who served directly under the one-winged eagle knew of a place he might go. However, it was probably the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinzo best realized even more than the rest how impossible it was for him to leave his room. Even we have no idea. As you all know, within that study, the master had everything from a place to sleep to a bathroom. I couldn't imagine him leaving that room except for a significant reason. In that case, what? Isn't it natural to assume that one of those significant reasons came up? We still cannot be certain that's the case. Anyway, he is a fickle person, so it's possible he went for a walk by himself, unaware of the current situation. If that is the case, then we must all act in haste to tell him what has happened and ask for instructions. That's right. Although I don't want to think about it, it's possible something has happened to him, isn't it? I'd rather not even consider such a sinister possibility. What does the chandelier think? No one had seen Kinzo since the discovery of those 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, the phones were broken, the radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. Apparently the typhoon would leave tomorrow and a boat would come. But until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. The tragedy hit everyone so abruptly that they'd all lost their composure. Big Danganronpa vibes. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. So some of them held their heads in their arms while others got irritated. Right now, no one could explain what was occurring on this island, Rokkenjima. After that, we ate the breakfast Kumasawa-san had made, which felt dry and tasteless. Wait, dry? Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one felt particularly hungry, except for Nanjo. However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would also be rude to Kumasawa-san, who had made the breakfast. Kumasawa-san had taken some unusual Western vegetables, ones that Goda-san had probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals, and cooked them in a Japanese style, which made them turn an unpleasant color. As to what Goda-san had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I'd be reminded of the way Goda-san died, and a sour taste would fill the inside of my mouth. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being, but of course no one made much progress. Then we began pooling our knowledge of the current situation. First off, 6 people, which included Uncle Kraus, my dad, Kairi-san, Aunt Rosa, Guda-san, and Shannon-chan, had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses. Therefore, more than anything else, we wanted to get off the island, right? And yet we still couldn't contact the police since both the phones and the radio were unstable. Unstable? Sorry, hold on. Unusable. Okay, what time is it? We're at 3 hours. Okay, I should have more. I didn't get my energy drink in the break. Shit, maybe that's why. So until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, grandfather, whom we might have hoped would be able to show a little leadership in this kind of situation, had disappeared some time ago. Goda-san hadn't made breakfast, so grandfather's stomach must have been empty, and if he had just been taking a casual walk, we should have been able to hear him whining about how hungry he was by now. And despite that, he hadn't appeared. There was more than a small chance that he'd gotten caught up in this crime. According to my aunts, on their way back from Kinzo's study, they'd searched for him, calling out on every floor, but were unable to find him. Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume that this disappearance has something to do with the crime. Did they say if the door was locked when they got there, or no? Maybe they didn't. I don't think they did. I don't think they mentioned that. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. So maybe Grandfather has already been killed and dragged to some strange place which we haven't simply discovered yet. No one actually said it out loud, but this theory seemed extremely convincing. We will go check that all of the windows and doors were locked. Or maybe he went into one of his secret passages and then he just died of old age. Like, there you go. Finally, the months caught up to him. We must also conduct a thorough search for father. The children must remain in this room. Eva-san and Hideyoshi-san, I'm sorry, but please stay here with the children. I'd like to ask you the same, Dr. Nanjo. I understand. I will wait here. Aunt Natsui followed the servants, Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Kanin-kun out of the parlor. All that was left was Aunt Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, Dr. Nanjo, and the 4 of his children, a total of 7 people. Let's all stick together and maybe watch some television while we wait, though I doubt we'll find anything good in the middle of the day on Sunday. Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up this gloomy atmosphere. Ooh, good show, watch it, ooh, ooh. Oh really? You wanna watch TV, Maria-chan? Then come and watch it with your uncle. Maria was the only one who joined in. Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker of her emotions. Was it really normal for a 9-year-old girl like Maria to act so much like a very young child? Everyone else's mood failed to improve, and they each sank absent-mindedly into their sofas. Aniki, can I ask you something? Just did, bud. What is it? Just now, in the storehouse, you said something about Shannon-chan and a ring. Did you give that to her? George Aniki didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both of his eyes. There could be no clearer response. Quit it, Battler. Figure it out yourself. You're right. I shouldn't have asked. That's right. It was me. That's right. Last night. Zach, did you see? The ring. On the finger. I proposed to her. That was when I gave her the ring. I told her that tomorrow she should put it on whatever finger she wanted. As her answer. Haha, guess it was a pretty pretentious thing to say. And that ring had been on the ring finger of Shannon-chan's left hand. Well, several years ago, Shannon came to me asking for advice about you, George Nissan. I wonder what she could have said. Don't worry, I'll tell you. Shannon was always really bad at lying. It was obvious pretty quickly that you were the one she was talking about. She asked whether it'd be okay for her to get close to someone, even though she was only a servant. She asked about what kinds of things boys like, what kind of clothes she should wear to make them happy, lots of stuff like that. Well, I guess you could say I felt envious hearing her say that. Because you're so great, George. So then she was given an engagement ring, and it all ended right there. Different people value things differently. No, not allowed. But being proposed to by a man, well, it can be the high point of your life. So I'm sure, last night, I'm sure Shannon was happy. From the bottom of her heart. Happier than she's ever been since the day of her birth. And then her face. George and Nikki sighed deeply without raising his head, or maybe tears had risen to his eyes. It seems Shannon was on duty in the guest house last night. But because she was too embarrassed to go back to the guest house with me, she went, oh, don't think like that. She went over to the mansion. Think about how Shannon must have felt. When you receive an engagement ring, then no matter how much a warning you've been given beforehand, it's perfectly normal to get so excited that your mind goes blank. She must have been incredibly embarrassed. And then Shannon went to the mansion, even though she hadn't been assigned there, helped Goda-san with his work, and got caught up in this crime. If only I hadn't given her that ring on that day, in that place, Shannon wouldn't have. Sayo wouldn't have been caught up in that crime. Ah. And Nikki, that's the one place where you're wrong. It's definitely wrong, so don't cry anymore. Okay. Uh-oh. Battler-kun, let's leave him be. After Aunt Eva said that, I stopped talking to him. You're not his mom. Shut up. Misplaced words of comfort. Wait, you are actually. Misplaced words of comfort might actually do more harm than good. Jessica sat down to Aniki and put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who had even discussed their relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Aunt Eva and sat down in the opposite sofa. Battler-kun, you really are strong. It looks like you've kept a good hold on yourself. Well, you look at... Well, look at the depth of the love that becomes... What? Well, look, the depth of the love becomes the depth of the wound, right? Okay, alright, yeah, you're so strong, 5'11". You know, tall and strong enough to maybe put a body in a wheelbarrow and move it across the garden, wouldn't you say? After all, it's not like how that old bastard died has anything to do with me. I feel bad about Kari-san, but, well, she wasn't actually my parent. My. If that's so, you certainly were crying a lot back then. Well, I did at least that much crying, I think. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me see if I can calibrate. Some of the words are kind of moving together. Oh, okay. Well, I did think at least that much crying was due as gratitude to the parent who raised me. The speed of that changeover and that dry tone must have come from Rudolph. That kid would always get violently happy, sad, and angry, but he'd always regain his cool immediately afterwards. It's nothing like that. I haven't really been able to get over the shock yet. I think the only difference between me and everyone else is the kinds of emotions it stirred in me. What do you mean? I've been acting much calmer than George and Nikki and Jessica. That wasn't because my sadness was any less intense or because I'd already recovered. My sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different emotion. Rather than sad, I'd say I'm more pissed off. What bastard did this and where? It's kind of been eating at me that I didn't get a chance to smack him upside the face. So you're saying that you want to battle? That was what I really wanted to do. I couldn't forgive myself if I just sat there, overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my knees. Since the time Dad and the others were killed, this island has been covered by the typhoon, which means the bastard responsible for all this is still somewhere on this island. Yes, that would seem to be the case. I wonder if they're hiding somewhere in that dark forest even now. I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kari-san the night before. That's right. After the letter from the person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we talked about whether or not a 19th person actually exists. Yeah, but if Kyrie's so smart, how come she's dead? Yeah. Aunt Eva, do you think this murder has anything to do with the letter from Beatrice last night? Ah, that one. Well, I wonder. All of the siblings agreed that the mysterious letter was sent to further complicate the problem of father's inheritance. As to whether that and the case this morning are related, it's impossible to tell at this stage. Was that letter really given by Maria to Maria by some witch called Beatrice? How could it be? All of it was a farce devised by father, wasn't it? He made Shannon-chan or someone wear the dress from the portrait and trick Maria-chan, right? Isn't that just the kind of overly intricate prank father would pull? I don't know, is it? That's good information to have? Has he done this before? Last night I talked with Kari-san about whether Beatrice actually exists, and Kari-san also said that Beatrice was probably one of the 18 of us. Come to think of it, you know, in one of our meetings a decade ago, he did round up and kill 6 of the servants and hide them in the exact same shed. That was the second time that Kuwasawa quit and then came back a couple of years later after she ran out of money. The first time was when he round up four guests and killed them in the same shed, you know, 5 years prior. So, you know, this is really the third... Isn't that obvious? There's no one else on this island besides us, right? Then there must be someone amongst us who's pretending to be Beatrice. There's no one else but us on this island, you think? Obviously, right? Are you saying there could be someone else here other than... I mean... there definitely could be someone else. It's really unlikely, but there could definitely be someone else that came on a boat and even left, and they just like anchored the boat on the other side of the island. Why would they do that? Who knows? Like, it's so far-fetched, but I guess it's technically possible. No one is on this island except us. There are only 18 people. So the one pretending to be Beatrice has to be one of those 18. Kari-san denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around. Even though Aunt Eva hadn't constructed an argument that complicated, her opinion at least was the same. Except, if that's the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. At the time of Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could be passed off as a prank set up by someone or another. However, if we're assuming there's no 19th person, we can't ignore this anymore. In other words, there's no 19th person. Sorry, if there's no 19th person, then the culprit who killed Dad and the others is also one of the 18, right? So in other words, the person who killed them is one of the people inside this very mansion right now. Aunt Eva smiled meaningfully. It looked like she thought this conclusion should have been obvious from the very beginning. The culprit carried the bodies of those 6 into the storehouse. But even that was an impressive feat, don't you think? That shutter is always closed and locked, right? In other words, in order to carry them into the storehouse, the culprit would need to unlock the shutter. Yep. Understand? Is it possible the shutter was left open by mistake that day? That's a good point. Natsui doesn't run a good house here. The servant said it's always kept locked. In other words, unless the culprit took the keys from the servant room, there's no way they could have opened the storehouse. I wonder if the key in the servant room was the only one. Genji-san said that was the case, which means the culprit knew where that single key was kept and took it. Just now, I watched when Kanin-kun returned the key to the servant room. Though it was packed with keys, I don't think a novice would know where or what those keys went to. The culprit was miraculously able to find the storehouse key among all of those. Or, they took all of the keys and put them all back after getting the right one. Or they just fucking picked the lock, man. Or there's a copy of the key that you don't know about. Genji could be wrong. Furthermore, even though the key didn't have a tag or anything sticking to it, they knew it was the key to the storehouse behind the rose garden, and that means they also knew where the storehouse was. I'll say it even clearer, the culprit knew the inside of the servant room well. Her argument was extremely plain and clear, and also fucking basic. If the bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden, there wouldn't have been much to go on. However, if there was only one key to the storehouse in the servant room, and it was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice would not be able to tell them apart. This meant the culprit was someone who went into the servant room a lot and was familiar with the locations of the keys. The family members didn't normally go into the servant room, which means that one of the servants, the culprit, I'm sorry, but even I can't tell you any more than that. However, I'll tell you one thing. What's that? It's reasonable to think that the culprits are multiple in number and fairly well armed. They'd have to be, wouldn't they? They had to assault the 4 in the dining hall and kill them, drag Ottola's 6 bodies all the way to the storehouse beyond the rose garden, and arrange for that disgusting makeup and the graffiti on the Okay, that's actually... yeah, shit. The servant uprising? Holy shit, Eva, what are you cooking? There's no way that a single culprit could carry out all that on their own, right? It made sense. It probably would have been possible for a single person with enough time, but it would take so incredibly long. It was probably safe to assume that a significant number of people were involved, and also that Kumasama-san had poisoned our cornflakes that we just ate. Phew, so what you're saying is that maybe all of the servants were in cahoots. Please keep it quiet, okay? It wouldn't be right to voice mere speculation like this. And if it really is true, what would you do next? They may not let us leave here alive. This is an opponent who had no trouble killing Nissan and the 3 others. Right now, the only ones I can count on to fight with me are the 3 in my family, and maybe you, which comes to a total of 4 people, right? We're no better off than they were last night. In short, it'd be easy for the culprits to massacre the rest of us. Well, I mean, you're training in like the Chung Li art of fighting, though, so I don't think the others had. So you know, you're probably the strongest one here. I've been playing detective with Aunt Eva, trying to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest before the police did. If only I could cleverly penetrate the culprit's identity and stick the proof in their face. I've been so sure that, just like in one of those detective movies, the culprit would then give up and surrender. However, the culprit would only surrender if there was no way for them to fight back. The culprits behind the crime on this island were far from helpless, and might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people here. And on top of that, this island was like a giant closed room, cut off from the outside world by the typhoon. Bars, so they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, it wasn't a safe atmosphere where we could get very far by playing detective. On the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits and cause them to commit another mass murder. Very true, actually. Well, it's just a possibility, right? I'd say it's a game theory, but it's not. But I can't bring myself to trust the servants yet, and that doesn't mean I only suspect them. Don't you think there might be some mastermind behind all this? A mastermind? Why do you say that? Because Kinzo's fucking nuts. It's just a feeling. Think about what the word servant literally means. It means someone who serves as someone else's arms and legs, right? It was a bunch of Ushiromiya family members who got killed, and Shannon and Gouda. So naturally, there must be someone involved who stands to gain from that result. That was also plain and clear. The Ushiromiya family had been right in the middle of discussions about how to distribute the inheritance when grandfather died. If this case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel, the crime was definitely caused by someone with ties to the Ushiromiya family and who was involved in the inheritance problem. Aunt Eva had probably read a few books in that genre herself. Her argument may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but it was a standard conclusion that anyone might have reached. I think most people would end up suspecting the servants, even if they used a different reason to get there. I kind of love that they're just not automatically going to lol, it's a witch. I wonder where it's going, but I do like that. Obviously, they haven't looked at the scene page, especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect that one of the servants was involved. And that's why I don't like it. What do you mean you don't like it? Nah, just talking to myself. Hehehe. I tried to dodge your question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease welling up inside me. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. And I just couldn't be satisfied with that. If I tried spinning the chessboard around like I learned from Kairi-san, I don't like it because it's too easy, and if I'm going to be in a murder mystery, it's going to be interesting. This was exactly why a servant couldn't possibly be the culprit. If the servants really were the culprits, they wouldn't hide the bodies in a place connected to themselves. And then also, like, draw attention to it by having one of the servants go and draw us over there, unless it's a warning. Why on earth would they use the Rose Garden shed if they were the ones in charge of the key that could unlock it? The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. It was even possible that some other facts might come to light as a result. The more we think of the servants as the culprits, the less reason they had to carry the bodies into the storehouse. But what if they knew we'd think that and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? No, it's completely impossible. But what if they knew that and they did it anyway? When the police come and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover many things. No matter how carefully the culprits carried out that murder, some traces will definitely be found. In other words, they had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way, and look at this murder game from the culprit's side, it's hard to imagine why they'd want to call attention to the corpses. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a report to the police, or it might make the remaining people more cautious, or it might make the survivors start to search for the culprit. None of these things would make life any easier for the culprit. It's just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I read recently called Higurashi no Naku Koru ni. Every story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Eliminating that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Right now, we don't know where grandfather is. We don't know if he's already become a victim or if he's one of the culprits. But this state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer. The culprit has absolutely nothing to gain by showing us the bodies in such an obvious way and making us all realize there's been a murder. In fact, this is the perfect place to spin the chessboard around. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must be the culprit's goal in and of itself. Yep. So at the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses there meant more than the deaths themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display. To whom? To us. This is a message. The culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. I don't know what it is. At this point in time, this vulgar mass murder isn't making me feel anything except a malice directed toward all of us. Malice towards all of us. Is it? The pageantry is the point, Battler. Each one of the survivors has some kind of connection to one of the 6 victims. Uncle Krause's death brought by Jessica the grief of losing a family member. The deaths of Dad and Kairi-san brought me sorrow, while Aunt Rosa's death brought Maria sorrow, and Goda's death brought all of us sorrow. Goda-san's death probably shocked his fellow servants, and Shannon Chan's death brought grief both to George and Nikki, who had proposed to her, and Kanon-kun, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island has received an equal amount of sadness. And Eva was sure that the servants were in cahoots, but then, how could you explain the deaths of Goda-san and Shannon Chan? At any rate, by this argument, the grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi. Even Aunt Eva, who had directed suspicion at the servants and acted as though she herself was beyond suspicion, could not be ruled out as a suspect. In the first place, she was able to argue that the servants were suspicious by focusing on the shutter's key, but if you look at it from a perspective of motive and who would gain, Aunt Eva's name rises atop the list. Yep, absolutely. Meanwhile, I'm guessing that she's the next to die. I know what you're thinking, Battler-kun. Huh? Hehehe, oh no. Please don't tell anybody. About how my head's so full of obscene stuff. I'm the one who's going to gain the most from these murders. Since I'm going to be suspected anyway, I might as well get it out in the open. I tried to dodge the issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work. The inheritance will be divided into as many parts as there are siblings, but right now, I'm the only one of the 4 left. All of the assets of the Ushiromiya family will become mine. Hee 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 hee. If Uncle Hideyoshi heard you, he'd say, could you give it a rest? It's not funny. I'm sorry, I was just fooling around, since I'm going to be suspected anyway, no matter how much I try to smooth it over. That's why, from my point of view, this murder might have been designed to cast suspicion on me. Unfortunately, my alibi for last night is weak. Could you tell me a bit more about last night? As you know, the discussion between the siblings of how to slice up and eat the inheritance continued until late into the night. But I don't know how late it lasted. My husband and I had woken up early that morning. We were so sleepy, and a little past midnight they let us go. So let me ask you, Battler, if after we left at midnight we ran around killing them all, putting their bodies in the garden shed, do you think that the 2 of us would have been able to wake up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 6 in the morning ready for breakfast? No, didn't think so, so it couldn't have been us. When we then returned to the guest house and rested there. Can anyone other than Uncle Hideyoshi prove that? No, wait, it's not like I suspect you or anything, okay? Hee. Oh, are you sure about that? Giggle-e. I don't know if it counts as proof, but when we returned to the guest house, we were greeted by Genji-san, who asked if we needed a towel. Wait, you went back to the guest house? Huh. Weren't there rooms made up for you in the mansion, though? I guess you decided not to do... Okay. Was there a line I glossed over about them deciding to do that? It's fine, don't worry. I think that should be enough to prove your return to the guest house a little after midnight. Though, if my theory was correct, the servants would all be in cahoots, and that wouldn't actually make for much of an alibi. Hey, you've got a point there. Guess that means I'm playing detective with the real culprit right now, huh? Ehehehe. However, let me say this for my honor, Sake. If I was after the inheritance, I'd never commit such a bizarre set of murders. After all, if I just wanted to make them forfeit their rights to the inheritance, it wouldn't matter to me how they died. It'd be much smarter of me to try and make their deaths look like accidents, especially if you're assuming I laid out some careful plan that involved even the servants. In fact, the real reason I killed them was because I found out that George and Nikki had just proposed to a servant. How dare he? So I killed her, and then when I looked up, Rudolph was looking through the room, seeing me do it. I'm like, oh shit, so I ran in and I killed Rudolph real quick, and I looked at the stairs, and Kairi-san was standing at the top of the stairs seeing me, and I went, oh shit, so I ran up and killed Kairi, and then after Kairi was dead, I looked over, and Rosa was now and walked into the room, so I was like, oh shit. You've got a point there. If you're killing someone for personal gain, you definitely shouldn't make it look like a murder. Exactly, that's why I'm in such a blue mood. The police will probably treat me like the mastermind and investigate all kinds of things. Not fun at all. Aunt Eva shrugged with a bitter smile. So I need to solve this murder before the police get here, which is why I broke the radio. It was just as easy to suspect Aunt Eva as it was to suspect the servants. So if we spin the chessboard around, does that make it impossible for the culprit to be her, suspicious as she is? However, if that sort of argument always works, then motive can never help us in any way. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues toward knowing the culprit. That's why murderers from all time periods disguise crimes in complicated ways, cleverly preventing their motives from being discovered. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth, or are they? Are they what? Twinkmaster? Aunt Eva didn't want to talk any more than that, so I folded my arms and headed toward the window to cool my head a little. As I looked over the parlor, I saw George and Nikki and the others gathered talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted onto the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shape in the margins of Maria's notebook. I see, since Maria was second only to grandfather in knowledge of the occult, she might understand what it meant. I think it was probably someone like that. There was a mark that looked like a variation of a cross. Fuck it, let's just go show it to her. And then, surrounding the circle all around the perimeter, were these closely packed strange letters on all four sides of the cross, and in the four corners there was something written. It didn't look like the alphabet or something like that. It was what they call ancient characters. Missing numbers. And around the top of the circumference, there was a small mark. Nanjo, even you're in on this? 5 small circles arranged in a plus sign and straight lines connecting them. All of them with +2s. Yeah, there definitely was something like that drawn there. Yep, there's no mistaking the shape. I don't understand the thin characters, but the arrangement was nearly the same. Is that in the tips? No, it's not there. Okay. Anyone else find this disturbing? Like, god damn. Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I stared down at it too. From what I'd heard, this had been painted on the shutter to the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. I see, this sure is unsettling. Grandfather's probably the only one who'd want to draw something this weird. Seriously, where did he go? I want to grab him and ask what the hell this is supposed to mean. Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far as to say grandfather was the culprit, but she seemed sure that grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. I wonder why they keep saying it looks like blood. Is it not going to be blood? I just assume right now that it is blood. Maybe it is something else. I guess there's no way for them to confirm that right now. Do you think Nanjo as a doctor would be able to recognize blood like that? Possibly? Not definitively though, I guess. Of course, if you were searching, you could smell it though, right? Like, blood has a pretty distinct smell that most doctors can recognize. I wonder, like, it's in the rain though, like, Of course, if you were searching for a link connecting the Ushiromiya family to the occult, 10 out of 10 people would think of grandfather. Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this strange mark would have no meaning, which meant that this might have been something addressed to grandfather. That's right. And the reason the crime was shown to the survivors was so they'd find this. In that case, where her grandfather, the essential recipient of this message, disappeared off to. Does this shape ring any bells? Ooh. Maria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic because this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand, as though this thing hadn't been drawn on the shutter closed around her mother's corpse. My first impression was that the design resembled a German cross. Ah, it certainly does have that kind of design. It does, actually. Does that mean it has something to do with Germany? The German cross was originally a crest from a religious order of knights and was supposed to protect pilgrims traveling to sacred places. So in other words, this magic circle might have some religious meaning. This is starting to sound like gibberish. When I looked over at all of them, preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. Whoa, what the fuck? Maria was smiling, an eerie and incomprehensible expression on her face. Oh, I don't like that. It was almost as if she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. It was an expression I wouldn't have dreamed to find on Maria's face. And she laughed. That eerie, jarring laugh was something I didn't want to believe was possible, even though I was looking at it right in front of my eyes. I understand Rosa more every day? Holy shit! You people aren't even close. What's this? Can't you tell just by looking? While everyone was busy being scared out of their wits, Maria kept on cackling happily to herself with an E. After a while, that laugh was suddenly and abruptly cut off, but her expression still looked like it belonged to someone completely different from Maria. This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. The characters are written in Hebrew. Give it here. Is there no witch and the witch is just possessing her? Ah, sure. Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing another magic circle with a rustle right next to the one Hideyoshi had drawn. See? It looks sort of like this, right? Why is she suddenly blonde? Yes, it was. Maria, incredible. You really know a lot. Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to confirm that this was still the Maria we all knew so well, but Maria didn't answer her in any way in particular. Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. Their eyes immediately began to... Sorry, when Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo saw them, their eyes immediately began to open wide. Written on the top and bottom and left and right are the names of the angels who preside over wind, fire, earth, and water. Fucking magnets, how do they work? Chasen, Arel, Forlak, and Talia had? Where the fuck is this coming from, Maria? And in the 4 corners are the names of the 4 great kings. Ariel, Seraph, Tharshis, and Cherub. Is that what you saw? Even if they hadn't been able to correctly write what they'd seen, when they were once again shown something identical, it wasn't difficult for them to realize the two were the same. When Maria asked them whether it matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again. There's no mistake, that's it. I'm sure there were characters that looked like that. How were you able to write something like that? There were also characters written around the circumference. I know, like this, right? Maria quickly began to surround the circumference with more Hebrew writing. It's from Psalms, right? You don't say the P. Psalms of the Old Testament, the 16th and 17th verse of the 116th Psalm. You must have at least read the Bible, right? Okay, she's a different person! What the fuck? Acting as though knowing this was only common sense, Maria laughed. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. No one's appreciating my murder that I set up. Time to possess a little girl and tell them all some info. Hee cackle cackle. A little later, George and Nikki returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak. That's incredible. I'm surprised. So, what meaning does this magic circle have? It's a magic circle to borrow the power of the sun. He who wears it as a talisman, drawn in gold, shall be able to break free from the bonds of any prison and receive the power to gain freedom. To break free from bonds and gain freedom? It sounds deep. The word bonds is not limited in its interpretation to some kind of physical object. Therefore, it does not hold any meaning for people locked up in an actual jail. Okay, did she use any words like this before now? It can also refer to the release from mental bonds such as ties of obligation and inescapable fate. Ties of obligation and inescapable fate, you say? That's also pretty deep. But I really don't understand. What does this have to do with those 6 bodies? Far from being released, they were killed and stuffed in a storehouse, weren't they? Okay, either Kinzo did a little detour in the living room before he left the house, or when they left, the TV switched over and fucking Jigsaw fucking rode down his fucking tricycle on the TV and was like, "Hello, Maria. I want to play a game. When they come back in, they start talking about Circle. I want you to recite this fucking thing that we're gonna repeat together fucking 20 times now before they come back, alright? Word for word, here we go, alright?" It's not like the magic circle was drawn for the sakes. The 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle. It is truly pitiable. What do you mean? What in the world do you mean when you say that the 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle? Maria lifted up her pointer finger and wagged as if she were making fun of us. That's written around the circumference. Can't you read it? Psalms chapter 116 verses 16 and 17. I'll read it for you. The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call on the name of the Lord. See? See, you say. I've got no idea what you're talking about. You're saying they're human sacrifices? If what Maria had just read aloud was a vital part of the magic circle, then it was saying that sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. I'm on the edge of my seat now that they're gonna suddenly hard cut back to creepy close-up Maria face. So human sacrifices have been offered inside the storehouse where the magic circle had been drawn. A heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to reach the same conclusion. Some people were shocked and others spat out that this was insane as they punched their knees. This was starting to get incredibly disturbing. Starting? When we couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in. I won't pick a fight with them. But they did really kill Dad, and the rest of the sacrifices or crap like that. I just couldn't stand that feeling. Compared to this, I preferred it when we were still disgusted by that theory about the fight over the inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with a feeling of anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window. Something had gone insane since yesterday. There was that letter from the witch, Beatrice, that Maria had read aloud at last night's dinner. Ever since that point, it feels like like this whole mansion and this whole island have been getting more and more firmly locked in some kind of bizarre world. That's right. When I think back on it, that letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. The phone and the radio had been interrupted and the island was shut off by the typhoon, so you really could call this place another world cut off from the real one by now. Yeah, as this island is now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters and for human sacrifices to be offered up for the sake of magic circles. So what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bond Festival dance or something? I mean, episode 2's right around the corner, I hope. It's hopeless, I don't get it. The inside of my head's all screwed up and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together and they started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and trust to my mind and body as I started getting sucked in. As I started losing heart, I began to recall a memory from when I was small. It was from when I was very young, and I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while, I hadn't been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard gave an exaggerated laugh and said this. Hey Battler, why do you think they all go to the trouble? Why do you think they go to all the trouble to make movies like this about demons and the occult and such? It's because they don't exist. Something that ridiculous can't be found anywhere on the planet. Because they don't exist, people want to see them and go to a lot of effort making them. That's why those occult movies just make me laugh. If I were forced to choose, I'd say rather than demons and monsters, this year's earnings call and angry wives are 100 million times scarier. I'll go further, okay? From my point of view, Getting scared is a recreational emotion, something for people who've got room to relax both in their hearts and their lifestyles. They had so much free time, they didn't know what to do with it. So in order to entertain their mind with unusual emotions, people started creating a culture with demons and the occult and stuff. Not me, I'm too busy to get scared about video games. Not a bad moment from Rudolph, okay? Seriously, why I've been acting so damn thick-headed. I was totally taken in. Don't try to mess with me. This is... fucking Mortal Kombat time? What the hell? Don't try to mess with me. This is the human world. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magic circles, and sacrifices. The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is to it, right? The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kairi-san. You see, in both chess and shogi, when you reach the very, very last stage of the game and get closer and closer to cornering your opponent, the number of optimal moves you could possibly make gets smaller and smaller. Therefore, if you're backing someone against the wall, or if someone's doing the same to you, both players' moves become infinitely easier to read. In other words, when you're completely cornered and you think you have no moves left, that is the moment when it's easiest to read your opponent. However, when a person is forced into a defensive position, they can't help but lose their ability to think clearly, so they aren't able to get their minds around their opponent's moves. That's when you spin the chessboard around. Man, they love saying that. With all my strength, I slapped my face with both hands. Now, my eyes were truly open. And then Sai said, when you don't understand anything, you're completely cornered just like I am now. Isn't that the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? While on the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's scheme. If we spin it around and look at it that way, just what might we see? First off, at the time the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by the typhoon. Therefore, they watched the weather network. That was really dumb. They should have understood. They should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. That's kind of stupid. Furthermore, that bastard tossed the corpses in the storehouse. You think it was your dad? There was even kind enough to say, here they are, with that weird bit of graffiti. In other words, since we'd probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show them to us. If we'd all been dim and hadn't noticed the storage shed, the culprit's goal would not have been achieved, would it? If you think about it this way, that bastard of a culprit, since this morning they must have been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof, which is why Cannon got impatient and just showed it to us instead. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. Was it a grudge? A warning? The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death, so it hadn't been the means by which the culprit had killed. It didn't mean anything to those who had been killed, but it did have meaning to those who found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear that they had been killed so brutally. After thinking this way, I really want to tell that bastard to stop taking me so lightly, who just danced to that tune. If you're told, please be scared, you can't just say, really? Sure thing. When someone tells the great Ushiromiya battler, who the fuck are we? The entrance is right here. I'm the kind of guy who'll start wanting to sneak in through the window. Oh, it's me! Who uses talismans? Who just goes through the first door you see? The next thing that had me concerned was that so-called magic circle on the shutter. As Maria, who had shown that her knowledge of the occult rivaled grandfathers, had recognized that magic circle was genuine. They must have drawn that thing in pitch black darkness, taking a lot of time and holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? What purpose would have been all that effort? If we were looking for a fan of the occult in this mansion, most likely all of us would naturally suspect grandfather. Did they want to make us think grandfather was involved? But if that's all they wanted, they could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. It wasn't like any of us amateurs would be able to tell the difference between genuine and fake. However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it had even been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. A message is a form of communication. So true. The truest thing you said. By sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. A reaction. For some reason, we couldn't find Grandfather now. I don't know how Grandfather might have spotted the magic circle on the shutter, but did he choose to hide himself in reaction to that? No. Was it a trap to make us suspect that Grandfather had participated? You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by putting on this occult show? Somehow, that felt like the culprit's weak point. The letter from Beatrice that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back into my mind. This was a freak who'd asked us to enjoy a battle of wits. Isn't that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. Will we be sucked up by her occult game first, or will we pull off her fake skin first? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? Huh. Okay. This scene's going on for a while, so just a quick thank you to A Cosmic Cabbage for the resub. Please consider streaming a worse VN. I don't think I can wait until next week. All according to Kotaku. This is the only way I can ethically stream this, is because everyone is going to buy it and read ahead of me. Thank you for the giant emotes in chat, and thank you Shadow Mirror 98 also for the resub. Thank you very much. I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought. You have a favorite sofa? Some irritated, some acting depressed. Maria was once again enjoying the TV as if she'd never left it. I do not like this character at all right now. It looked like she found the commercials more fun than the boring program, and she happily yelled ooh ooh and giggled. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, the culprit must be in this room. God, what if it's Nanjo? Right now, Aunt Natsui's searching the mansion with the servants, right? Then we shouldn't say in this room. In this mansion is where the culprit has to be. You know what? George might have found Shannon later, didn't have the ring on, and killed her to save face. And then also hired Maria to draw the circle, because there was that moment in the morning where Maria was awake before anyone, and who knows how long that was. Could have been even as long as 5 minutes. She could have ran off and did the circle. For sure. For sure. And also elaborately rigged up some shot football. And after all, it's possible Aunt Natsui was behind this. And we still can't deny that one of the servants might be the killer. Anyone could be guilty. Still, Aunt Natsui and the rest sure are taking their time. Of course, it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around checking the windows and doors? Just as I was thinking this, Aunt Natsui and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing. But our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsui in shock. The talk I'd had with Aunt Eva started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once. Forgive me if I've startled you. I brought this to be prepared for the worst. So unbelievably based. Holy sh! After all, that thing in Aunt Natsui's hand was a rifle. Looks like a shotgun to me. At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun, but it was unusually short and kind of looked like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had a weightiness to it that made it clear it was no kid's toy. That gun is Kinzo-san's, isn't it? Did you know about it? That's right. I remembered it was in Father's old collection and I managed to find it. Whoa, awesome. Natsui-san, is that thing real? Yes, it's real. It can fire live ammunition. Long ago, Father used it to scare away wild birds. Is that why they were crying? That takes me back. Where did you find that thing? No matter how much I asked him to let me touch it, he never let me lay even one finger on it. Oh, Grandfather had one of these? I didn't know that. Long ago, grandfather was really addicted to cowboy films. That generation really liked this kind of rifle. Is that a Winchester? I was just about to say, is it a Winchester? Because Hunt Showdown, but I've never seen one that short before. It takes up 2 slots instead of 3. Still pretty accurate, to be honest. I remember, it's that gun that really takes me back. That's the one Steve McQueen fired off in Wanted, Alive or Dead. Father sure has good taste. It is an item the master ordered especially from America long ago. As you can see, it is a working gun, so please don't tell anyone about this. He was quite fond of it right after he managed to acquire it. It seems the workings that ejected the cartridges were more interesting to him than shooting it, and he played around with it back in the forest all the time. Oh, still, it's rather disturbing. Are you sure you should be dragging this out? This is to prepare for the worst. There was probably more than one offender involved. You've come to the same conclusion, or you two have been chatting. Furthermore, those horrible people killed 6 of us, including my husband. I have a responsibility to protect everyone until tomorrow in my husband's place. Okay, so we're all gonna sleep in the same room, right? We're all just gonna hunker down into the living room, right? Yep. Not gonna split up, right? As Natsui said this, she slumped down onto one of the sofas and took a deep breath. She had been trying to find grandfather as well as check the doors and windows. Since grandfather wasn't with her, she probably still didn't know where he was. I carefully checked all the doors and windows throughout the mansion, so I've heard. However, we must be prepared for anything. Everyone, I think it would be best if we all remain— Yes! Yes! Fuck yeah! Good! Yes! Oh, good point. If everyone's gathered here, then we can all feel more secure by keeping an eye on each other. What do you mean by that, Eva-san? Nothing, really. I'm just agreeing with your opinion, aren't I? There was a stormy atmosphere between the two of them. If you think about who was the most suspicious from the inheritance problem standpoint, Aunt Eva was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Natsui was innocent. No, if you view Bitorichi's letter as one of grandfather's complicated pranks, and think of this crime as just an extension of that, there's more than enough reason to suspect even grandfather. Also, Aunt Natsui thought the criminal was on the outside, but Aunt Eva thought the criminal was on the inside. In short, it was the question of whether or not a 19th person exists. That same question has been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner, with a letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. So, was the culprit among us? Or not? And did the witch Beatrice exist? Or not? If you assume that something as stupid as a witch can't exist, you're basically saying that one of these relatives here who share a common bloodline is the culprit. If that was too unpleasant, it'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale-like character of the witch. A witch? A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices? If I could accept that rubbish, I'd be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. It kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be among us. In the middle of this... Okay, so right now, I'm fixated on the idea that these 6 are the... Oh, he's gray because he's missing? Fucking hell. Is that... The 6 is this one. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Why would, if it is Beatrice, why would Beatrice be trying to... What was the wording? Kinzo-sama did append a special clause to the contract so that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor. If and only if that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my rights to the gold and the interest for all eternity. Special clause. Beatrice retains the right to collect the gold and accumulate interest upon the termination of the contract. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Why? Okay, either I'm wrong. God, did he really just forget where the gold is? No, that can't be it. It can't. Is it? She's saying against Kinzo-sama. Is it like it's a Sudoku and he did this one to like give you some given numbers so you can get started because no one is figuring it out? What even would be the key? Okay, in that case, the culprit must be among us. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break the silence. Oh shit. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right? Not 1 o'clock in the morning? Alright, let's continue. Lunch ended and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. The wind and rain neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Natsui planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room, but when it came to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the 3 servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence. I will wash the dishes so you can rest, Kanon-kun, Genji-san. Do you want something to drink? I don't need anything, Kanon. I don't need anything either. I'm full, right up to here. You two must have been so busy and so early in the morning. It's no wonder you're worn out. Moving the bodies. The only noise was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Kanon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes slightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue, but it didn't mean they could let it show in front of the relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Kanon opened his mouth and muttered, "Shannon, why did she have to die in such a horrible way? Forget about the manner of her death. It was nothing more than bad luck." "You're right. It was nothing more than bad luck." They both fell silent once again. Ken's expression was filled with grief. To think that Shannon's actually dead. I still can't believe it. Poor thing. Not being able to see her again feels like a lie. I just wanted to see her smiling face one more time. Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Kanon heard those words, Microwave's done? When Kanon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further. Why did Beatrice-sama do that to Shannon? If she wanted a sacrifice, there were plenty of others to choose from. Why? Why? It was nothing more than bad luck. If we were less lucky, you or I might have been lying out there instead of Shannon. Or it could have been someone else entirely. Everything is left to fate. Genji-sama, you said the door to Madame's room was stained with traces of something like blood, right? The same substance that was painted on the shutter? Indeed. It was an unsettling mark, almost as though someone with blood-stained fingers had been trying to pull out the doorknob. No, scratched through the door. That sort of unpleasant mark. So does this mean Beatrice-sama came to visit Madame's room and tried to open the door, but couldn't? Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door in Natsui's room. With the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob and the marks of something scratching against the door, it had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but couldn't. How? Did the madam avoid being chosen as a sacrifice? If only she'd been chosen, Shannon wouldn't have had to die. Just then, a loud, sharp noise came in from the hall. Both of them turned around, surprised. Hold on, but it said that the key would choose them. Is the key just fate? Is it like, okay, the key is like whichever 6 people are available tonight, Lamayo? Like if it was, if the key chose Natsui, but Natsui isn't available, how can you just like pivot to Shannon? I was thinking that maybe it had to be 6 people that had the whatchamacallit, the emblem, the eagle, Keegle, the key, but Gouda doesn't have it, right? So that doesn't fit either, because she does. Oh, but she doesn't either, so she wouldn't even be one. Never mind. No, that's not it. Because if she was going for her, that doesn't count either. Huh. Yeah, I don't understand. I'm starting to think this isn't something you can understand. Okay. That's a pretty interesting chat you're having there. Let me join in too. Before any of the servants realized that Battler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen. Battler-sama, how rude of us. Genji-san and Kanin-kun stood up surprised and hastily bowed, but I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion. I told them I was going to the bathroom, so they let me go. But I lied. I thought I'd suffocate if I was locked up in that room any longer. I was about to come ask you guys for some water, but then I overheard something pretty interesting. You don't need to bow your heads or anything. Please let me hear the rest. That just now wasn't really... I've been listening to you for a while. Don't try to hide it now. So, I'll ask directly, who is this Beatrice? She's supposed to be a witch from a kid's story, but it doesn't look that way now. Kennen averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt. Last night, this would have been none of my business, but after this morning, everything's changed. Now that Dad and the rest have been killed, this is totally my business. I have the right to listen to this suspicious story, don't I? I glared into Cannon's eyes as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Cannon had to stand on his toes and it looked like it hurt a bit. Battler-san, please let go of him. Cannon-san isn't really hiding anything. Then you won't have any problem talking about it, right? It's lonely being out of loop, you know, Lamayo. When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji-san cut between us and spoke. In his expression were faint traces that he made up his mind to do something. Apparently, he had no intention of hiding it. I can tell you about it. Cannon only hesitated because you might have taken it badly, Battler-sama. Hesitating, huh? Not very manly of you. Whatever it is you're talking about, it's even more unpleasant having it kept a secret. Tell me about it. It's not like we have anything better to do before tomorrow comes. A slightly spooky story might be the best way to avoid getting bored. Genji-san and Cannon-kun looked at each other, then nodded as though they decided to talk. What happened to everyone just staying in the living room? Understood. Please, ask us anything. We will talk. Okay, Redditor? Right. Then I'll ask. Who in the world is Bitorichi? All I know is that she's a witch who lives in the forest of Rakenjima. I've heard it's a story grandmother or someone invented to keep people out of the dangerous forest. Is that wrong? No, it isn't wrong. It's as you say. Beatrice is a witch who dwells in the forest of Rakenjima. Battler-sama, I don't expect you to believe this all of a sudden, but Beatrice-sama exists. She's a real person with a real witch hat and real murderous intent, the one who gave the master a vast amount of gold and who worked by his side for many years. Huh? Oh, come on. Is grandfather paying you to repeat everything he says? I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji-san nor Cannon-kun laughed. Not even Kumasawa-ba-chan, who was avoiding my eyes, flustered as she started washing the dishes. So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully, bitterly. I see. That's why Genji-san refused to mention it. If you really mean it, of course I take it badly. So you're saying that a person named Beatrice actually exists? Yes. She has been working for the master since before the mansion was built on this island. She has most likely been working for him even longer than I have. What do you know? What do you know? Kira-san's theory was off. Grandfather really did have a confidant named Beatrice. Is that person on the island now? Yes. I believe that she is here. That's a vague way to say it. I guess that means you haven't seen her face today or yesterday? That is correct. It is extremely difficult to say, but... Cannon once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes. Come on, don't just stop there. That's like freezing an inch before the blow, right? I urged him on jokingly again. However, it looked like Cannon was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. Then Kumasawa-ba-chan whispered. Ho. You cannot see her face. Because Beatrice-sama has no form. She has no form. She has no great... She's a ghost? She has no... What did you say? Beatrice-sama has no body. Therefore, unless Beatrice-sama wishes it, common people like us are not able to see her form. I have heard that the portrait shows what Beatrice-sama looked like back when she had a human form. It seems he yearned for that figure so much he would often stand in front of that portrait. Oh, Beatrice-sama sometimes shows herself by changing her form into glittering butterflies. On the rare occasion that you spot them somewhere in the mansion, there is a rule that you absolutely mustn't chase after them. She just gets bored one night and just like, you know what, it's a butterfly night. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hope no one follows me because otherwise I'm going to get mad. It is whispered that you will meet with disaster if you do. In fact, there was a servant who broke that rule and quit because of a great injury. Wait a sec, are you kidding me? Are you all serious about this? Battler-sama, Beatrice-sama has already arrived. Such language may be unwise. Beatrice-sama does not like it when she is profaned. If you doubt her existence, you will surely meet with disaster. Battler-san, you probably find this topic unpleasant, but you know what? Beatrice-sama does exist. She exists. Beatrice-sama hates people who doubt that. Can't you tell, Battler-sama? And she also, at the same time, makes it really, really hard to prove her existence. Big god vibes. Hey, how about, you know, we call them on their bullshit, you know, the servants that may have been in cahoots and did this whole thing under Kinzo's orders? No, it was the witch. Can't you tell, Battler-sama? Beatrice-sama has already arrived here. Come on, quit it. I'm weak against that stuff. Enough with the cheap threats. However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast. Battler-san, I beg that you stop profaning Beatrice-sama. Please trust me. Kumasawa Bachan, who was usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally serious face. Huh? Well, if you say she exists, I don't see anything. Are you trying to say she's standing right next to me or something? Quit joking around. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance. But her expression and the feeling about her presence, felt exactly the same as the servants. Whether your wavelength matches or not is determined at birth. Battler, you were born with a mismatched wavelength. That's why you can't see her. That's why you can't meet with her. And that's why you can't talk to her. I think I'm talking to her right now. You're the type Beatrice hates the most. Good. Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand. Do you want to know about Beatrice? Beatrice is a thousand-year-old witch. With all the demons at her command, she can harness the power of alchemy to create the Philosopher's Stone and a vast quantity of gold. Grandfather built up the vast wealth of the Ushiromiya family by making a contract with her. Yesterday, I read Beatrice's letter, didn't I? That was real. Well, I guess it's pointless for me to try and force you to believe. After all, it looks like you were born without a trace of the sixth sense. What are you talking about? Witches? Demons? Who told you about that? I heard it from Beatrice herself. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She'd heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice as though this was nothing more or less than the truth. Maria, it might be rude to ask, but I'll ask one more time, okay? Who gave you that letter yesterday? I got it from Beatrice. How many times must I tell you before you understand? You don't get it, do you? You can't see it. You can't believe it, can you? Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped. Okay, but if the witch has no human body, did she take one to give you the letter? Like, what are you talking about? Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped. Battler, you still don't understand? Beatrice-sama exists. She exists, you say? But where? Like I said, Beatrice-sama exists here. That's right. Now I think about it, I've been feeling for a while now that the servants' eyes haven't been pointed in quite the right direction. I figured they were just staring absentmindedly, but that wasn't the case. The four here, Genji-san, Kanon-kun, Kumasawa-san, and Maria, everyone except me, was looking at a spot right behind me. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point as if there was someone there. Beatrice is the mighty golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years, but since she can't show her form to humans of the wrong wavelength, she can't talk to them. And you know what? That's really sad. It means she truly despises it when people like you, who are born without a fragment of the ability needed to sense magic, deny that she exists. You're lucky, Battler. Good thing I gave you that charm yesterday, right? Don't you realize what kind of curse Beatrice would have put on you by now if you hadn't been carrying it around? You really are lucky, Battler. Hee. Oh, that scorpion keychain. I thought that was just some cheap gift or something, but you were saying it really had some power? Hee. If it weren't for that, you'd be lying in that storehouse as a sacrifice with your face crushed by now. Hee, you're so lucky, Battler. I see. So if it weren't for that, I'd have been killed by now. Battler, why don't you believe in Beatrice, even though she exists? Right now, over there, look. Hee. Hey, I'll bet you want to believe it now. Believe it, and thank me for giving you that charm. If it weren't for that, you'd be in the storehouse right now, but then maybe you would have saved someone else in exchange, right? Hee. Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately, that last one seemed to be too much for me to gloss over. Okay, destroy the charm, please. Please, be a Chad, take it out, hold it up right in front of her face, and just go and be like, okay, where is she? Let's go. Then it's all useless, isn't it, Maria? If that's true, then I'm sorry, but it's all useless. Useless? When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her. Huh? I thought it might hurt you, so I didn't say it earlier, but... Well, I thought I put that charm you gave me in my pocket, but I must have dropped it somewhere. Oh, so the charm can't be the only reason I'm alive now, and even though I should have been cursed by the witch, I'm perfectly fine. Sorry, but I don't believe in things I don't see with my own eyes. Holy shit! Sixth senses, wavelengths, magic sensitivity. Sorry, but I don't believe in fake stuff like that. When I hear the girls in class start talking about how good or bad their ability to sense the supernatural is, it pisses me off. I don't know how much grandfather is paying you, but if you're trying to talk me into joining some cult, believe me, you won't be able to do it that easily. Fucking Jigsaw rolled into the kitchen right before this. Alright, servants, I want to play a game. Battler is overhearing you right now, and like I'm whispering, and he's a weeb, so he can't hear me. Oh, well, fucking like when he comes in, everyone stare at the fucking like the piece of the room, like fucking 4 feet behind him. Let's pretend that there's a witch, okay? It's fucking hilarious. Let's do it. You guys are free to believe whatever you want. However, when it comes to things I believe, the one who decides is always me. Fucking Bastiller, man. Sorry, I can't believe in something as shady as Beatrice until I've seen her with my own eyes. I spoke forcefully and sharply. Then Maria started cackling again. With an E? Well, that's just fine, isn't it? Eventually, even people like you with totally mismatched wavelengths will be able to see Beatrice. Okay, but you said that we couldn't! Just riffing over there. Very soon she will revive. Beatrice will revive. Once that happens, she's promised to talk with me and play with me a lot. There'll be absolutely no need for you to doubt or for us to force you to believe. Okay, so Beatrice didn't kill anyone then. Who the fuck did then? Kinzo? Who would do this shit? She will appear very soon. Hee. If she's almost not dead, that means she's still dead. Who killed her the first time? After a meal, some people tend to head to the bathroom while others prefer to relax for a bit. It seemed that several people had left the parlor just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. In the end, Aunt Natsui reluctantly retracted her order that everyone remain packed into the parlor, on the condition that no one headed out on their own or strayed too far. In any case, if 11 people are shut up in the same room starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of that morning, and their sense of danger might have been weakening too. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion, so no one was completely negligent. So whenever they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air trying to act tough, they would quickly get scared of standing there isolated and would eventually return to the parlor. I guess it's like the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist, but if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back obediently. People really do not like doing what they're told. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor just as Aunt Natsui had told them to, and sat on a sofa near the entrance patiently awaiting orders. Maria, almost as though she had suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying ooh ooh. What in the world happened back there? I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, who was supposedly standing behind me, invisible. However, it felt like I glimpsed a little bit of that presence inside Maria. You're right. When Maria starts talking about witches, her personality changes. No! Battler-kun, you also saw it down by the beach yesterday, right? You mean that scorpion keychain? No, I don't mean like when her feelings were hurt. I'm talking about her having a dual personality or something. Yeah, that happens sometimes too. That thing Maria did when she was talking about the magic circle does happen every now and then. It's freaky though. Apparently Jessica had spotted that hee Maria a few times. I just happened to catch it at a bad moment and was pretty freaked out seeing it for the first time. Yeah, no shit. So what is that? Does Maria have a dual personality or something? Or are you saying that her spiritual sense really is that strong and she's being possessed by a spirit or whatever? Wow. I'm sorry. Something kind of weird and supernatural just happened. Why are the characters talking about it? Why aren't they just fucking just like, you know what, let's just go down to the beach and enjoy the typhoon weather? Like, what the fuck are we doing right now? Let's go hang out with the dog. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Tell you what we are doing. We're saying thank you to RPGeocities for the resub. I keep missing the start of the stream. It's been a good stream. You should probably start from the beginning, to be honest. It's been pretty good. Thank you, RPGeocities. Thank you for the bits, Con5654. Thanks for locking in the extra time. I'm having a blast. I think we're only going to be about half an hour over time, so that's fine to have a good stopping point for next week. And thank you, Weekri, one of those for a new sub. Welcome, welcome. And Naifu or Nifu 93, also for the new sub. Welcome. How much longer do you plan to stream for? About an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes, I think. So a little bit over 5 hours. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes right now, so I'm going to guess we're going to go to around 5:10, 5:15, something like that. No, I don't think it's that. Have you ever experienced it? When you were small, didn't you ever want to be someone other than yourself? When humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. They want to be different than other people, but since everyone else in their class is learning the same things at the same rate and being forced in the same lifestyle, of course they aren't going to find anything that makes them different from everyone else around. No, people are different, like, right from the start. I have raised 4 people that are different right from the start. Once they realize that, the first thing they do is start breaking the rules in what's called their rebellious stage. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. So even those who try to act tough, mocking everyone around them and calling them childish, can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves if you look at it this way. Well, I'm lecturing about all this like I'm so smart, but I actually got it secondhand from George and Nikki. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at the age where you try to show off for the opposite sex. So, any time after the age of 15? Okay. The main feature of the growing period lies in an impulse to break away from your life as a kid, like a chick trying to crack open the shell of their egg. Do you know what makes children and adults different? Size. Age? Or do you mean size? No, it's experience. I mean, it's also size. Adults can look down on children because children have very little life experience, and also because they're bigger. The reason they snort at everything children say is because they think kids know nothing about the real world. Yeah, I understand that. When you're a kid, you talk like you've got life all figured out somehow, trying to act like an adult. No matter what kids say, adults just snort at them and say they're too naive, or that they'll understand when they get older or something. Well, it's probably true, but to a kid it's just annoying, like they're being looked down upon. I get it. It's a question of knowledge and experience. Well, I guess you're right that there's no reason to respect a person for their age if they've just wasted their lives. Therefore, during the period when they try to separate themselves from other children, they also try to take on personality traits different from those around them. And if knowledge and experience is what separates kids and adults, I get it. If they know something no one else knows, it becomes part of their identity. You know, when I was in elementary school, I'd learn things no one else knew, get things no one else had, wear things no one else wore, and become a bit of a hero for it. I bet you've done the same thing, Battler. Yeah. There was definitely an age when I wanted to excel in some skill or another. I see. So that's because I was trying to separate myself from being a child or going through my growing period, in other words. In other words, sorry, if you put a positive spin on it, the growing period forces you to separate yourself from others, thereby pushing you to gain skills and knowledge no one else has. This is also interesting from a sociological standpoint. Because people hate being like everyone else, they try to learn skills other people don't know. 6 people dead in the shed, by the way. In this way, society can acquire the broad range of skills it needs to survive. The quality of the gods' programming is truly surprising. Well, unique personality traits can also be negative, right? Like if, say, everyone in the class was studying hard, but I was the only one slacking off trying to stand out. Okay, that last bit really was true about me. It's only recently that I've been able to thank the middle school teacher who slapped me after school. But, well, I'd try to jump over things no one else could. Literally, sprint as fast as I could. Try to lap those guys with good grades when we did a marathon. I just felt like doing it. It was in my nature that if I couldn't study well, then at least I could get back at them by exercising. I see, so I really did go through a proper growing period. I guess boys really do tend to focus more on physical stuff. But you know, girls of the same age tend to focus more on mental, spiritual things. I'll bet there were groups of girls in your classes that got really interested in fortune telling and their spiritual senses. What is this? Is this a culture thing I don't know in Japan? Yeah, there were. They'd come over asking me for my sign and my blood type, and then they'd laugh. Ah, I thought so, giggle, giggle. It really got on my nerves. No matter which class you go to, girls like that, girls like fortune telling, depending whether your spirit sense is strong or weak, what your sensitivity is, and whether you can see the unseeable, that kind of thing definitely happened to me. That's because fortune telling and spiritual senses are things that aren't taught in school. To girls, who tend to be more introverted, it's a genre that's easy to build an identity upon, and one that holds a lot of interest for them. Just like how when boys enter the growing period, they start acting tough and rebel against adults, when girls enter the growing period, they start getting interested in that kind of thing. Sure. Well, I didn't though. Damn, there goes that theory. So Maria having so much interest in the occult, isn't that rare among girls her age? Even if we accept that, I wonder if it explains that creepy dual personality thing. Actually, I think I probably could accept that explanation more or less. As you just said, becoming an adult means gaining knowledge and experience, so to gain that, it's necessary for children to learn all sorts of things and break free from childhood. However, there are certain convenient delusions that you see often in the world of children, both now and in the past. Do you know what I mean? You see it all the time in manga and anime, right? It's kind of like that. Like you've got memories from a previous life that start to resurface, like you're being possessed by the soul of the great something or whatever. I got into this idea when I was in my teens, and I was a little obsessed with it for like maybe a couple months, like the idea of like past memories or something, like what if you could like recall them or whatever like that. It's bullshit, of course, but or it could be that a sleeping gene gets awakened, or maybe a sealed power or memory returns. There's all kinds. For some reason, stuff like that's really popular at that age. Why is that? All those examples you just mentioned are illusions that let children immediately add to their sum of knowledge and experience. If a 9-year-old girl says that she has a 1,000-year-old witch possessing her, then she gains a 1,009-year-old identity. What? I would just say 1,000. So basically studying is annoying, but these delusions are convenient for people who want to brag about having a skill no one else has, amazing the people around them. So you could brag about something without having to work hard or study. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream? Furthermore, in their desire to separate themselves from being kids, they always project an image of their ideal self, and it's not rare for that desired self to become an alternate personality. Look, all the hoops they're jumping through right now, just not to land on the conclusion that there is a real witch possessing Maria. Wow, you hate to see it? Even you, Battler Cunt, probably had a slightly different personality at home and at school, right? It'd probably be embarrassing if your friends at school saw how you were at home. At school, you try to project yourself as you want to be, but home is where your true self. It's when the sweatpants go on. In other words, I'm changing my personality depending on the situation. Are you trying to say having multiple personalities is actually really common? A girl who's a fan of the occult might say she's being possessed or awakened. Honestly, there are some kids who change their personality so much it's creepy. And some boys do it too, right? Guys who say they've blown their top and suddenly turn into some overplayed violent character. I'll bet they think it's pretty cool, but it's painful to watch. Let's sum this all up. So you're saying that even if a girl about Maria's age shows a creepy second personality like she did a minute ago, it isn't such a rare or unusual thing. Simply put, that's right. Identity is an important factor when building up one's sense of self. If you make fun of it, it could actually cause children to go back into their shells. Nah, I think it's pretty fucked up and weird, George. Sorry, George L. Sorry you taking 2 L's today. Shannon's dead, and now this. Sorry. So it's important to go along with them to some degree, although the broad-mindedness of the parent determines whether they play along in full or not. And Nikki, I can't believe you're single. What the fuck you doing, Butler? You sound like you've already raised kids through middle school. So I wonder if Aunt Rosa also knew much about Maria's dual personality. She knew about it. Just between us, Aunt Rosa really hated it. She said it was unpleasant and that Maria was becoming increasingly isolated from the rest of the class. Gee, I wonder why. So anytime Maria started talking about the occult or laughing like a witch, she'd slap her. And it looks like Maria stopped talking like that way in front of her. Maybe that thing back there was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period, and she somehow got all the servants to go along with it, dude? Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to be different from herself, young as she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch, and all of the servants just just fell in line. Like she was in charge in the kitchen, dude. At first, I found that very disturbing, but after being lectured by George and Nikki, it felt like this was a path everyone walked down at one time or another. I haven't told anyone when I was in kindergarten. I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying we'd help protect the peace on Earth. My face turns red when I remember how, during what we call battle practice, we would chant EDF, EDF. Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, ooh-ooing and laughing just like any girl her age. But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal witch she respected and blindly accepted, was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary, it was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. I personally think that Maria should probably be confined to a room with a locked door and locked windows until the police come in 2 days. That's what I think. Obviously looked after, like food, water, bathroom, but she should be no. I've calmed down a little. The shock from my bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is now fading away. I didn't read that properly. If I hadn't talked to Nikki and Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea that an invisible witch is standing right behind me. No, I'm good. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle delusions of a growing girl. But Genji-san, Kanon-kun, and Kumasawa-bachan had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria had said. They silently accepted that Beatrice exists. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. A little? And Eva's position was that no 19th person existed, that the crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. On the other hand, Aunt Natsui's position was that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion, so she rejected the possibility of an inside job and supported the idea that a 19th person existed. And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had also supported the idea of a 19th person. But according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They said it was an invisible witch carrying out some mysterious plan. Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't laugh off any of those possibilities. Flip the chessboard! But even the most ridiculous story about the witch... No, I read it wrong. Not even the most ridiculous story about the witch?
Jessica.
Not even the most ridiculous story, but yeah, okay. Jessica. All I know about the story of the witch is that the adults made it up to keep the kids too scared to enter the forest. But is the story different here in the mansion? I feel the same way you do, okay? I think it was just a stupid ghost story that parents made up so their kids would listen to them. But I can't deny that the atmosphere inside the mansion makes it a little hard to say it out loud. After all, grandfathers proclaim that Beatrice exists, and because of their position, the servants can't doubt that. Even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui don't want to get into a fight with him, so on the surface they go along with it. So it's probably fair to say that doubting the existence of Beatrice is taboo to those who live and work in this mansion, unlike the rest of us who only come here once a year. Is that right? Well, I can't believe that the witch exists, sir, if you tell me. But if it was an order, then I would have to. Jessica took a deep breath in admiration. It looked like Nikki had guessed right. It's just like you say, no one really believes it on the inside, but on the outside, they accept that she exists. See, it's just like the way some people are about God. Even if they know God doesn't exist, they feel like it'd be uncouth if they actually said it out loud. How do you think the servants feel about it? Are they just going along with it because grandfather, their employer, says that she exists? Well, I don't really know the details, but between the servants, the story about Beatrice has been treated like a sort of ghost story. Remember yesterday when Shannon was talking to us down by the beach? That story about how one night she was doing the rounds in the mansion, she saw something unsettling? She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then I thought she was just being really nice to help improve Maria's mood, but it felt like she was serious when she said it. That's right, she definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen. Flashback! In addition, some servants have also seen will-o'-the-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around. Canon-kun also saw something like that when he went patrolling one night. And recently, you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight. We've whispered together that the Beatrice-sama in the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion. It happened a while ago, but even I have heard footsteps while patrolling at night that resembles those stories. That's right, she definitely said that. Exactly the same thing I had been told just now. But there's nothing to be afraid of, said the girl who's now been killed. Beatrice-sama is another ruler of this mansion, separate from the master, so there's no need to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad. However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right? Correct. I've heard that just before I began working here, someone who spoke badly about Beatrice-sama fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back. Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought down upon this person. If you don't respect her, you'll suffer her wrath and get hurt. So, to the servants, Beatrice's existence is just as credible as the story that if you pull pranks on Inari-san, you'll receive Kitsune-sama's curse. Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and still have a little respect for them. You often see it when, in a residential area, someone is building a house and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think that was just a big waste of time and money, but it is said that if the workers don't do that, a big accident will occur, so they never neglect to do it. You also hear about how if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanning, there'd be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they tried to remove an Inari-san that was in the way, and the workers kept getting struck down by mysterious fevers. Even in modern cities like Tokyo, it wasn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. And this wasn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies. If I remember right, by Christian doctrine, if unbaptized souls have even the slightest amount of sin, they will still go to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if by doing just that, parents can prevent their children from going to hell, they will happily go through with that ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we were still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. Meanwhile, me, the only person in my family to not be baptized, hell yeah, here I am! That's why. The Reddit atheist phase, just because of that. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we were still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though in a passive way. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice is the object of that worship. I think everyone, to some extent, has some amount of magical thinking. Even if it's just like recreational magical thinking. I don't think I've ever met anyone that doesn't have even a little bit. Or your mind wanders to it sometimes. So in other words, things like karma, oh, that's my kink. So in other words, if anything happens that doesn't seem explainable in human terms, it's called the work of Beatrice. I think Shannon-chan said it herself. Windows and doors and locks were tightly shut, would be open the next time you went to check them. Lights that should have been on went out, and lights that should have been out were turned on. Is she bored? Just the most, like, mundane bullshit. Yeah, I'm a witch, 1,000 years old, can turn shit into gold with the Philosopher's Stone, but you know what I feel like doing tonight? Unlocking windows and turning lights on and off. Here I go! What the shit? If I remember right, even Jessica was joking about it, saying it was also the work of Beatrice when she couldn't find her bag in the... Oh, classic Beatrice! Fucking moving my bag around, your memory's pretty good. Normally you'd say some little imps took them, but on this island it's Beatrice. Well, it's all pretty stupid though. Shut up! This mansion has been standing for about 30 years by now, hasn't it? It's natural for things that old to get their fair share of ghosts and occult stories. Like the 7 mysteries at school. But that's where I'll spin the chessboard around. Ho ho ho, huh? Simply put, on this island, there's a rule that Beatrice gets blamed for anything that couldn't have been done by humans. Things that humans can't do. How many humans are here? 18. In other words, the culprit is using the rules of this island to make it look like a witch committed this crime, which proves that they desperately want us to think a 19th person did it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. What do you mean you don't like it? Let's assume some invisible 19th person exists and wants people to know they exist. If it were me, I'd do it with even more perfect timing. What do you mean by perfect timing? Man, Kairi really got her claws into you, huh? Well, the crime took place sometime between the middle of the night and dawn, right? We had some people who were talking together until the middle of the night, some people on night shifts, and some people who'd returned to the rooms and were sleeping. Everyone's alibi is really vague, so there's plenty of room to suspect that the crime was an inside job. George and Nikki and Eva probably told you too, right? That there's a good chance this crime was an inside job. Yes, I guess. Ooh, you weren't going to tell us that. In other words, if this invisible 19th person really exists and wants to let us know it, this first crime was a complete failure. No, in the first place, they chose the wrong time of day to do it. If this invisible 19th person really wanted to show themselves, they would just like walk into the room and say, "It's me!" They had to make sure that the crime took place under conditions which proved that the remaining 12 people were all innocent. As long as there's a single human we can suspect, this 19th person's attempt to highlight their presence fails. That's why near midnight, when everyone's alibis are at their vaguest, the 19th person's existence is also at its vaguest. And yet, the culprit chose to commit the crime at that time. By committing the crime then, one of the 18 would obviously be suspected, and yet someone handed Maria the letter and called themselves a witch even though everyone denies they did it. Okay, so is there some amount of like belief? I'm convinced that there is actually a witch, although if there isn't, I would be really interested in that story. I'm convinced there is a witch, but do people have to believe that the witch is here for the witch to be here? So someone is trying to like... When they say, oh, the witch is going to be resurrected or revived, is it not like an actual literal, like, revive? It's more of a revived in the hearts and minds of the people here? Because if that's the case, then it's probably Kinzo that's doing it, or Kinzo with some help of some people. By committing the crime, then, one of the 18 would obviously be suspected, and yet someone handed Maria the letter and called themselves a witch, even though everyone else denies they did it. In other words, you're trying to say that one of the 18 is trying to make it look like the 19th person called Beatrice exists. That's a pretty crazy idea. I think Mom's theory about someone hiding outside the mansion is a bit more credible. Battler, don't tell me you actually think someone in this room is the culprit. I do. Someone's trying to force us to accept that Beatrice exists. That's right. This whole thing started as far back as the letter last night. I don't have any basis or proof, but with the chessboard turned around, this is my best guess. Seriously, that's too crazy. You sure you haven't been reading too many weird detective novels? However, it's an angle we can't ignore. Whether this 19th person or not, the culprit's definitely planning something involving that rule about this island. Just now, listening to Battler talk, I remembered something that's a little disturbing. Something disturbing? Yeah, my fiance's dead. Yes, do you remember? Beatrice's letter. It said that Beatrice was going to collect interest, and by interest it mentioned everything of the Ushirimiya family. Jessica and I thought back to what Maria had read aloud the previous night. Yeah, it said that, it definitely said that the collection of the interest was going to take place shortly, but if the riddle of the gold could be solved, she'd lose that right. Grandfather received the gold and rebuilt the Ushirimiya family. In other words, according to Beatrice, everything created using the gold's capital counts as part of the interest, which means... That's pretty scary for a joke, Nikki. You don't mean everything of the Ushirimiya family. In other words, everything that grandfather gave birth to. In other words, everyone with grandfather's blood flowing through their veins? If you interpret the letter that way, these murders are just Beatrice legitimately collecting interest. If that's the case, these crimes will continue, because the collection of interest is still only halfway complete. George turned around, looking over the parlor. Why would killing be collecting interest? Wouldn't you just be like a servant? There were still many people who held the name Ushirimiya, and because Goda-san and Shannon-chan had been killed, we knew that not even the servants were safe despite lacking the Ushirimiya name, not to mention Natsui, who has the emblem on her heart. So are they planning to kill us all? But that's weird, George Nissan. In that case, why only 6 people? They should have been able to kill a lot more. At worst, it should have been possible for them to assault everyone while they were sleeping and kill them in a single night. Why didn't they do that? The special clause. If someone manages to solve the riddle of the gold, their right to the interest will be lost. And remember how the letter ended. It challenges all to solve the riddle of grandfather's gold. Jesus! It looks like we're finally understanding the culprit's message. In other words, the culprit's telling us to try and solve the riddle on that epitaph grandfather had made. On top of that, they're saying that if we just sit around, they'll keep collecting interest. I realize this is all based on several guesses that are way out there, but not everything that happens in this world fits together in a perfect line. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. By fitting them into a straight line, we're beginning to understand. When the points at either end of the line are really close, the line itself is more logical and easier to understand. It's also like a circle. And when those points are really far away, the opposite is true. It's the distance between these points that make us say our guesses are way out there. However, if the distances we span are too narrow, that means our thinking will be narrow too. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Am I just using easily made guesses to try and force this crime into a pattern I can understand? I feel like that's what I'm doing with my guesses, Battler, yeah. No, that's not it. When you're lost in the dark and searching around with your hands, what you're doing is relying on your imagination and making guesses. Only imagination can find the points that need to be tied together. Reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I'm doing now might be way out there, but I'm sure it isn't a mistake either. Only the power of imagination can pull clues out from the darkness, and then I can use the power of reasoning to tie those clues together. It was a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. It's okay if I'm way out there. Find a weak point first, and then we can think about how to strike. Right now is the time to find points we can tie together later. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi seemed to be extremely interested, but Aunt Natsui said it was ridiculous and dismissed it. Of course, if you think about it that way, even that letter from yesterday makes sense. I'm definitely interested. Then Natsui's line, I don't think so. I think I'm going to dismiss it. That motive seems to fit pretty well with the facts. Setting aside whoever it was that gave Maria-chan the letter. Ooh, Beatrice exists. Ooh. Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she'd been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I poked fun at her, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh. There is no hidden gold. However, if the culprit is blindly sure of its existence, and they're trying to make us solve the riddle before snatching the gold away for themselves, then I will agree it makes sense, she said dismissively. You have seen some of the gold! People are dead! All cards on the table! What are you doing, best girl? Losing points! However, if that were the case, why would they start killing those most highly ranked in the Ushiromiya family? I see your point. Who are you? If they wanted to make us solve the riddle, killing those closest to Kinzo-san doesn't sound like a good plan to me. That's true enough. And if we're going with that argument, wouldn't it have been quicker to threaten father in the first place? You'd think it'd be faster to just ask the person who wrote it rather than trying to force us to solve it. You've got a point there. Still, I think it'd take more than your average threat to make father spill the beans. Anyone who knows Kinzo-san well would probably realize that he won't bow to ordinary threats. Why did Rudolph think he was gonna die? I mean, he called it. You gotta hand it to him. Why did he think he was gonna die? He's the man who bears responsibility for the Ushiromiya family and all its vast wealth. He's been exposed to many threats and attacks in the past. The family only prospers today because he was able to overcome all of them. That's freaking right. Can't even imagine our grandfather being someone because of a threat. Jessica, watch your language. Yes, Mom. In that case, what about this idea? No, wait. Is this one also way out there? Say it. Say it. I couldn't hesitate. Out there ideas are like bows and arrows. It might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon because you can hit enemies far away. They say most people who've died in battles were killed by arrow wounds. In a battle, you can't just shoot off one arrow. You shoot a whole bunch of arrows at once, pushing them forwards forwards towards the enemy troops with a wall of them. So keep shooting over and over. Create a wall as you push forwards toward the truth. If the culprit is after the hidden gold, forcing us to solve the riddle wouldn't be very efficient for them. It'd be much quicker and easier to ask the person who made it in the first place. In that case, the question is this all a message directed at Grandfather? In other words, these murders were a threat made against Grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if Grandfather was too? If you think about it that... My weeb, didn't Grandfather write the riddle? If you think about it that way, it explains Grandfather's mysterious disappearance. If the culprit has already attacked Grandfather, then judging by the state the 6 corpses were left in, he should have been left on display somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still haven't found him. So does that mean Grandfather has been kidnapped and is being held somewhere? How could... You weren't saying, how could... Giggle, giggle, E. That sounds interesting. So Grandfather's being confined somewhere, and the culprit's saying will be killed off one by one if he doesn't tell them where the gold is? It pains me to imagine how you find that interesting. Aunt Natsui glared at her, but Aunt Eva just smiled calmly. Since we still haven't seen him after all this time, I think it's almost certain that Grandfather's gotten caught up in the crime. If you think about it, you can't just ignore Battler-kun's theory, right? Be quiet, George. In the first place, when did Father actually disappear? How good a swimmer is Kinzo? Who was the last person to see Father? It was probably me. This morning, when we didn't know where my husband and the rest were, we discussed the possibility of them being in Father's study. I went to check his room and greeted him there. Come to think of it, I've been holding the key to his study this whole time, haven't I? Genji, let me return this to you. Aunt Natsui pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, Aunt Eva giggled. Hey, Genji-san, I'm sure the police will inspect Father's room thoroughly. If there's anything hidden there, it'll just be exposed anyway. So maybe it'd be better if you just told us about it right here, right now. What are you talking about? It's simple. Father's study is a closed room with no way in or out except for that key, right? I want to verify whether that's true. There is one entrance to Father's study. What about the window? Any other entrances or exits? There are none. There is no way to get in except at the entrance. I mean, he threw a key out the window. Was it a small window? If you can climb, you can get in there. You're sure about that? There isn't some secret door or anything? Since Father isn't here, I am the highest ranked member of the Ushirima family. I am asking you as a representative of the Ushirima family head. Remember that when you answer me. Are there any ways in or out of that room other than the main entrance? As Father's closest aide, I'm sure you would know. Aunt Natsui looked a little offended at the part about the highest ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji to answer. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about hidden door? Why wouldn't she? Every single time I'm having a conversation, I'm not talking about hidden doors. My brain's going, we should be talking about hidden doors right now. I want to know about the hidden door. Yeah, you too, Kanon-kun, Kumasawa-san. If you know, well, won't you tell me? If there is one, it'd be better if you said so. Otherwise, a certain person might be driven into a corner in a second. If we assume that there is a hidden door, then my argument comes to nothing. Aunt Eva didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner, but following the flow of the conversation, I had to feel that she was referring to Aunt Natsui. Mother, what are you talking about? George, stay quiet for a bit. I agree. Shut up, George. What do you say? Genji-san? Kanon-kun? Or Kumasawa-san? Is there a hidden door, or not? Genji-san, when you remodeled Father's study, you must have overseen the construction. I won't let you say you don't know. There is nothing like that in the Master's study. I don't believe you. You're sure? What about Kanon-kun, one who's allowed to wear the one-winged eagle? That's right, I'm sure. There is no such hidden door in the Master's study, just an invisible witch. Kumasawa-san? No, I haven't heard of such a thing. What about Dr. Nanjo? You've had a close relationship with Father. I have never heard of something like that. Very well then. So, are you ready? Let me begin. It's very simple. Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Aunt Eva was starting to talk about so proudly. Aunt Eva laughed triumphantly as though she were about to reveal a secret only she knew. Are we going to have a creepy close-up of her again? No? Natsui-Nisan was the last person to spot Father, right? I forget the exact time, but I think it was a little before 9 in the morning. Nisan, do you remember? I ran into you just as you were coming out of Father's study, right? Yes, I remember. What does that have to do with anything? And when was the next time you went to visit Father's study? That was after we found the bodies of Nisan and the rest, right? Together with me, you went up to the study to report that, and we discovered that he wasn't there. By the way, Nissan, at that time, when you went to enter the father's study, did you notice anything? The door was unlocked? Notice anything? What are you talking about? Come on. You picked up some trash, right? A folded receipt. And you've been keeping this from me? I do seem to remember picking up some trash. How is that relevant? I got that receipt when I bought some candy at a store before arriving at the airport. Aunt Eva pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag. Ah, the receipt from that candy you bought back there? But mother, what does that receipt have to do with anything? George, stay quiet and listen for the— Shut up, George! Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Apparently he understood what Aunt Eva was getting at. It really was just a whim. I definitely didn't foresee anything or try to set up a trap for Natsui Nissan or anything like that. Actually, about that receipt, Nissan, you remember bumping into me after the last time you saw father, right? At that time, I wedged this into the door to the study. So what does that mean? Are you saying no one opened the door until Aunt Natsui picked up that receipt? Well, wait a second, Aunt Eva. Wedging a receipt in would be obvious. It's possible that when Garth opened the door, he noticed it and found a music stuff. Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah. Why would he do that? Yeah. Jessica hurriedly argued back, but she still didn't really know what all this meant. But she realized that whatever it was, it would raise suspicions about her own mother. Of course, I folded the receipt up very small so no one would notice it. Well, it's fucking Natsui did. But even if you assume that he saw it fall, he would have no way of knowing how high up in the door it had been stuck, right? I checked it while Natsui Nissan was taking the key out. The receipt was still stuck not 1 millimeter away from where I put it. Lucky guess. Lucky guess. I can't understand why you would pull such a childish prank. It's not Natsui! It's not a childish prank! It's to see if anyone opened the fucking door while we were gone. Which means that Kinzo can climb out the window. Or the servants are lying. Get with the program! What are you doing? I'll bet you were the one who did that prank on the door to my room too. The door to your room? It was unpleasant to talk about, so I never mentioned it, but when I woke up this morning, there were signs of some prank on the outside of my door, with what was probably the same red paint that was scribbled across the shutter. There were some unpleasant marks as though someone had been tearing at the door. Wait, what's this? Why'd you keep quiet about this till now? My apologies. Since so many horrible things have occurred since then, I had completely forgotten about it until this moment. I don't know anything about that. I'm not talking about your door, but the door to the father's room. Yeah. Also, while we're clearing the air, I had a dream last night that I was carrying bodies in a wheelbarrow to the shed, and also drawing circles in my sleep. But then I woke up with all this red stuff all on my fingers, and I just washed it off in my shower. You know, just so we're all clearing the air. Between the time you confirmed that he was in the room and the time we confirmed that he wasn't, that door wasn't opened even once. How did father get out if he didn't use the door? I don't know that. That's what I want to know. Natsui Nissan, other than you, who else checked to see whether father was in his room? Last night, the last time I met Kinzo-san was when we were playing chess. Maybe Genji went upstairs to see Kinzo at some point, noticed the receipt lodged in the door, took a note of where it was, told Kinzo, and then they put it right back in the exact same spot when they left. That's what they did. Genji didn't have the key, but Kinzo could open it from the inside. Knock knock. Hey, it's me. It's your boy Genji. Let me in. There you go. Done. Last night, the last time I met Kinzo-san was when we were playing chess. So I was with him until just before dinner. Who saw him after that? I did. I gave him his dinner last night. Suspicious? Yes. Shen and I were with him. So at that time, father was still definitely in his room. However, Natsui-san, when he found out he wasn't there, it looks like all ways in or out of the study were closed, right? But even so, you said you met with him this morning. I don't understand why everyone has become so gloomy. 6 people are dead, Nanjo. Okay, have we checked under Kinzo's window to see if he's just lying dead in the mud right now outside? Could someone please explain it to me? Father and mother. Are you saying... Look at him hesitating because they're going to say shut the fuck up again. Are you saying that what Natsui says about meeting grandfather this morning was a lie? Like hell she'd lie about that. Mom's guiltless. Wait, why would she lie? Jessica, I keep telling you to watch your language. All at once, the whole room was in an uproar. Aunt Eva and Aunt Natsui confronted each other across the parlor table. With George confronting Jessica, what the heck's going on? Many people spotted him last night, right? But since this morning, the only one who claims to have seen father is Natsui Nissan. And there's that strange fact we learned from my receipt. So how could we connect these points together? Okay, so is the scene that Natsui had with Kinzo reliable? I think yes. In fact, if that's all in her head, I'm actually gonna be pretty angry. So I hope that it's reliable. So that means that Natsui came out of the room, and obviously Eva was waiting out there, right? So Eva was waiting out there, and that's when she put the thing in the door. So there's no way Kinzo could have like oh, let me slip right past you there in that scene. I don't think so. That means he either did go out the window, or there is a secret passage that even the servants don't know about, or they're lying. Okay, Aunt Eva urged everyone to imagine it. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I didn't know which other points to tie it to or how. If we try searching for the answer Aunt Eva probably wants, we'll find that Aunt Natsui lied and acted as though grandfather was in the room this morning. Has that fact been exposed by a whim of Aunt Eva's? I don't get it at all. Why would mom have to lie? She had no reason to lie. No reason to, right? That's what I want to. Why would you think to put the thing in the door? You know what? Maybe this is all bullshit. Maybe she just threw the receipt fucking like David Blaine on the floor when Natsui wasn't looking when they got to the top of the stairs. Like, and now she's using this as evidence to fucking like throw people off. That's what I want to know. But Jessica-san, you can't be sure she had no reason to lie and say that grandfather was in the room. After all, you see it in mystery novels every now and then. That trick where people fake the time of death to create an alibi for themselves. What are you talking about? I've never heard of that. We still haven't found father yet, but it's pretty natural to assume he's already been killed. If that's true, there's no doubt we'll find his corpse soon. If, at that point, the time of death could be cleverly faked, Natsui-Nisan would be able to create an alibi. Do you understand? Everyone? This morning, when Aunt Natsui confirmed that grandfather was there, she lied, and when he was already dead at the time. And then she moved the body to some other location and tampered with it so that when we will find it, we'll think he was killed just a second ago. And also that she also morbed that she was in a story and decided to have this whole fake-ass conversation with a fake perception while she was moving around a wheelbarrow to throw off the reader. Nah, this isn't Danganronpa. That'd make it possible for her to create an alibi, even just by staying with us, with the rest of us. Then she could say, I heard someone screaming, dash over there and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Kind of like what Cannon did with the shed. Is that what Aunt Eva's saying? Ridiculous. After all, detective novels are merely books for the purpose of entertainment. You can only think of such an indiscreet idea because you read them all the time. That's right. Even if she did try to fake the time of death a little, all that would be blown away in an instant once the police did their autopsy. That might have worked in the past, but do you really think that kind of trick would work in modern Japan? 1980s modern Japan? It doesn't make sense. You think so? This morning, when Dr. Nanjo looked at the corpses, he was only able to give a vague estimate at the time of death. He's not a fucking coroner! I didn't say that right. He's just a fucking normal doctor. Honestly, at this point, maybe he's not even a doctor. What do we really know about Nanjo? What do we really know? Autopsy results are very easily affected by the environment and individual differences. It's a very relative estimate with an uncertainty of several hours. Just riffing over there. And unfortunately, the police's scientific investigation will have to wait until tomorrow. It wouldn't be easy to measure the correct time of death so accurately, even in modern Japan. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? Examining corpses is an extremely difficult task that requires both expertise and instinct. I have heard that there is a very high chance of a mistaken diagnosis, and autopsy reports have to be updated all the time. I imagine it is very possible for a misreading of just a few hours to occur. However, for an alibi, that's more than enough. It's an old trick. It's a trick that works well enough. Natsui-san. It's not like we want to suspect you, okay? We just want you to prove your innocence so we don't have to suspect you. What is she saying? How's it gone? What is this innocence you want me to prove? This morning, I definitely met with father, and he told me to keep the one-winged eagle engraved in my heart. Are you denying that he said that too? I will certainly not permit that. I won't let you deny that father said those words. Or maybe father's body won't appear anywhere. Normally, a person has to be missing for 7 years before they're officially dead. Wouldn't that be a clever way to extend father's nearly finished life another 7 years and keep all of his wealth for yourself? Ooh. I can't let you get away with saying that. I can't let you get away with saying any more. I am Ushirimiya Natsui. Although I do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle on my body, it is certainly engraved in my heart. Two that are close, about to be torn apart. I read this, right? Yeah. What do you think you're saying to the wife of Kraus, successor to the head, and one who will act as such in his place? What's this? Are you going to shoot me with that gun? Go ahead. If only you just shoot. You're just desperate because you can't think of a way out, right? Do it. Just try to obscure the truth with violence. You. It wasn't like Aunt Natsui had been actually holding that gun at the ready and threatening anyone. But, I mean, it looked like it to me, but as she was egged on by Aunt Eva, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji-san tried to stop her. Madam, please calm yourself. Mom, you aren't lying, so there's no reason for you to listen to this. Calm down, Natsui-san. All you've got to do is swear the father definitely was in that room. Why are you getting so worked up? I mean, she did already, pretty much. That is correct. Natsui isn't lying. Shouldn't that be the end of it? Then I want you to explain. How did father manage to disappear from the room? The window was closed tight from the inside. The same was true for the door, right? This morning, if you really met with father, then you must explain how father disappeared from this unopenable door closed room scenario. If you don't, that means you're lying after all, right? How far do you plan to mock me? If you want to argue back, go ahead. That's right. Try explaining it right here, right now. If you do, I'll apologize for suspecting you. How did father manage to get out from that closed room? I cannot explain, and there's no need for me to do so. Really? Then let me explain it. Let's take the best parts from my perspective and yours and come up with a more friendly explanation. Which is what you should have done from the fucking beginning. She has a gun. Why are you antagonizing her? What the fuck? Is it just fun for you? I'll believe what you said about father still being in his room this morning. However, the next time the door was open, father wasn't there. You don't have any objections so far, right? I have no desire to hear anything more you have to say. Shut your frivolous mouth. Uh-oh, this is important. My reasoning goes like this, okay? I can confirm that on both occasions you were the only one to go through that door, and the receipt proves it. So what's the answer to the puzzle of how father left the room? He just climbed out the window, Lamayo! The window... He was sent out the window. Natsui-san, you threw father out of the third-story window of the study into the courtyard. You... Madam, please endure it. Iwa-sama, please stop this. After that, when you left and said you were going to check the doors and windows, you took father's corpse which had fallen in the courtyard and hid it. That was probably when you took some measures to fake the time of death, right? This ties in with the case regarding Krasny-san and the rest, and also the case regarding Beatrice last night. Dude, someone is holding a rifle pointed at your wife. De-escalate. There's a really good chance we've got reason to suspect Natsuni-san in all those cases. Normally I wouldn't want to say this. But now that it's out in the open, there's nothing else I can do. Please, Natsui-san, please explain how you can be innocent. Otherwise, I can't help but suspect you. Why me? Why must I, Ushirimiya Natsui, be insulted like this? Looks like we've got everyone's views on the record now. Who the fuck are we? It's useless. It's all useless. Aunt Eva. What do you mean, useless? We have two personalities too. Jessica looked at me, hanging onto my every word. Anime protagonist and Western mystery novel protagonist, and Eva's expression was confident as ever. Useless, you say? What is, Battler-kun? Tell me. You're only convinced it was Aunt Natsui because you're only looking at the case from a single angle. It's not like I'm defending her, but that bluff of a checkmate isn't going to fly. Flip the chessboard! I think your reasoning regarding that receipt was passable. It's not a bad thread of logic, but I'd only give it a grade of 65 at best. If this were an exam, that'd be bad enough to get you extra lessons in detention, right? Ehehehe. Oh my, well, how do you think anyone could break through the door sealed by my receipt and make father disappear, other than by my theory? It's true that your theory is an interesting one, and if you could say for sure that there was no way to make grandfather disappear, then you probably would be able to prove that the last person to see him, Aunt Natsui, was guilty. However, since there is still a possibility she's innocent and these accusations are false, we can't be sure about that. Then Battler-kun, are you saying someone other than Natsui-san made grandfather disappear? It'd be impossible for anyone else to do it. My receipt proved that, right? After the first time she visited that study, and until the second time when we visited together, the study was a perfect closed room, and when the seal was broken on the closed room, he was already missing. If that doesn't prove she's the culprit, what kind of trick could they have used? Like I said, Aunt Eva, only 65 points. Let's try spinning the chessboard around, shall we? The question isn't how someone managed to make grandfather disappear from the outside. We should think about how grandfather disappeared from the inside. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. I need to go to my DMs. Hey, Merrick. 1 order of a spinning chessboard emote for stream, please. Thank you. Love you, Joe. Okay, here we go. Alright, sorry, had some business to take care of. Alright, here we go. Let's continue. We should think about how grandfather disappeared from the inside. The door had the receipt stuck in it, so it couldn't have been used. He also couldn't have gone through the window because you can't lock it from the outside, and when Aunt Eva visited the study, she checked to make sure it was locked. So the window also wasn't used. I'm fast, but not that fast. At that point, the study really was a closed room. We have to accept this. However, the study didn't remain a closed room forever. Once the seal created by the receipt was removed, it'd be possible for someone to escape by that door. So, what the fuck are you saying? He just hid in the room after they opened it? Oh, was it the old hide behind the door hinge trick? Fucking they open the door, look in, Kinzo's hiding behind the fucking door like, don't move, and then he's like, and then just walk in, look around, and then he's like, outside the fucking, In other words, the question isn't how Aunt Natsui made grandfather disappear. We need to think about he was able to escape. How did he make himself disappear? Grandfather's study isn't an ordinary study, right? According to Genji-san, there's a toilet and a kitchen and even a bedroom, almost like a little house. For example, what if he was hiding under the bed and the two of you only thought he was missing? Fucking... Why? In fact, he's still there. He just didn't want to be bothered. Let's go up. Oh, hey, Kinzo, how's it going? Oh, fucking, why do you people keep coming into my fucking room? Look at Aunt Eva. Even you didn't check that far, right? And the two of you went back down the stairs thinking he wasn't there. At that time, the receipt was already gone. In other words, if grandfather was hiding in his room the whole time, it was a closed room, and escaped after letting the two of you go past him, we can crack this closed room right open. What are you talking about? Why would father need to escape the room in such a bizarre fashion? Don't be so absurd. Yeah, it might be absurd. However, it still shows there's a possibility Aunt Natsui is being falsely accused. Your receipt wasn't perfect. In chess, we call that check, but it isn't checkmate. But the thing that really pisses me off is how you're pressuring Aunt Natsui to explain it and claiming that she must be guilty if she doesn't. If you want to go down that road, then why don't you let me? Ooh, no, that's wrong. Ushiro Battler, spin the chessboard around one more time. Hold on. Please, Merrick, he just said it again. This is desperate. Okay. And Eva, according to your own argument, you must explain to us why you and Uncle Hideyoshi couldn't have killed those 6 last night and then casually returned to the guest house. And if you can't, it must have been you! You've been trying to force Aunt Natsui to explain, so I'm sure you can prove your own innocence, right? Especially now that all of your grandfather's wealth has suddenly plopped down right into your hands. That's right, you're suspicious enough, aren't you? If you say Mom's suspicious because she was the last person to see him, then what about you, Aunt Eva, the last person to see Dad and the rest? Just like Battler said, prove that you two weren't the ones who killed them. Mother, I also think your reasoning was a little overego. Oh, even George! I'm sure the recipient was an important hint. The receipt. Sorry. But like Battler-kun said, that's enough to prove that Aunt Natsui was responsible for some plot. We're all equally suspicious. It's not right for only Aunt Natsui to be persecuted. Yeah, but have you considered that I hate her? Our proud father crawling under his bed? You call the self-embarrassment I must endure in order to see you again, Bitorichi. They're walking around. He's like solid snaking it up, watching him go, whispering to himself, Bitorichi. What the eating his dominoes? Our father calling his bed. You call nonsense like that explanation? In that case, why don't you explain first? Who killed those 6 and how? And then try showing us proof that you weren't involved. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Uh-oh. Plot cough? Oh, what the hell? Oh, she's... Milady. Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but before long I realized how painful it looked. Jessica kept coughing and choking down her hands and knees. Jessica, hang in there. Dr. Nanjo. Jessica-san, your inhaler, quickly. Oh, here comes the asthma explanation. No, wait, I have one with me. Dr. Nanjo pulled a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Jessica. Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughing fits and have to use that? However, 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like this when she was... Sorry, I didn't read that at all. Look like this. Looked like she was in this much pain. And Nikki, was Jessica's asthma always this bad? It's gotten a lot worse these last few years. It's no problem when she's normal, but when an attack comes suddenly, she can't stop coughing anymore. Cough, cough. Ooh, cough, cough, cough. Ooh! Oh no! She's oohing! Milady, your medicine. Here. Cough, cough. Taking the inhaler from Kanon-kun, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. It looked like her throat would still itch for a while, but she had it under control. Are you okay, Jessica? You scared me. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body, and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. Asthma attacks sound really scary. This disturbance had made the dangerous atmosphere up until now seem slightly unfocused. But that's fine. That kind of battle of mutual suspicion is completely unnecessary. When you think about it, finding alibis for each other and looking for the culprit is probably meaningless. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. And when the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the cases early. Nah, they're just going to do exactly what we're doing right now, but for the right reasons. Solving all the riddles and arresting the culprit, sure. Perhaps Battler-kun is right after all. Just as Natsuini-san is suspicious, I can't ignore the fact that I'm suspicious too. Arguing about that now will surely be unproductive. Everything will be fine if we just leave it to the police tomorrow. But don't you want to know too, Battler-kun, who the culprit is? Don't you want to let them know the pain you feel from losing someone precious to you as soon as possible? I won't deny that. Even one day would be too long to let the wonderful bastard who's behind this go. I love that Battler stands up to his relatives. God damn. Foreshadowed a little bit when he stood up to Rosa. But that doesn't mean that I want to suspect one of the 18. Even though I said what I said earlier, I don't even want to suspect you, Aunt Eva. To me, you're an awesome aunt who's always fun and playful, especially when Natsui's in the room. I don't want to trade insults with an aunt like that. I wouldn't want to do that with anyone here. Right? Everyone? I feel the same way as Battler-kun. It's pointless to trade insults. It's probably just the stress built up because so many people have been crammed in one place since morning. And also, 6 people are dead that we cared about, and they're still in the shed. Decomposing as we speak. Yep. Yep. Very stressful situation. Probably. It's only natural. It may not be my place to say it, but I think we should all relax as much as possible. Let's put a movie on. Eva, I think we better cool our heads too. The receipt's definitely a big clue for figuring out how father disappeared. We should tell the police about it when they come. That's right. Alright, officer, let me tell you, I put a receipt in that door and the door's only open. Just imagine having to explain that. Right. I just felt a little triumph when I figured out that part with the receipt. Of course, it isn't fair to only suspect Natsui-san, right? We're just as suspicious. But still, Battler-kun, at least the part about the receipt is real, okay? Don't forget it. And try thinking deeply about what it means one more time, okay? Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. Okay, assuming that she's right and she's telling the truth about the receipt, that is a big clue in that why wouldn't Kinzo want to be seen or to give the appearance that he's not in the room, or he actually did really leave the room beforehand? It looks like they planned on leaving the parlor. In the end, it's pointless for us to keep playing detectives. After all, the police will reveal everything anyway. That's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, the typhoon will pass. And when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. When they cry. That's right. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial, and it'll all be over when they cry. It will definitely be resolved. Even if we do nothing. When the seagulls cry. Oh! It said it! It said it! Natsui-san, I take it you don't want to see my face anymore. I feel the same. If I remember correctly, yesterday you had some rooms prepared for us in the mansion so that we wouldn't need to go back to the guest house, right? No! We're all gonna sleep down here! Together! So no one can kill each other. Those should each have a bath and a toilet, as well as a lock and a chain to secure the door. There's even a bed to lie on, and my husband will be able to watch TV without having to fight with Maria-chan over which channel to watch, right? Do whatever you want, but make sure to be cautious. Thank you, Nissan. And mind your own business. I'll be counting on you to keep an eye on everyone, okay? Because the culprit is definitely here. And Nissan, make sure you don't forget to keep an eye on yourself, too. Have you finished taking your parting shots? Because here's mine. Yes, I'm finished. See you, Nissan. Genji-san, let us know when it's time for dinner. Until then, we'll lock ourselves in with the chain. Suspicious detail. I love that she's growing a backbone as this goes on. Genji, Kenan, escort them to the guest room. We'll be fine. I hate shady escorts. In fact, I'd be more comfortable if nobody leaves this room until we reach ours. Let's go, George. Nope, I'm staying here. I'll stay here with everyone. George! The culprit is in this room. Do you plan on staying in a place like that? Leaving this room would be the same as suspecting one of my relatives. I can't believe anyone in our family is capable of something that horrible. You idiot! George? Darling, you tell him too. George is already an adult man. He was engaged. If his code tells him not to leave this room, then it's up to him. Let him do what he wants. Father. I have mail. All right. What thank you, Merrick. What do you want it to be called? Chess? Spin? Board? Let's go spin. Hey. All right, we want spin. Spin. There you go. There you go. Oh, it's here already. God damn. Thank you, Eric. Emergency emote delivery. Thank you, Merrick. And Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Is Mouse still here? Is this the end of the scene? Is the next stopping point? Or is it the scene after this? Yeah, okay, so the scene after... when this scene ends is a stopping point. Okay. Had we really spent that much time worrying about needless things, talking with each other, fighting with each other? Feeling bored, I started scratching my head when... Oh, God. Maria and I made eye contact. I was a little surprised since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV. I believe it now. Ooh. The letter that murders everything. It was all Beatrice. In fact, I almost feel like begging her to come out and take credit for it all. I want it to be the work of a 19th person. Otherwise, the 18 of us will have to keep on suspecting each other. I think believing in a 19th person is better than that. Emotional deduction? I'm disappointed. Bringing grandfather outside without opening the doors or windows must be a piece of cake for Beatrice, right? Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again. That's right. Locking a door is useless against a witch, unless you put a scorpion charm on it. Beatrice is familiar with all 72 demons. The 33rd ranked gap gives the power to instantly carry the desired person to any location. Okay, why can you take a Natsuki out of the room then? To her, taking a person out of any closed room isn't hard at all, you see? Why wasn't Battler killed then? Witches sure are incredible. Tell her if she feels like committing another crime to do it in a way that no human could. And make me believe that a 19th person, no, a witch, exists. Okay, if I meet her, I'll tell her. Crap, nothing's made sense to me for a while now. Just when I want to believe a 19th person, and I deny it. And just when I want to believe there are only 18 people, I deny that too. Yeah, I really do feel the back and forth. Anyone else feel that Battler's kind of enjoying it though? Even though I want it to be... I wonder if like he was... And I do mean this in a literal sense. I wonder if he was literally born to do this. And that's why he had to be named Battler. It's some sort of prophecy realization or something. That's why the names were there. I mean, literally he was born to do this. And that's why he's like enjoying it in some way. Even though I want there to be more than just the 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of that 19th person. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19 people. The number of people in this mansion is... So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. Okay. However, it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. You shouldn't be... Well, I mean, like, Beatrice is here, but also not here. Maybe she's a 0.5. You shouldn't be able to show the number of people with anything but an integer. But, and yet, 19... What is it? Is this greater than or lesser than? I can never remember the direction. Alligator eats the smaller number, right? Or is it bigger number? Fucking hell. The arrow points to the lesser number, right? It's wider where it's bigger? Okay, alright. So lesser than, alright. Well, I mean, Joe, I just led with I can never remember. I've had to use these symbols all the fucking time in Sudoku, man, and I can never remember what they are. I always get them mixed up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Always. How do you explain the fraction less than 1? It's no wonder. That 19th person was something that couldn't be seen. That's why, since you can only write the number of people as an integer, you couldn't see that person. The witch cannot be seen, because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she is invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? 19 greater than x greater than 18. The witch exists somewhere in that x. Seven. Huh. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea that simply thinking about the culprit's identity would be the same as deciding whom to suspect. It had begun to feel like discussion of the case was itself taboo. Not a bad line. So no one mentioned the case, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood. Everything was left unsettled. Oh, it's very loud with the voice acting. 1 second.
Oh gosh, you know what? I no longer hear it, but I think that's okay. That's fine. I just need the lines and hearing how you read the stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take George.
Cool.
Actually, you know what? You go with George. You go with George.
Okay. It feels like the rain's gotten a little lighter.
Because I get Maria. Ooh, still pouring down. Ooh. And there's Battler. There he is. Okay. Okay.
Even if it did stop, there's no boat on this island. But it'd be nice if the boat came quickly tomorrow. I've had enough of this Western mansion vacation.
Amazing. Mom, when will the boat come tomorrow? Normally, the boat to take them back would arrive at 3 today. They probably sent us a phone call to say that they would come after the typhoon passed, but unfortunately the phones aren't working. But they aren't children over there. They were told to both drop off and collect our guests, so they will most likely arrive first thing tomorrow morning. Probably about 9, I believe. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. Oh, this might be Battler reading this, by the way, Greg, so you might want to take this, the narration here.
Cool.
Oh, we're in a different scene now. Okay. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, who was trying to enliven everyone's low spirits with some food. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly praised. Cannon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Cannon also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward, even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't clearly arrange the food, Cannon's expression darkened slightly, but Kumasawa smiled as though everything was fine. Who do you want to take here, Greg? Do you want to take Cannon or do you want to take Kumasawa?
I'll take Kumasawa.
Okay.
Oh, it's arranged beautifully. Canon-kun, aren't you skilled?
Oh, no. If it had been Shannon Nissan, it would look even more beautiful. Cannon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Shannon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Cannon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shannon's face in her brutal end, he grimaced. Oh, we're back. Oh, Genji and Nanjo. Okay, I'll take Genji here. Forget that for now. Genji spoke kindly to Cannon as he advanced to pawn. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had grown sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request. Oh, we're back to Cannon. Yes. I will forget it for now. Indeed. That is probably for the best. Genji purposefully refrained from facing Cannon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Cannon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words. There you go, Greg.
I wonder where Kinzo-san has gone. I hope that he is safe, but...
I do not know. However, I believe everything is proceeded as the master has hoped and arranged for. To distrust that would exceed my role as furniture in service to the master.
Aren't you scared, Genji-san? I am frightened that something bad will occur again tonight.
I have nothing to be afraid of. I serve the Ushiromiya family, and that is all. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly be thinking that he'd be left out for this? He couldn't even imagine what was happening inside this mansion, but he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that Kinzo had devised something. If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had been defeated. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed he alone was on the outside of the chessboard and therefore safe? Nanjo thought about it. Isn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard, lined up equally without any exceptions? Was it... you want to read this one, Greg?
Oh, sure. Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone. No, who was confident of his position as Kinzo's only close friend. Just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard. Genji-san, I am truly frightened about tonight. I hope with all my heart that we will still be safe when tomorrow morning comes.
How much this is being elevated right now. Like, wow. The guest room Eva and Hideyoshi moved into had originally been built to house guests before the guest house construction. So until a few years ago, they had stayed in these rooms every family conference and were very familiar with them. This room was just like a room at a hotel with a bedroom and a bathroom, so even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor. What do you think about this guy? Do you want to take him?
Tell me a little bit about him. Who is he?
He's a maybe nice person, but he's a businessman that is trying to hide how much he cares about money.
Oh, I see. Okay, sure. Guess it's true. You can relax more when you're alone with your family.
That's perfect.
Maybe it'd be better if everyone else also shut themselves in guest rooms and locked the doors.
Natsui Nissan said that no one could leave the parlor throwing her weight around. I'm sure no one will be able to talk back. She's always been treated so coldly, so now that Nissan's dead, she's getting excited about finally having so much power. Seriously, how shameless can she be?
Come on now, don't say that. Natsui-san's doing pretty well. No need to jump on her like that. And about the receipt earlier, you went too far.
Come on. If I hadn't said it there wouldn't be another good time to say it. So this is interesting. Sorry, sometimes I speculate on stream, Greg. I hope that's okay.
Yeah,
so
totally.
This is interesting to me because my understanding of the scene right now is this is the first time we've seen these two speak in private, and I never thought that Hideyoshi would ever go against anything that she would say. So this is quite telling, the scene right now. Eva, sulking cutely and looking at the television, sat alongside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed. Still, we haven't been alone like this for quite some time.
Is this the guy we were just doing?
Yes.
Okay. You're right. Come to think of it, both you and I have gotten pretty old. Since George was born, everything's gone by in the blink of an eye.
It really has. I wonder if we were too hasty in having a child, Greg. Eva's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought of it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Kraus had been unable to father a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsui without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. Eva herself had thought that, since her name would be moved outside the Ushiromiya register when she got married anyway, it didn't matter whether a successor to the headship was born or not. And then, one day, she had a heavenly revelation, or maybe it was the whisperings of the devil that she had listened to in honor greed. If she could give birth to a successor first, wouldn't she be able to remain in the Ushiromiya register? If things went well, might she have a chance to inherit the Ushiromiya family herself? When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he had approved of it instantly. This wasn't because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the forgotten thing called family. So when they got married, he hadn't fussed over which last name they were to keep, and had quickly agreed to have his name entered into the Ushiromiya family register. It hadn't been easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Eva knew Kinzo's personality well. So by choosing the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsui, she was magnificently able to make him accept Hideyoshi as an adopted son-in-law. Chat, real quick, the music's kind of like swelling right now. Is it too loud? Yeah, chat's saying it's a bit too loud. Let me turn it down. Thought it might be. Our audio is a little different today, so there we go. Okay, looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and approved his transfer into the Ushiromiya register.
Score.
And now it's too quiet. Yes, score. Turn up 1.
Music is gone now, like
Yeah.
all caps.
They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. He had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why he had not been permitted to fall in love with a servant like Shannon. So when she'd learned that Shannon was dead and the engagement was now invalid, though part of her had still been shocked by the gruesome crime, part of her had also been relieved that her dear George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. Wow. I have hated Krasny-san since long ago. He was so full of himself, always swaggering around, so proud that he would one day become the head. So I wanted to get back at him. Was that just a childish emotion? But in the end, that emotion guided my entire life. If that had been all, then it would have been fine. But because of that emotion, I got you and George involved. I used you.
Eva, don't blame yourself for that.
Hideyoshi got up and held Eva's shoulder. She could feel a warm understanding from him.
Well, I reached the halfway point in my life long ago. But you know, I have absolutely no regrets about how I've lived my life. Not one. I think that since I've been with you, Eva, I've been able to relish an enjoyable life that other men never will. After I lost my relatives in the war, you reminded me what the warmth of family is. So I'm grateful to the Ushiromiya family, and think of it as my only one. In this life I've led with you, not a single thing's been wasted. It's really been a fun life up till today.
Thank you, darling. Eva hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably no one in the parlor could even imagine that this side of Eva existed.
I'm the one who should be thanking you. Until today, there hasn't been a single day I've regretted being with you.
Me too. I'm so glad to have you by my side.
Eva. George is already a fine adult. Even if I don't look up for him, he's a man who could do his job well on his own. I wonder, around New Year's, do you want to go and spend some time in the Maldives? Just us. No one else.
No way! Aren't you always saying that you're so busy responding to New Year's cards that you don't even sleep?
None of that this New Year's. I won't read New Year's cards. I'll just stay quiet and check to see if I've won the New Year's lottery. It'd sure be nice if we won a color TV this year.
No way. I don't want to waste time checking the lottery while we're in the Maldives.
Then none of that either. How does it sound? Just the two of us, taking it easy like when we were newlyweds, just before George was born.
Oh, Hideyoshi. Yes, in that case, fine.
I hear the Maldives are wonderful. An island with nothing on it, surrounded by beautiful coral reefs and cottages lined up over the water.
Like when we were newlyweds, you say. Starting when?
As soon as I finished up some business. I won't know till I ask the travel agency, but probably before New Year's Eve.
No way. Right now. I want to go to the Maldives right now. Sorry, that's the thing for Persona that we're just sorry. Even nagged at his lips in a peevish yet flirtatious manner. The only sounds that filled the
Well, now, oh, goodness me. Oh,
The only sounds that filled the room were that and the distant voice of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. Amazing. Amazing.
Oh, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's pounding.
Oh, nice timing. There was pounding in this in the sound there. There was a knock on the door and Genji-san entered. Madam, okay, I think let's see who's in there first. Madam, dinner has been prepared. Will you eat in here again? Yes. Do you want to take Genji here, Greg? Oh, maybe
sure.
Maybe it's just a bridging one. Let's see. Yes. Have it brought here. Is Dr. Nanjo still in the kitchen?
Yes. He has said he wishes to carefully deliberate over his next move. Do not worry. He is with the other servants.
Genji-san's good enough at chess to be grandfather's opponent. I hear he's even better than Dr. Nanjo, right?
That's right. Long ago he played against me, but he must have let me win. Maria! Sounds like it'll be time to eat soon. But I look at you, you've been watching TV all day long and you still haven't gotten bored.
Ew. I'm always watching TV, so I'm fine. Ew.
Maria-chan sure is a TV kid.
Food's coming, so we have to clean up the table. Earlier, we had torn several pages out of Maria's notebook, and there was now a mess where everyone had been drawing together. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here really can draw. I'd never guessed. Genji. Ask Iwa-san and Hideyoshi-san whether they'd at least like to have dinner with us, although they will probably turn us down.
Certainly.
First father, and now Iwa-san. It's quite hard to gather everyone to the Ushiromiya dinner table. Natsui felt her headache start throbbing again and lightly held her temples. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that great, so Kenji had gone and come back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. Natsui had warned him to avoid being alone whenever possible, and just now, Nanjo had also admonished him, saying it would be better if he held a little more concern for his safety. Kennen accompanied Genji, and the two of them went to visit Iwa and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Genji knocked on the door.
Iwa-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, dinner has been prepared.
He waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response. Genji-sama, look at this. Kennen pointed under the door. A Western envelope had been inserted under it. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it'd be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So, since this might be a private note meant for Iwa and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kennen and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western envelope was one of Kinzo's, the same kind as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with.
There can be no mistake. It is one of the master's envelopes.
Or could it be? Even though this was one of Kinzo's envelopes, the letter Maria read aloud the previous night hadn't come from Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice. Large voice.
Iwa-sama! Iwa-sama! It is Genji. Are you there?
It is Genji, said Genji.
Please answer! Iwa-sama!
But there was no response from inside. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. In times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that it was time to come out and leave the guests be. But despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Eva's name. However, there was no answer. Kennen stuck his ear up to the door, held his breath, and listened for any sounds come from inside.
Oh, Eva! Oh, Eva! Yes! Oh, Daddy's home! Oh, Daddy's home! Yes! Oh!
I hear something that sounds like the television, and they're watching a pay-per-view show, but I don't sense anyone. The room might be empty. Genji took out a handkerchief and, careful not to touch it with his bare hands, gently pulled out the envelope that had been stuck under the door. It was sealed with deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushiromiya family head's ring.
Iwa-sama! Iwa-sama! Please answer. Are you still in your room?
But there was still no answer. There was a chance that those two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. No, I think there's a chance to do something else instead. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out the bundle of keys which contained the key that would open the guest room. Genji-sama? Kennen also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock the door so they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guests were out. To unlock the door for any other reason, and especially to do so when there was a chance the guests hadn't given permission and might still be in there, was an action unbecoming of a servant. But Genji had decided. If the only problem had been that this knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly one of Kinzo's, or rather, one of the Western envelopes of the Ushiromiya family head. After last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone else...
Iwa-sama! My apologies. Allow me to enter your room.
After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was a sound of the door unlocking, and it just... Freaking door. And after slowly turning the knob, he slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room, or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank. It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside, so it also proved that they were in the room. The sound of voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear. They were in the room.
All. If you buy 2, today we will sell them to you for not 1, not 2, but 3. And you will receive 3 of them in the mail by tomorrow.
But there was no sign of them. Genji called to Eva once again through the crack of the door. But there was no answer. Genji-sama, what should we do? As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion, but they had no way to open a door with a chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. That certainly was not permitted as a part of servants' usual work. A creepy chill had already rushed up their backs. Cannon held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone.
I will call Madam in return. Cannon, cut the chain.
Yes. As Cannon hurried away to get a cutting tool, Genji called him to a stop.
Wait, Cannon. Return to the kitchen and take Kumasawa with you. You must not act alone.
Yes, certainly. It looked like Cannon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation, but Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself, but in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Cannon. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was piling food on the serving cart, and Nanjo was waiting for Genji, apparently wanting to show him a move he'd finally thought up that might turn the tables on him. But Genji's appearance immediately told him that something was wrong.
Oh, what has happened, Genji-san? Dr. Nanjo, my apologies, but please allow this match to be suspended for the time being. Dr. Nanjo, my apologies. Cannon, take care of the chain.
Genji, you alright? You seem stunned.
Kumasawa, stop setting up dinner for now and accompany Cannon. I will go over to Madam. If you would come with me, Dr. Nanjo. Something happened?
Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen. Kumasawa-san, my apologies, but please come with me.
What has happened, Cannon-san?
Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, unable to take in the situation, and chased after Cannon, who had flown out into the hallway.
Wait.
Taking Kumasawa with him, Cannon went to a storage room and looked through the tools packed in toolboxes and hanging all over the walls, trying to find something that could be used to cut the chain.
What are you looking for? Let me help too.
We're cutting a door chain. Where was that large wire cutter?
Ooh, a door chain. Well, why would you do something like that?
The chain to Iwa-sama and Hideyoshi-sama's room. Even though they should be inside, they didn't answer when we called them. It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation. That one will probably do the trick. Cannon took down a very large wire cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it'd be easier to understand if we said it was shaped like a large pair of pliers. Cannon remembered once being warned that this dangerous tool could easily cut through one of your fingers. Cannon took that and rushed up the stairs. He already knew instinctively he should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly, or perhaps it was already too late.
Please wait, Cannon-san.
Hurry. Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath with both hands on her knees. When Cannon changed his grip on the wire cutters and looked up at the door, he let out an ah, struck speechless. Oh, another one. Okay.
What is this?
Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there, on the door, just like the magic circle had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with a blood-like paint. However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle, because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it, but a slightly more complicated geometrical shape. Yeah, that's one way to say it, yep. However, those strange characters filling in the gaps, which weren't from the alphabet, were the same kind as the ones on that magic circle on the shutter. But the thing that had Cannon struck speechless wasn't how eerie the magic circle was. It was that something like this hadn't been here a short while ago. First, he had taken a trip back to the kitchen. After that, he'd gone to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. Yeah, I know, we were there. Put those together, and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? And as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding. Several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave way and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Cannon surely would have wanted to. Beatrice. Okay, is it Beatrice? I've learned different pronunciations at this point. Okay, Beatrice. I want to say Beatrice. Beatrice-sama.
It's the work of Beatrice-sama. How horrid! How horrid!
Thank you, Gollum. Cannon gulped, then readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to the disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all of his strength, managing to cut through the chain far more easily than he'd anticipated. The cut chain fell into 2 separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth.
Cannon-san, there's an envelope by your feet. And it isn't that the master's.
It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the western envelope at the bottom of the door, and that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head's ring. Cannon hesitated for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room. Oh, don't bring up a ring in front of Gollum. But he eventually decided on fulfilling his original purpose. Cannon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his worst fears were realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to more clearly hear the sound of the television, which had been seeping out faintly this whole time. Eva-sama? Eva was lying face up on the bed with her shoes still on. Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Cannon and who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short eek again when she saw Eva like that. Eva's shoes had been the first part of her that Cannon had seen, so the oddness of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. But when Eva's head shifted into his line of sight, Cannon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Eva's forehead, something had been placed. Something was growing there? What? No? Right in the center of her forehead. Was it an old-fashioned knife? That or some weapon like it was sticking out? At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more, and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Eva was dead, with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead. Is Hideyoshi dead too? Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. But the only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all eternity. Even though her forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck into Eva's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright, and on the handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see on an ordinary weapon. That thing could be summed up with the word occult. Ooh, it was a vulgar object with a design that might have been of some demon. What about Hideyoshi-sama? Hideyoshi-sama! Eve was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. The bathroom was of the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms. When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. The waterproof curtain was half open, and lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked with both eyes open, and pointing right at Cannon. I think you were right, Greg. And just like Eva, a weapon with a demon-like design was stuck into his forehead. Since his head had been under the shower's hot water this whole time, his face wasn't half covered and filthy with blood like Eva's had been. But the sight of him dead was still taking a shower, while still taking a shower, was tragic enough. Just then, they heard Natsui's voice coming from the hall. She was probably coming with Genji. Again with this graffiti. What about this letter? What does it say inside?
I don't know. I haven't read it yet.
We shouldn't touch it carelessly. The culprit's fingerprints might be left on it. We should hand it over to the police.
They went out of their way to leave it here. I'm sure they wouldn't have left fingerprints. As Natsui said that, she picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself, where she found Eva dead. Eva-san! Madam, Hideyoshi-sama is here too.
This is truly atrocious.
Live Ninja reaction. Cannon, turn off the shower. Don't let this be any more pitiful than it needs to be. Yes, ma'am. Cannon gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small jar of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked while taking a shower. There was still a small splash of blood clinging to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast.
Dr. Nanjo.
I understand. No signs of post-mortem lividity. Rigor mortis hasn't begun either. It would seem that an hour or so has passed since they were killed. But even so, how a weapon with such a short handle could do that to the skull? I cannot imagine.
Nando checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. As Cannon watched this business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance that they're dead without doing all that? Nandro thought about removing the weapon, but then decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to the police, so he left it alone. But a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more conical than blade-shaped. What? He noticed that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. It was Ken. Rather than a short spear, you might call it a thick ice pick. At any rate, after looking at the scene, no further words were needed to describe what sort of terrible purpose was eerily designed. Weapons were originally made for. Not sure if I read that one right, nor it wasn't necessary to explain how they carried out their function. Natsui, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the room as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she'd had that morning at the guarding storehouse. For a while, Natsui couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach. At any rate, we can't let George-kun see this room. Seal this room with all haste.
Yes, we mustn't let them see. If George-san saw his parents in this brutal state...
But they could tell that those fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to George, even before he came dashing into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. However, when they saw Genji speak to Natsui, when they saw her turn pale and fly out of the parlor, they'd felt a sense of foreboding. And when they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it.
Father! Mother!
What is this? Another magic circle? Ew. Oh, she didn't say it. Okay.
Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi are safe, right?
Hey, Cannon-kun! What's this all about?
Battler-sama. Kenan didn't have to say anything. George's scream after he ran into the room told them everything they needed to know. Oh, George is upset. George-kun, hang in there. Natsui touched George's shoulder with her hand, and he violently shook her off. George fell over beside Eva and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again. Georgie-san, hang in there. Huh? Battler? Battler-sama. Battler had his back against the wall of the hallway and was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint.
Horrible. That's horrible. You proposed the early love. Even his mom is out of guilt. Isn't that too hard?
Of course, it's sad whenever anyone dies, no matter who it is. But to Battler, those left alone by the deaths of others were far more worthy of pity. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one to be pitied. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's. Battler.
I know. I would die sooner or later. If you're human, you'll eventually reach a time when you gotta find the sound of losing someone close. But still, shouldn't that day be part of the future for Aniki? Shouldn't those deaths visit him one at a time? Horrible. It's too horrible. Bastard. That bastard! Doesn't he have even a speck of human sympathy in him?
Ew. Battler, don't cry, don't cry. Maria tried to comfort Battler in a mechanical sounding voice. Battler violently wiped his tears.
Yeah. Damn it. Okay. That sadness, I won't shed them again. It's all useless.
Useless?
The witch has got me backed into a corner. I'm always in the defensive. And that's useless. It's all useless! I'll spin the chessboard around. That bastard probably thinks we'll be running scared like sheep until tomorrow before we try anything. Guess what? I'll spin it around. That bastard can't escape this island until tomorrow either. We won't be hiding away pissing ourselves. That bastard will! I'll expose you. You'll see. Like tomorrow. Screw tomorrow. Tonight! Or tonight's dinner, I'll be gripping you by the collar.
Very good, very good.
Oh, sorry, I came down because I didn't want to blow you out. I won't come down as much.
Is the music still okay, everyone?
Now I'm good. Oh, yeah.
At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave everything as it is until the police come. No objections, I take it? Natsui announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he'd shed enough tears. George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others, and when he stood up, everyone else agreed too. Natsui still hadn't opened that western envelope with the family head that she picked up, but now that they decided to leave this room, she decided to unseal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked out into the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe sensed something strange. Ew. Stinks? Did you notice it too, Maria? Seriously, what's that smell? It's awful. When everyone sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway, one that none of them had smelled until then. I think this is the smell of Kinzo's room, right? He has some weird smoke in his room.
I will go quickly to check the kitchen. I'm sure I turned the flame off.
After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been using the burner in the kitchen, suspected that her own slip-up had caused it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away.
Cannon, go with Kumasawa. Do not let her be alone.
Yes. After nodding Genji's order, Cannon followed after her. He wasn't running, but as he followed her, he tried to search for the cause of the smell in other directions as well. Ew. Stinks. Ew. It truly is a stench that makes the nose wrinkle. However, that doesn't mean we can just open a window for ventilation. Natsui was reluctant to open the windows in a situation where self-defense was so important.
Let us run the fan. I do not believe there will be any need to open the windows. George, Aniki, is it okay if I talk to you?
If it's about finding the culprit, then I have no problems.
It seemed that George had managed to climb out of the abyss of sorrow. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the culprit who had stolen the lives of the one he loved and his beloved parents.
The chain for this room was set. From what I could tell by looking at it, I'm positive that it couldn't be opened from the outside. In other words, this was a perfect closed room.
That does seem to be the case. In the case of the Rose Garden storehouse, they might have sneaked the shutter's key out of the servant room. Or maybe they had a duplicate key. I can imagine many ways they could have done it. Or maybe they had a duplicate key. I can imagine, but this chain is different. Among generally used locking techniques, a chain is the simplest one to create a closed room with.
Only a chain will block everyone coming from the outside as long as it isn't physically broken. So does this mean the culprit couldn't have gone in or out through the door? I'm frantically trying to think of a character that I could do Kermit back to you, so we could both be Kermit the Frog talking to each other.
That's interesting. Just a few hours ago, I seem to remember everyone making a fuss over how to enter a room without using the door.
Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how grandfather had disappeared from his room. The receipt Aunt Eva is stuck in the door on a whim proved that the door had remained sealed, and since Aunt Natsui was the only person to enter or exit during that time, she was under suspicion. Aunt Eva proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsui might have thrown grandfather out the window and left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been locked from the inside and the bodies had been inside the room. This time it really had been, without exaggeration, a true closed room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 cases have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been the point of interest. The first was the shutter. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a closed room. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Aunt Natsui entered that room, so if grandfather had left through the window or been thrown out, she would have been able to lock the window before escaping. Or, like my theory, grandfather could have hidden under until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either. And now we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked. It was a perfect closed room. The first hadn't been a closed room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a closed room because Aunt Natsui could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. This was a perfect closed room because the door chain formed a seal that blocked everyone equally well.
In that case, did the culprit carry out the crime without entering the room? With some method from outside the room?
Good point. Even though the chain makes it impossible to open it wide enough for a person to fit through, you can open it a small crack. Did the culprit knock on the door to make them peer out before attacking them? Wait, am I missing something?
Yeah, you are. If Aunt Eva's body had been lying right next to the door, then it might have been possible. But she was on the bed at the back of the room. And Uncle Hideyoshi was even in the bathroom. Looking from the crack in the door, you couldn't even see them. And you couldn't reach them with your hands either. Damn it! It's all useless. I don't have a clue!
Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria. Oh no, are we gonna see it again? Okay, we're good. All right, the jump scare face. Ew, satisfied?
What do you mean, satisfied?
Battler, since you didn't want to suspect any of your relatives, you made a wish saying you wanted the culprit to be Biarichi, right? Well, Biarichi granted that wish. Just as you asked, she did something that was completely impossible for a human to make you believe in the witch. And now you're complaining? How selfish. Ouch. I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist.
Sure, thanks for granting that wish. That just was to thank you. And also to teach you to stop laughing when it's inappropriate. More importantly, tell me. There was another mysterious scribble on the door to Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Was that another magic circle?
That one had a really memorable and characteristic design, so I'd hoped you'd at least know what it was. Ouch!
I don't know, which is why I'm letting you take the credit. Quit whining and explain.
You sure are violent, Battler. I won't tell you if you're too mean. Get it? Ouch! Ooh, I'll say it. Stop hitting me. That's the first magic circle of the moon.
What does it mean? What is this magic circle's effect? What does the Hebrew writing mean?
The words are from the Old Testament, Psalms 107, verse 16. For he has broken gates of brass and cuts through bars of iron. This magic circle has two effects. First, it can open a door regardless of which method has been used to lock it. Oh, sorry, this is yours?
That sure is convenient. So you're saying they're trying to make it look like they're a witch? Because this closed room has a door that can't be opened without relying on magic? And the other effect?
When you're blocked by unopenable doors in all directions, it opens a door. By using it in a difficult situation, it gives you a solution you hadn't even thought of until then. Generally speaking, you receive the powers of observation and discernment, inspiration, and intuition. Beatrice is trying to provoke you, since there's no way lonely humans like Battler could figure out how this door was opened. Ouch!
Okay, good work, so shut up.
Hi, Date, okay.
Sounds great. I'll accept this challenge from the witch.
Maria-chan, things like witches and demons don't exist in this world. Someone killed father and mother. I don't know whether that was someone I know or not. But either way, it was definitely a human.
Yeah, but how? How did they reach those two through that crack in the door? It couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters wide. At any rate, I can hardly stand this stench. What in the world could it be? Ken and Kurosawa, who had gone on ahead, realized the smell wasn't coming from the kitchen even before they arrived there. That was because they noticed an even thicker wave of stench rising up from the stairs leading to the basement, which they passed on their way to the kitchen. The boiler room.
I wonder if there's something wrong with the boiler again.
Those stairs led.
It sounds like chat's requesting that you do Goofy for someone.
Oh no, they're not. No, they're not. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it.
No, never mind that. Yeah, okay.
Those stairs to the underground. I have a terrible Goofy. Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. Slam.
What was that sound?
The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at that sound that her knees gave way yet again and she cowered. After all, at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Eva and Hideyoshi's room. So who caused the sound of a door closing just now?
Canon-san!
After taking a second to sort out the situation, Cannon ran down towards the basement. Since they'd heard the sound of a door closing just now, and there was no sign of anyone coming up the stairs, the person who closed the door had to be inside the boiler room now. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Cannon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily, but Cannon was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances to the boiler room, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Cannon did, but she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the culprit, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then no matter how Cannon confronted them, he wouldn't be a match. Of course, with this argument, even if Kumasawa joined him, it wouldn't change anything. At any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Cannon go alone, and she rushed down the stairs. Oh, new background. Okay. At that time, Cannon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place. And on top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench which made Cannon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the source. In that case, Cannon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Cannon kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he'd wanted a hatchet. He had wanted to grab a weapon, any weapon. Okay, why? Cannon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then he answered. Gorsh, in roulette, you bet on a number or the colors red or black. It's fucking drifting already. Vying for a payoff. However, low risk bets like black and red only offer a similarly low payoff. Watching if you do it in front of Greg chat. No, the words coming from Cannon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. That darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering.
Epic.
What's going on there? Oh, it's the butterflies. Usually this is when the witch shows up, or some people see the witch. Oh, there's a lot of them. It was such a fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and gathered in the darkness, disappearing. Cannon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they they would certainly laugh. But Cannon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest. However, if you bet on something with a lower probability, your payoff increases proportional to the risk. The master called succeeding despite an astronomical risk a miracle, and called the astronomical payoff gained as a result magic. I have no interest in what kind of magic you and the master were seeking when you spun that roulette, but you forgot something. You forgot that in roulette there's a pocket that's neither black nor red. Roulette has a special pocket called zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. This means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone has forfeit. I set my heart on just one thing. I decided that if Shannon were to be killed and I was left alive, I'd sacrifice this life of mine and bring this roulette of yours to ruin. This isn't one of the master's rules, and it certainly isn't one of yours. I made this rule myself. I'm not furniture anymore. Oh wow, I'm the zero on your roulette. Cannon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that his defiance against his own weakness was being ridiculed somehow. Cannon's brow creased even further, and a fierce expression that he'd never shown to anyone appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid downward. It was clear that the emotion causing Cannon's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Cannon suppressed that emotion. I won't let your words lead me astray again. This is where the demon's roulette ends. Wait another 1,000 years in hell for your next summoner. Pitorici! When Cannon raised the hatchet and tried to dive into the darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at that courage as if it were vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Oh, there's a lot of sounds going on right now, Greg. I know you can't hear it.
It's okay. looks fascinating.
Cannon, his hatchet still held aloft, couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that he'd been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that, with a pair of thuds, Cannon's knees hit left then right. That hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered, landing on his chest. Then, the other hand did the same. Right there, a handle with a demon-shaped design was buried into his chest. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Cannon's chest. Cannon was curled up in anguish, fresh blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. It was makeup too extreme for Cannon's white skin. They're killing the cast off left and right. Around the scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance, a funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Cannon had already been prepared for his own death, but although he could do nothing but accept the death he had received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest with both hands, and gritting his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Cannon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead. Bloop.
Cannon-san! Someone!
Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Cannon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Ah, what a horrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. Ah, what incredible luck. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all of the muscles of her face were pulled up almost as though she was smiling while crying. But no one could have made an expression like this. What is it, Kumasawa?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Answer me, Kumasawa. The first one to dash in was Natsui, holding the rifle. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filled in the boiler room, but after they saw Cannon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Yep, that tracks, Cannon. Answer me. Genji, bring Dr. Nanjo here. Natsui realized that even though Cannon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get that doctor. Natsui, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted, "Who is hiding over there? Come out quietly. If you don't come out from there, I'll shoot without mercy."
We need light! And Natsui, let's light him up!
Battler, thinking too quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsui was glaring into, but the light only shone on mechanical-looking piping and a door. The door had been left open a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry.
And Natsui, where does that door go?
Genji, where does that door lead to?
The courtyard. Like hell I let you get away, you damn bastard!
Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them, shouting, "Wait, Battler-kun, it's dangerous to be on your own right now." Natsui was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Battler. They were in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. As he ran through the cold and scattered raindrops, dashing up the stairs into the courtyard, Battler looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Battler spun, looking around. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost a sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw as he spun was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were two entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He didn't know which one they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing.
Fuck! Shit! God damn it! Fuck!
Battler-kun, language! You mustn't run ahead by yourself. Battler-kun? Battler pressed his forehead against the wall, which he scratched at with his fingernails as he cried.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to go. And now good and good. You kill the full 6 people. And there wasn't enough to kill 3 more. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? And even Uncle Hideyoshi were always kind and fun. I just met Cannon yesterday, but I'm sure I'd have gotten along fine with him. Why did you kill them? Why? You know, when people die, they don't come back to life again, right?
That's true, that's true.
They aren't gonna quickly sprout up again like bamboo shoots. Why'd you kill them? Why? Why?
Battler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart, so he cried with all his strength. Natsui, who had always thought of Battler as a frank person, was a little surprised to find he had this delicate side, and at the same time she understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him. It's all right. I will definitely protect you, George-kun, Maria-chan, and Jessica. As a mother, and as the representative of the Ushiromiya family. Battler, after sobbing into Natsui's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile, as though he had been like that the whole time, and tried to appear as though he cried more than enough already. Anyway, let's go back down for now. Protecting ourselves is a higher priority than finding the culprit. Tomorrow, the boat will arrive. No, in this story, more people are now dead since we've been in here. After that happens, the police will come and everything should be brought to light. There's no way the culprit can escape this island, no matter how much they struggle.
That's right. When the police come.
When the seagulls cry, the crime will be solved. But for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Natsui and told everyone weekly that we hadn't found anything. We heard that Dr. Nanjo and George and Nikki had carried Cannon-kun to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Cannon-kun's blood remained on the floor, judging by the large amount of blood lost in the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly to the ground. I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we left the weapons stuck into Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene. So this was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. As we'd expected, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick, or rather, a thin stake. And it had a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill. It looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Including the handle, it was 25 centimeters long. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Cannon-kun's chest. But Aunt Natsui and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator where the horrible stench was emanating from. They must have dragged out that thing which had been burning in the furnace. It was still smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Okay, so it wasn't Kinzo's room. What is it then? Genji-san and Maria stared down at it. Aunt Natsui probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head, her back to it. I thought nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened. But this is... Gah. I stood there for a while, moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. What? The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was grandfather, who had disappeared that morning, and whose whereabouts had been unknown. Really?
I believe it is most likely the master.
I agree. That he would pass away in such a state. It's heart-rending.
But is there any proof that this corpse really is grandfather? It's burned so black, you can't even tell what sex it is.
Sexy Battler. Battler-kun, look at the feet. Aunt Natsui, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet. Hmm?
Notice how there are 6 toes on each foot. Huh? You're right.
Just as Genji-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each individual toe had looked so normal in its line that I hadn't noticed.
The master was born with 6 toes on both of his feet. Consequently, the master was entrusted with the revival of the Ushiromiya family.
I have heard that since long ago, cases of, I'm not going to be able to say this word, polydactyly were common in the Ushiromiya family. That's a new one for me. It's probably hereditary. Polydactyl, oh god, okay, it literally means many fingers because of a little mistake by God when the person is born. One of their toes or fingers splits into 2 and the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of You know what? Why don't you read this line, Greg? Here you go.
But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, just something people are born with. So while they are still babies, at about the time they turn 1 year old, they can be taken to the hospital and given surgery to make them normal. Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there's a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies. So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on one hand. According to Aunt Natsui, among the many Ushiroma family heads, the ones most praised for their wisdom all had polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died, in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family, because of the auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather hadn't disliked his position at the head so much, the 6th toe probably would have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I've heard about some country where it's believed people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. This is beside the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. And grandfather's body was not simply burnt.
You are amazing at this. Wow. Oh, bravo. Oh, man. The elevation of this, like, oh, wow.
It was just like Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, and the thing that had been stabbed into Canon-kun's chest. One of those demon's ice picks was stuck into his forehead. The head ring is not on his finger.
So the letter last night was telling the truth. Father would probably be horribly disappointed. Natsui let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. This room had also
This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. it was decided that we would leave Grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear when Grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator. Since, according to Genji, the strength of the flames hadn't been that strong, the body must have started burning a long time ago. So that stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, Grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in the closed room created by his autolock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. The possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high. And there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely. Does this crime confirm that a 19th person exists? There's still that contradiction, since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. Along with Kyrie-san's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By spinning the chessboard around once more, the very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less plausible. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. If the culprit could get Grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of a door sealed by a chain, then could they possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? If we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, then the list of suspects has grown very short. The four of us kids, Aunt Natsui, Genji-san, Kumasawa Ba-chan, and Dr. Nanjo. One of those people has to be the culprit. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually Grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but that old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face, as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Did the culprit prepare a fake body beforehand and alter it to make it look like they died, even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime? It may sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. No, this witch.
It's so good. It's so good. You can't hear the music. The music just added to that so much too at the same time. Oh, that was so good.
That's awesome.
Maria-chan, you mustn't stare so fixedly anymore. Come on, Battler-kun 2. I'm worried about Cannon's condition, and we mustn't remain in a place like this any longer than necessary. Let us return. Ew. Maria didn't go out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring so fixedly at probably wasn't Grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick sticking out of his forehead. It was probably the sort of item that an enthusiast couldn't bear to ignore. I tapped her on the head.
Hey, Maria. What's Beatrice after? Is it all of our lives?
Uh-oh. Hee. Beatrice will revive very soon, and that time none shall be left alive. Hee.
How can you laugh at something like that? Do you think you're the only one who's safe? Why don't you feel like you're in danger? Aren't you scared?
Beatrice made a promise. She said she's gonna take me to the Golden Land. It's a wonderful place where you have no obligations, everyone's always together, and everyone is always nice to everyone else. I'm looking forward to it. That time will come very soon now. Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who she is, this witch who calls herself Maria. To Maria, who obstinately believes in the witch, this series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. You've been pretty good, Greg, but just to give you like a voice acting tip, if you don't mind, is that okay?
Please, yes.
Okay, when a sentence, like close to the end, if there's together, it's very good if you will just repeat the word and go together like that. It'll elevate your performance. I'm just saying. It's been pretty good though.
I'm gonna start doing that in my gigs and just not explaining it, and we'll see what it does.
Please do. Also, if you ever read the word fragile, you have to say, but not that fragile. It's really important. It's really important.
Okay,
yeah.
I've got these rules. Yes.
These are the tips, yeah. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging that witch's existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits?
Maria, let me ask this one more time. You probably answered the same anyway, but I'll ask just once more.
Who?
Yesterday you were given a letter in the Rose Garden. Who gave it to you?
Ooh. Like I said, Beatrice. Battler still doesn't believe. Ooh. Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person. This might be a big one if you want to do this one, Greg.
Maria met with the 19th person, the witch. Was that really a 19th person? Or did one of the 18 just get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Aunt Nasui should still have it with her.
Oh, okay. That's a chapter break, I think. Half an hour forward now. Okay.
In the end, Canon Kun did not regain consciousness. Even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him. Of course, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Canon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Canon away, it was already too late.
My sincere apologies. Without proper facilities, there was nothing I could do about such a serious wound.
No, that's perfectly understandable. Thank you so much for giving it your very best. Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Cannon's life up until the last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Cannon-kun until the moment of his death. George and Nikki tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone.
If only I hadn't let Cannon-san go alone. Oh.
Do not let that bother you. If you had been with him, you would probably have been attacked as well. He foolishly rushed on ahead and paid for his mistake.
How can you say it like that? Kanenkun spotted the culprit and bravely stood up to them. If only Kumasama-san had gone with him, the culprit might have hesitated and chosen to run away. Emotion filled words that I never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head.
Jessica.
You shouldn't talk to her now. It's the same for me, and probably you as well, right, Battler-kun? We don't know what's going on, and it feels like our hearts are going to split open.
There were tears in George and Nikki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I'd done my crying all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was. It's okay, Jessica. You'll be able to meet Canon again soon. Stop it. I don't need you trying to console me like that. Beatrice will resurrect the dead and even love that has been lost. So you'll definitely be able to meet him soon. Then everyone will be able to live in peace. So the one who killed Kanenkun is this Beatrice who supposedly gave you that letter yesterday? Where is she? Where's she hiding? I'll find her and tear her apart. Tell me, you know who the culprit really is, don't you? What do you know and what are you hiding? Tell me, damn it! I don't know where it went, but
Milady, please stop!
Ooh, ooh, Beatrice exists, ooh, ooh, ooh. Damn it, let go of me, Genji-san. Maria knows who the culprit is, and she's hiding their identity even though she knows. She must be telling them what we're doing, guiding them to kill us as they kill us. Jessica, be silent! Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsui slapping Jessica's face. Ooh. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful, sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall.
Maria-chan, I don't know where you're the culprit. You've been with us since the beginning, and there was no time for you to communicate with any culprit. So, I want you to tell me something. This Beatrice who handed you the letter yesterday, who was she?
Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab her. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
Aniki, I already asked her the same thing a second ago. Her answer was the same as before.
I want to hear it from Maria's mouth. Who's Beatrice?
Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe anyway.
What do you mean by that? You're going to be the culprit someone we know well? And you're keeping silent because you're covering for them for some reason? Who gave you that letter?
I got it from Beatrice. I'll say it no matter how many times you ask. I got the letter from Beatrice. George Oni-chan, do you refuse to believe in Beatrice because she's not an opponent you can hit? You want to turn your feelings of helplessness into violence and beat someone up, so you won't be satisfied unless your opponent is a human you can hit. So even if I tell you the truth, you won't accept it, so it's pointless for me to tell you. You won't believe. But I'll keep on saying it, because it's true. Beatrice exists. The door to the Golden Land will soon be opened. I'll go there. Beatrice promised. In that world, Mama is nice, Papa is with us, and is also nice. I want to go there right away. That's kind of a sad line. Everyone is afraid of Beatrice, but that's only natural, so calm yourselves. Beatrice said so herself. By the time the typhoon has passed, I'll have ended everything, she said. Ouch!
Maria, I don't mind you being talkative, but let's leave it at that for now. I bet this is all a pretty happy situation for you, since you're always going on about how witches exist. Keep that to yourself for now. Don't try to force that on other people.
Ooh. I know I've been creeped out by this girl for a while now, but there really is something wrong with her. Don't you think so too, Genji-san? Kumasawa-san? What about you, Mom? Maria knows who the culprit is and she's hiding it. Okay, maybe she hasn't done anything directly, but she's definitely working with the criminal. That's right, she's a spy. We can't let her stay with us any longer. Kihihihi. Maria-chan, you must realize that there are times when indiscreet discussion is best avoided. If you keep adding oil to the fire, even I will get very angry. Aunt Natsui glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't built up a resistance to Aunt Natsui's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. Live lamp reaction? A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? 6 people in Dad's group. After that, both Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, Kennen-kun, grandfather. There were a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly, and 10 of those people have been killed. That's more than half of us, and right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe. At any rate, this is no time to quarrel. Now that we are certain the culprit can enter and leave the mansion at will and strike out of nowhere, we must give our undivided attention to surviving until tomorrow.
I agree strongly with Aunt Natsui. We can figure out who the culprit is at our leisure tonight. For now, though, we're better off finding a place to barricade ourselves in.
As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. We will check the tips soon, chat. Don't worry. There's still a long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and get even the smallest amount of relief.
I agree. Everyone is already pushing their mental and physical limits, myself included. I believe it would be wise to take that into account as we move forward.
That's right. There's a high probability that the enemy's got the equivalent of a master key.
We're Shannon, Kennen-kun, and Golda-san holding master keys.
Yes. They were supposed to have them on their person during work.
We didn't want to disturb the scene, so we didn't investigate that closely. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone stole the key from them.
In the first place, we know the culprit may have visited the servant room at some point to unlock the garden shed's shutter. It's conceivable that they obtained a master key from there earlier on. There were many servants serving the Ushirimiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finished working, the keys were passed between servants, and we had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past.
Even if they borrowed a bundle of keys for the pockets of one of the murdered servants, is there any safe place that even those keys couldn't open?
Because of the nature of our job, we have been entrusted with keys to all of the rooms. All of them in the mansion and in the guest house.
So in other words, no matter where we hole up and lock ourselves in, it'd just be pointless. Fine, who cares about locking up? If you're gonna come, bring it on, damn it. I'll beat you at your own game.
The enemy won't approach us from the front. I don't know about the first 6, but if we look at what happened to my parents and Kennen-kun, and even grandfather, the enemy has only gone after isolated people. They don't have the power to assault all of us openly in a secure room.
That's right. It's just like Aniki says. And maybe Aunt Natsui's rifle could serve as a deterrent to stop them from attacking.
I hope that is so, but...
Maria, I know you want to say something, but keep it to yourself. Stay quiet for a while.
Ew! Rita probably wanted to say something about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns, but if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it.
If I may, I do know of just one place that cannot be entered, even with the servant key rings.
Where's that?
That would be the master's study.
I'm against this. I don't even want to think about going in Grandfather's creepy room.
How many keys can gain access to that room?
There are two. I always have one on my person. The other was held by the master himself, but just now, I found this on the corpse in the boiler room.
Genji-san took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Natsui.
Normally, it would have been proper to leave the master's key for the police. But because of the master's orders to protect the safety of the study, I borrowed it for the time being.
I see. Which means that Kinjo-san's study is the only place where we can be safe.
It would appear that way. I don't even want to think about being shut up in that strange room all night. But it appears we must acknowledge that his room is safer than anywhere else right now.
Even though Grandfather locked himself up in that safe room, the culprit brought him out and killed him. Can't be certain that it's truly safe.
According to your theory, Grandfather cleverly found a way around that receipt trick and left the room of his own free will. If so, the room might be a good place to barricade ourselves in after all.
Too optimistic, Aniki.
However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap Grandfather from his study, they'd have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study, and that'd give us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us, but that's probably impossible. If you spin the chessboard around, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way that'll make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's got to do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think she's real. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes.
Is Grandfather's room big enough to stuff 8 people in?
Yes. There's a bed, a sofa, and blankets, so while it's not luxurious, it will be more than suitable for spending the night. There's also a sink, a bathroom, a refrigerator, and a liquor cabinet.
Whoa! That's incredible! But isn't that weird? You're saying he built another house inside his house? That's pretty cramped for the last house of someone like our grandfather who bought the whole island and realized all of his dreams?
That's right. After some point in time, Father probably couldn't feel at peace in any other place, even inside the mansion. We always sneered about how he shut himself up in there, and this time, we're the ones who are gonna shut ourselves up. Ha! Jessica spat the words out.
Jessica-chan, it sounds like you'd rather go search for the culprit than stay shut up somewhere.
Of course, me. I don't think we'll be able to find them if we just start searching on our own. In the end, we can't do anything but wait. Then it doesn't matter where we wait, does it? I'm not gonna run away or hide. Why don't we just take it easy in the parlor, watching TV or something while we wait for this Bitarachi-sama to appear? It's perfectly fine if she doesn't appear. I'm sorry. There's no need for us to be the ones who expose the culprit.
Well said! We shouldn't take needless risks before the police arrive.
Thank you, Dr. Nanjo. I think we should move to Father's study. True, we have no proof that it's safe since Father was taken out of there. However, I can't deny the possibility that, as Battler Kun reasoned, Grandfather left the study of his own accord and was attacked outside. A while back, I proposed that strange theory as a stopgap measure, but just as Aunt Eva said, even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made Grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, grandfather couldn't even have used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. Aunt Eva hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So does that mean the sealed door formed a closed room, just as Aunt Eva claimed? Is it an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsui was the culprit? If Aunt Eva were here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing would go wrong. But wait, have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexpected location is actually more dangerous? Ah, it's useless, useless, it's all useless. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. If I keep spinning the chessboard around, right and wrong will keep switching places over and over, and I won't be able to believe anything. When it seems like the culprit is one of the 18, I want to believe in Beatrice, and once I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. If that keeps spinning around forever, in the end, my thoughts won't have taken one step from where they started. Do you want to take over for this part, Greg?
Sure. How far back in the past was it that Kyrie-san taught me about chessboard thinking?
Oh, what a goddamn line that is. Holy shit. Chessboard thinking.
That concept of examining the situation by spinning it around and thinking from the enemy's side. I seem to remember being so interested by it back then I used it to guide all my thinking. By the way, Kyrie-san was Dad's coworker back then. I never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family. Didn't Kyrie-san tell me something once? I get the feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all powerful. And it wouldn't be good to rely on it too much. Is this a woman?
Yes.
Okay. Chessboard thinking is my own interpretation of something called game theory, which I read about in a book long ago. It's a very interesting subject, so you should tackle it yourself when you get into college, Butler. I really want to try it. If I could study and perfect my chessboard thinking, it'd be fun to be able to read into any opponent's moves, wouldn't it? But you can't believe it in blindly. Game theory is a very deep and complicated subject. Chessboard thinking is just my interpretation that skims the surface of game theory. In order to thoroughly read your opponent's move like you're imagining, you need to study your opponent. Additionally, while chessboard theory is convenient and practical, it isn't perfect. It has many weak points despite its convenience. Weak points? Yes. Chessboard thinking is founded upon game theory. When you thoroughly investigate game theory, it boils down to math. Do you know what the weak point of math is?
Okay, so this character is actually really intelligent, but the framing of Battler remembering this and you doing this voice is so fucking perfect. The way it's like reframing how it happened. It's so good.
That's nice. In math, when you write 1 + 1 = 2.
That's a formal 1, 2, nice.
That process will always result in 1 + 1 = 2 no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between time periods. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. Because the rules of chess are fixed, when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible they can reach the same conclusions whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible that a discussion about the same layout would have changed as well. That's right! Events in the world of humans are normally full of noise. Aren't human emotions that way? Even if the exact same thing occurs more than once, there's no guarantee humans aren't act in a predictable fashion. The moment we try to use a math-based theory to predict someone's actions, we must be aware that our theory has built-in weaknesses and limits. Simply put, chessboard thinking is extremely weak against noise and fickleness, as well as mistakes or incorrect knowledge. That's right. Kyrie-san definitely said that.
In that exact voice, too?
Chess has always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or what if this game actually has a special rule? Some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can use. In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish. Unless... So far, I've used chessboard theory to guess several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding behind this case. Or so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought? If Kyrie-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability.
Yeah, like, the killer is totally Beatrice, and, you know, it's just Maria in a wig, yeah.
Until the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into grandfather's study. But in the end, Aunt Natsui persisted, and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa-san had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of George Aniki's parents, both the kitchen and the parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poison. Certainly, that would allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit, one who'd be afraid of Aunt Nasui's rifle. And this was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we'd imagined. Then, Kumasawa-san made a proposal, and we all went together to the kitchen. There we gathered some canned food and other things that'd be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Nasui, who was in the lead, warily stared into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. Once we dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Nasui had warned us of beforehand. There was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma A stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads. I see. This kind of stench probably would give you a headache if you were shut in with it for a whole night. I know it's a little late, but I'm with Jessica. I vote against going into grandfather's study. It felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. It was the door to the forbidden study, which should defend against any who would enter. While Genji-san unlocked the door, Maria stared at the door and the doorknob with great interest.
Ew! Incredible door!
It looks old and strict and like it'd stop any jokes good, huh? A perfect door for grandfather's study.
The power to ward off spiritual menaces is strong here. Beatrice probably couldn't open this door.
Huh? What does that mean?
Maria pointed at the doorknob. A scorpion crest. No, a design like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed there. That design, that's right. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday? The fifth magic circle of Mars is a strong ward against magic. Additionally, this magic circle was very diligently constructed and is full of power. Such a magic circle can be quite troublesome to beings of magic like Beatrice.
Isn't that comforting? Are you saying we can escape even Beatrice's clutches in this room? Our little witch here sure is reliable.
Then how did Beatrice get grandfather out?
Just as Battler reasoned. Beatrice can't go inside. However, she has both magic and familiars. Using them, she might have been able to get grandfather to leave the study of his own accord.
Ah, I've read about that in manga. I've seen a bunch of scenes where vampires were frightened of crosses so they couldn't get close. But their familiars were just fine, so they made their familiars attack.
Those scorpion keychain charms I gave you yesterday also had the fifth magic circle of Mars on them. The power dwelling within them was weak, but they should be enough to protect you until we leave the island. Although, it sounds like you've lost yours, right? Scorpion keychain charms. Yeah, I don't know what this voice is. The charm I gave you yesterday was something I got from Maria. I heard it would repel magic if you put it on your doorknob, and at the time I thought maybe it'd be better if you had it. Is that so? I thought it was an odd thing for you to be carrying around. Aunt Natsui put that on her doorknob? Yes. Last night after hearing about it from Jessica, I hung it from the doorknob on the inside of my door. Then Aunt Natsui, you're really fortunate. If you did that, Beatrice probably couldn't even lay a finger on you yesterday. I think Beatrice must have been really annoyed. Do you want to take the narration?
Beatrice? Annoyed? Couldn't lay one finger? Natsui thought back on that eerie scribble she'd seen that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice tried to enter through the door to Natsui's own room? But the magic-repelling charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it?
Quit it. Don't talk about that. Witches don't exist. The culprit does, and they're human just like us. If you need proof, why don't we dice her up and see if her blood's red? Damn it, damn it. How could you do that to Kanon-kun? Click. Kenshi unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzo's study. Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. We're coming up to about 2 hours, Greg, and it's probably going to take break at the scene. I remember what you said, so would you like to do just read us out? So, like,
Sure, yeah.
as a finale, yeah.
He had done nothing more than fortified thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might be buried beneath idol posters. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all his pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto-lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. And there were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain. And now, the auto-lock. This 4th door had the most magnificent lock yet, and this was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room. But we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet-bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see. This study really does have enough in it to live in. Now I see how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV, because there was no television or even a radio in this room. We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with Grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and in the end was never completed.
Kento-san, it seems we weren't able to see this match through after all.
Dr. Nanjo.
I was Kento-san's friend for a long time, but I never knew about our other half of him. I believe 2 Kentos existed, a wise one and one trapped by some madness. I never understood anything about him. Especially when it came to Beatrice-sama, it would seem like his personality changed.
In the direction of Kumasawa-san's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room, and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to Grandfather in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself, or someone pretending to be her. Whether they were a witch or a human, that was besides the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her.
That's right. Mom, you picked up the culprit's letter in Aunt Eva's room, right? Yes. I still haven't opened it. Let's give it a try. Aunt Natsui took out that western envelope. Genji-san pulled a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her.
While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. Aunt Natsui also seemed to realize that. So she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily.
What did she say?
There is one unpleasant sentence. It must be trying to provoke us.
Natsui, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time.
Praise my name. What the hell? That's annoying.
It's probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor. Damn it!
I bet we were hoping another weird magic circle would show up.
It wasn't a magic circle, but my expectations haven't been betrayed. Hee hee hee.
What could it mean? I wonder if she wants to tout her own existence.
That seems reasonable. With this letter, we now know that the author of last night's letter is the culprit. I think the identical envelope is more significant than what is written here.
Without a doubt, this is the type of envelope and sealing wax that the master used.
Oh, I don't know what's going on anymore. This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I started working for the Ushiramiya family.
Going by last night's letter, Beatrice is claiming to be Grandfather's oldest confidant. Grandfather often said the same thing in the past, right?
I spoke to Genji-san and Kumasawa-san and nodded together.
Guess that means you two know more about her than anyone except Grandfather. Could you tell us?
For a long time, I purposefully avoided this topic. But now that it has come to this, I can no longer do so. Genji, tell us everything you know.
Genji-san didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been defied among the servants. Deified. He had probably been very close to Grandfather in his occult hobbies. So there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and had increasingly come to deify the witch. As Grandfather's most trusted servant who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that Grandfather had created. So there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut, and it wasn't like we believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence.
Okay, let's keep going. Cackle with all the E. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence. Father's concubine? His concubine. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective, it's also an unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother. Maybe. When grandmother was alive... the voice is loud enough, by the way? When grandmother was alive, I hear she was pretty sure of it. She thought he was cheating on her. I always thought she meant grandfather's imaginary witch. Now this is getting really interesting. You told me, didn't you, Genji-san? You said Bitarichi has been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished. I heard that the construction of the mansion was completed in Showa 27, 1952. That means this person called Bitarichi was in a relationship with grandfather since at least 30 years ago. Could that concubine of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child with that person, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge? Hee, I see. This is starting to sound just like your standard Western mansion mystery. Suspiciously so. It's a filthy topic, but the easiest line of reasoning to accept. What do you think, Genji? The master surely had feelings of deep love for her. There could be no mistake that he cared for her more than his late wife. Who is this person called Bitarichi? And what's she doing now? I have heard that she passed away before the mansion was completed. She's already dead? Sorry, 1 second, fixing a window. Yes, the master is deeply stricken by grief at her loss, and he devoted himself to the art of black magic as a means to revive her. The master loved Beatrice-sama from the bottom of his heart. It was that madness which drove him to all that you see here. As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms as though asking us to look at this room, filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. I want an Arnold impression right now. I can't do one. Live chandelier reaction? We were all at a loss for words. Normally black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine. Oh, hold on. 1 second, hold the phone. Merrick, we good for this? Merrick, I don't know how much money I owe you at this point, Merrick. But you know I'm good for it. Here we go. No! Image contains too many frames. No! The bit. Ah. Oh no! No! Here, I'll put it on the screen though so we can see it. Normally black magic seems like it'd just be creepy. You know what? Let's leave it on. It's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushirima family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. Oh, hold on. The only thing on grandfather's mind had been a loss of a beloved woman and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy. But in an instant, it had changed into something we could understand completely. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago. The master only told me about Bitarichi-sama's story once, when he was very drunk. Although I have forgotten the details, it was a deep, deep love, enough to make a woman like me jealous. When Kinzo-san succeeded the headship of the Ushiromiya family, his marriage to his late wife had already been decided by the few surviving family elders. So, he was forced into a marriage with some woman who would benefit the Ushiromiya family. That is correct. Kinzo-san was installed as the head who would revive the family and had to bear the entirety of that heavy responsibility. I do not pretend to know the details of when or where Kinzo-san first met her. Guess it'd be rude to say any more than that. That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Oh, shit! Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles of things having to do with black magic. And grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice. I had it all wrong, Genji-san. What do you mean by that? I've always thought that maybe you servants believe blindly in the witch because you were influenced by grandfather's creepy black magic hobby. But that's not how it was, right? By acting as though Beatrice's soul at least had been restored and existed inside this mansion, they might have hoped to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and the expression of one remembering something from a distant past, Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice has revived as a witch, and she is in the mansion even now. Genji had said it, had believed it, had made people believe it, and would take that with him to the grave. This might be the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rockin' Jima that was still whispered of amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else. I remember denying the witch's existence in front of father on multiple occasions. Now I finally understand how much that must have wounded him. Right now I can understand very well. If I thought I could revive Shannon using black magic, I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching. Aniki. Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled. Beatrice has said it. Very soon she will be able to revive people. You'll be able to meet them, she said. I cut the emote down to 6 strings and sent it to you. Thank you, Merrick. Thank you. Let's see if it goes through. What do we want the emote to be called? Just Chandelier or just Chan? LCR? LCR is good. LCR. There you go. Enjoy. Enjoy. Thank you, Merrick. Thank you. Beatrice has said it. Very soon she'll be able to revive people. You'll be able to meet them, she said. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the Promised Land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time. Did she say that? The Beatrice who gave you the letter. I love the conflict right now that's like waging in me with raging. That's I kind of, I don't know which I want more. Like I keep flip-flopping. Would be like, it would be really interesting if the witch was real, because that would open up a lot of possibilities. But also I find it really interesting if the witch is not real and it's just this mass delusion that everyone in the mansion bought themselves into so hard that even when Kinzo wasn't like around, They're still doing it. It's really interesting. You don't believe, do you? Hehehehe. If only grandfather were here, I'm sure he'd be happy. I'm sure he'd be jumping for joy now that Beatrice is about to be revived. In that case, I believe. If grandfather gave up half of his life for this research, trying to resurrect the soul of a woman he loved and spending the rest of his life believing, I'll believe too. Battler. When you love a single woman for so long, the people around you catch on to it and it becomes the truth. Maybe you could say they're just being polite for the sake of your feelings. But right here, now, I'd like to call that magic. It isn't just being polite, it really is magic. She's a witch. Hehehehe. It looks like nobody can see Beatrice after all. Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here. If you ask me as a woman, then while I'd like to be understanding of father's feelings of true love, how is Nanjo still alive? It did leave mother in an awkward position. I agree. Cheating is cheating. No way to make it pretty. Yeah, that's right. Gotta feel sorry for grandmother. So, have there been any rumors about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? The key word Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers. No, I have not heard of anything like that. If there was one, a memento of his most beloved person, he surely would have given them all of his affection. Genji? If there was one, since he ended up immersing himself in black magic instead, maybe we should assume there was no such child. Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard. You know it, right? That story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called the Fukuin House? Enough of that. That is nothing more than slander which would desecrate father. Tell us, Natsui. I think even you'd agree that this is no time to hide things from each other. It's a worthless story. Father made massive donations to an orphanage and had the orphans employed as servants at the head family to give them some on-the-job experience. The story in question is simply some drivel spread by fools who claim that father was using those orphans for some filthy hobby. For a while, some guys even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his black magic. And he really is doing weird experiments and ceremonies in this room all the time, so I half believed it myself. And these servants who came from the Fukuin house are? There are several of them, but Shannon and Cannon were the two scheduled during the family conference shift. To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices? After all, everyone Oh, Shannon is blonde, like Beatrice. There could be a connection there. Everyone grandfather selected as a servant was young, about the same age as Shannon and Cannon-kun. I was sure it was because grandfather had some bizarre hobby. Jessica, mind your words. When Aunt Natsui scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often, but they do in chess! And yet I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice, what do you know? I'd arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall, but that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in the smaller size. Is that a repeated line there? Below it, just like on purpose, like for effect. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold. Ah, sacrifices. Here. What the hell, babbler? You're creeping me out. 6. Sacrifices. Ah. Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. That's right. It's right there, in the epitaph. FK. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. There's no doubt. 6 people died in the beginning. And even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, no, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices. Ew. I've been saying that from the beginning. That's right, Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. Ew, the culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key. This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. It's the instructions for a resurrection ceremony using black magic or something. After all, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths. It sure does. Even reading through it quickly, that there'd be 6 + 2 + 5, which is 13. Yeah, I know math. 13 people who must die. How many people are normally on this island? It changes depending on the shifts for the servants, but there's my father, my husband, Jessica, and me, and 2 or 3 servants. Today and yesterday there were 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many. Oh, you know what? Maybe the gouge the head and kill is not kill someone. It's you gouge on the night the parts of the portrait hanging in the hallway like it's an advent calendar. All right, here we go. Tonight we're taking the head out. What's in there? Oh, chocolate. Nice. Okay, what about yeah, there we go. There we go. That's it. Which means that normally there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out the ceremony. No, wait. There's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ceremony. Yeah, we just went over that. So what does this mean? He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices and waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Isn't now the only time of year the ceremony could be held? That's exactly what I'm saying, Jessica. He increased the number of servants that were going to be on the island at this time to make it be more sacrifices for the ceremony. So what you're saying, Paimon thinks that... When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased. Haven't you ever heard of people making bets to test their fate? Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny, or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes when your luck is down and you get bored, you roll the dice and get 3 6s. You want to believe it's a portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst, a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle. Magic works the same way. You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result. Then, the feelings from all those stored up prayers gain magical power and become incarnate. The magic that grandfather was trying to perform is probably like that. He randomly selected sacrifices in the lottery, so to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony. Ridiculous! Are you saying that this entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony for some bizarre magic? How dare you besmirch the name of the head of the family that's the head of the family? Natsui yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it on my doorknob, would I have been killed mixed in along with those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. Yeah, I'm glad they clarified that, by the way, because, yeah, the culprit knows the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have received that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Impossible, impossible, impossible. But Natsui-san, the epitaph certainly does continue to fit even after that. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Why tear apart, though? Could this be talking about Iba-sama and Hideyoshi-sama? Painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion. And after the culprit killed them, they left the words from the 3rd twilight in a letter there. That's right. After carrying out the 2nd twilight, they left the 3rd twilight in that place. The 3rd twilight was, just like Aunt Natsui just read. On the 3rd twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Ah, if you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George and Nikki's parents were killed with those demons' ice picks gouged into their heads. But if they were the 2nd twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head. That's grandfather. He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice. But his forehead... No, his head had been gouged. Grandfather was the victim of the 4th twilight. I don't think the fourth twilight has happened yet. Then Canon-kun was, on the fifth twilight, gouged the chest and killed. We thought Canon-kun's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprit, but that's wrong. From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out alone and drive something through their chest. If the culprit has followed the epitaph this far, does that mean 3 people still have to die? On the sixth twilight, gouged the stomach and kill. Genji behind them all being like, aha, I see, you figured it out. Okay, well, here I go gouging. Right in his own stomach. On the seventh twilight, gouged the knee and kill. In the knee? On the eighth twilight, gouged the leg and kill. Yes. You could read it that way. Well, I wonder about that. After those 3 die, it reaches the ninth twilight. Take a look. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. We're all going to be killed by Bitarichi. I don't get it. Wouldn't that mean everyone dies no matter how many people there are? What was Grandfather after? Doesn't this mean the ceremony would kill him too, no matter what? It's okay if no one's left alive. On the 10th twilight, we finally arrive at the Golden Land. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. Yeah, but... if Bitarichi is the one that's doing it, why would she say in the letter that do the epitaph in order to prevent me from doing it? That there's a conflict here. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying. Look at the second and third of the 4 treasures. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. So Grandfather believed he would eventually be revived, even if he died partway through the ceremony. Ridiculous, it's insane. When you die, it's over, right? The dead don't come back to life. You're not a ghost. Isn't that a miracle humanity's been chasing after for thousands of years and still hasn't accomplished? So this is what it means? Something like you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife where they'll be restored? So what you're saying is right. If what you're saying now is right, would that mean that Grandfather, whose remaining life is slim and who's been driven mad by love, is committing suicide? No, a massive force group suicide? Genji, is such a thing possible? I don't know. The Master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself, and sometimes he just goes wandering out just in the forest and has to come back because he gets hungry. Genji, more dominoes! Okay, should we take that for a yes? What do you say, Kumasawa-san? Just still losing my shit at the thought of him like hiding under the bed when they were in there to be like, I don't know anything. That's right, I don't know. Do you think I would be on this island today if I didn't know? You're suspicious! I would have faked an illness or done anything to take the day off, that's right. What's your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been Grandfather's friend for many years. Live Nanjo reaction? I feel the same as Genji-san. Kinzo-san was a man who far surpassed ordinary people. I even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times. Even I don't know what Kinzo-san was thinking when he wrote that epitaph. All we can say is that even if Father did write this script, someone else is carrying it out. That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked Grandfather and Canon-kun. Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes just as the epitaph says. The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about was... what was it that was written there? We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that, according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. But then, she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold Grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, Grandfather was still alive, but at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring, which meant that Grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with Grandfather, guaranteeing her that right. Or maybe he has like fucking 50 of those rings in a drawer, and Genji was standing out with a raincoat and a big net on that night when he threw it in the window, and like he would just like do the speech, and then he would like throw the ring, and then he would like be like, Genji, did you get it? Like, no, not yet, sir. And you're like, okay, fuck it, okay, get another ring out. Time to do the speech again. Alright, throw it. Did you get it now? That one was closer. Do it a little to the left next time. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with Grandfather, guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph right now. If we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means. Maria does. Look, another letter from Beatrice. Huh? What did you say? Maria was pointing at the top of the table where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. A western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there, but so what? What in the... Oh, the music. Aunt Netsui let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table? What the hell? What's going on, Maria? Where did that envelope come from? Just now, I looked and it was lying there. Ooh. I don't know anything. This isn't funny. There's only the 8 of us here. There's no way some 9th person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? While everyone was looking at the live chandelier reaction. Oh, here I go planting a letter again. Oh. Get back, all of you. Back against the wall. Oh, she's so gross. Aunt Netsui was pointing the rifle at Genji, the others bellowing at them. Genji-san was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same, but a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion Aunt Netsui had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table, and nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Battler-kun, open that envelope and read what's inside. Sure, I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an as yet unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. Gouging the head! The contents were as follows. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo-sama's epitaph? As you are all probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. This game can only end with my victory or yours. When time runs out, I will win by default. There will be no ties. Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. There are no continues, my friend. That's what it says. It isn't clear who put this letter there. However, I have been able to narrow down the list of suspects. It's you all! Madam, that's just too horrible. Just before I moved toward the portrait, I set a can of food down here. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there. And at that time, Jessica, George-kun, and Battler-kun were already in front of the portrait, and they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared. So the person who set that letter down is one of you four. Beatrice is here. Ooh, we aren't Beatrice. Beatrice exists. Silence. I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you. Okay, maybe this is a little harsh, but if I was Natsui right now, I would blast all 3 of them and then confine the kid. That's what I would do right now. Anyone else with me? So anyway, I started blasting. I would absolutely do that. Yeah. Is she gonna do that and it's conveniently going to like gouge all the body parts? But without a doubt, at least one among you is the culprit. That's right. There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist. Even when Cannon-kun was cocks the shotgun, pumps it. Ow, my leg! Ow, my knee! Ow, my gouged stomach! Oh no! Yeah, that could be explained if Kumasawa-san was the one who did it. The truth is that Kumasawa-san entered the boiler room with Cannon-kun and killed him. And then she lied, saying he had already fallen when she got there. That's true! You're making a mistake, milady. Why would I do something like that? Because Kinzo told you to. I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that closed room. But when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi. The only ones who didn't were the servants. But does that really mean it's okay to suspect them? Yes, now that you mention it, they have no alibi for any of the cases. Ugh. Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. And then her voice echoed in my head. Yeah, just, Spin the chessboard? Only one of the 4 of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the 4 did it. Natsui-san, please, calm yourself. A lot has happened today. I understand how much strain is on your mind right now. Dr. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious. However, you are Father's personal doctor and his closest friend. You have been by his side for many years, and you might even know about Beatrice. Could you be hiding some kind of old obligation? Of course not. Calm yourself. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicions of Kumasawa murdering Kanon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Aunt Natsui pointed the barrel of the gun. Genji, you were grandfather's #1 subordinate. Was Beatrice an illusion you showed the father with you as the performer? If by suspecting me you recognize me as the master's greatest servant, then I count it a great honor, regardless of the circumstances. However, I am not the one who put the letter there. Do you expect us to just accept that? Yes. You must be the ringleader. Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices. And Maria-chan too. Not content to suspect just the adults, Aunt Natsui pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too, but Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine, even if she was shot. Maria-chan, by this point we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they're young. So for the last time, let me ask the question that everyone's had since last night. Yesterday, who was the Beatrice who handed you that letter? Maria, don't dodge the question. Make it clear. Who gave you that letter? How many times do I have to tell you? It's Beatrice, the 1,000-year-old golden witch. If you want to know what she looks, just turn around. She's right there. Beatrice is. Don't mess with us, Maria. Enough, Jessica. Maria too. Don't you understand the situation? What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that? Stop stirring each other up pointlessly. I don't understand. Who do you all want the culprit to be? You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect one of your own. When you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed, only then do you want to believe in a human that you can attack with violence to deny Beatrice. That's why you can't see her. Beatrice exists. You all can't see her. Silence. I don't want to label you as the culprit, but there is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making this situation unpleasant and are providing assistance to the enemy. I thought she couldn't come in the room, Maria. This 9-year-old is not staying on course, let me tell you. Then what will you do? Shoot me? I don't mind. Very soon, the doors to the Golden Land will be opened. Then all the dead will be resurrected. Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of. Mom, she really is suspicious. We can't keep her with us. Blast her. But Aunt Natsui, please calm down. There's no reason to shoot Maria. Please remain composed. The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be afraid of. Even the culprit is scared of what will happen tomorrow. They're scared of the police. Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law, but that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon. Once the typhoon passes, the law will return, so you mustn't shoot. How can you stay so calm, Georgie-san? I can't believe you're still single. Oh my god, one of these 4 is the culprit. No, maybe all 4 of them are working together. How can you stay so calm when one of these 4 might be the culprit who killed your parents? Even I have the desire to find the culprit and kill them, but that would be simple to barbarism. I will leave the judgment of crimes to the law. So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger. Yes, you're right. There will be lots of time to fillet George later. We must listen for now. I feel the same as George and Nikki. And Natsui, get a hold of yourself for a second. Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot. In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, stay cool 3 times. Let me make this clear. Witches don't exist. Not on Rockinjima. Not in the Ushiromiya mansion. I declare it as Ushiromiya Natsui, representative of the Ushiromiya family. There's no witch here. I won't accept Beatrice. No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them. That's my duty as a mother and as a representative to the family. These words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsui would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George and Nikki and I were standing on this side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Miria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right, they're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all of the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? Pretty good, huh? It's pretty good. Aunt Natsui didn't tell them to leave with her own words. But with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. I think this is kind of like a scene break. Let me say some quick thank yous to people. Pub sub Schlang Pufa M username Lurugetta. Thank you, Zoggear. As someone who had Umineko form a lot of my teenage years, watching your stream has made me realize a lot of flaws with it. I prefer the Persona 3 stream. Still love Umineko no. Actually joking this time. Thank you. Thank you, Huss Nasty for the resub. The Smart Alec for the new sub. Electron Active Area for the bits. Rockin' Dojima Greatest Mystery. How many chandeliers are there? Oh, at least two. At least two. And thank you, Savako, for the resub also. Thank you, Pinzerata, for the bits. Hope you're enjoying this. I've been looking forward to this stream all week. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever. Calm yourself, Natsui-san. Still, I understand your feelings well. I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all these strange repeated incidents, so I understand well why you want to suspect us. If you really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude. However, please understand, just this once. Very weird. Let's leave the room. What do you say, Genji-san? Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game? If that is what you wish, by all means. I don't want to. After all, that means we'll have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us, right? My weeb, you are the wolf! I don't want to, madam. Please forgive me. Eek! It was obvious that Kumasawa-san was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanon-kun had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. So true, Battler? I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsui and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsui from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san. It's okay. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her. You believe that Beatrice exists. So it'll definitely be okay. I'll watch TV in the parlor. Let's watch it together. It's so boring here without TV. It looked like Kurosawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the three other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. Okay, this is interesting. This is a pretty good compromise, actually. This actually makes sense if you're not going to shoot them. Well then, Natsui-san. That will be all for tonight. Let us meet again tomorrow. Yes. Please understand, at least for tonight. When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness. You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can. Genji, I leave them in your hands. Certainly. Here I go gouging! Oh, it can't be helped, can it? They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children. Genji, Kumasawa, my sincerest apologies. Let us meet again tomorrow. Maria-chan too. Please forgive your cold aunt. Okay, kicking Maria out is so unbelievably based. Wow. Well done, story. I forgive you. Ooh. Madam, the keys to this room. I will hand both over to you. Genji-san pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them over to Aunt Natsui. Another envelope spilled onto the floor as he did so. Who put this in my pocket? And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion. He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face. Genji, I had planned that after father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire. To treat you like this makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart. I have already received the master's favor. Everything I have done until today has been in repayment for that. Please, do not worry over it. Very well then, shall we everyone? Good night to you all. Poor Genji. Ooh, good night. Good night to you too, Battler. Good night, Beatrice. Ah, Maria, wait a sec. Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain. This repels magic, right? Oh, you did have it! Wear it. Ooh, didn't you say you dropped it? Back then, I got ticked off and just bluffed that I'd lost it. There's no way I'd lose the precious charm you gave me. Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that. Well then, everyone, good night to you. We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. Oh! The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I had mistakenly thought there was only one. There were no characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle written with a red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different, this magic circle was one I'd never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. Triforce? But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of... Triforce? Force the door? Eh? I wanted to know what it could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. Let's read the books. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message, but what does this magic circle mean? Damn it. After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon had passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivety. Naivete? Naivete? Naivety? Or both okay? Naivete is probably it, right? It had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magic power? Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once. Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything. With this, we should finally be safe. Finally. Definitely. Even as she said that, Aunt Natsui couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief, at least not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. Uh-oh. That's not tomorrow. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocence among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. What do you think of music? I really like the music in this not a game. It's pretty good. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another, the worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? Paimon wonders! During that endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Aunt Natsui faced the door without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. What if there is a secret way in and out of here, though, that Genji knows? She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George and Nikki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window. looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsui with a dead expression on her face. Oh yeah, I should save it, yeah. And every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Aniki. But apparently Jessica liked Canon-kun. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means, more than anything else, she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible, so sad. Come to think of it, Canon-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around Grandfather's study, thinking I'd researched the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. Man, we're the same person. Even though we were shut up in here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it. You sure are enthusiastic. Did you find anything that might serve as a hint? Not a thing. The first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese. Just how many languages could Grandfather read? He's incredible. Aren't you tired, Butler-kun? You should take a rest while someone else stays awake. Aunt Natsui said she'd stay up all night for us, but there's no way her body can handle that. We should take turns sleeping. Then you sleep first, Aniki. I'll keep researching till I get sleepy. You mean that magic circle just now? Yeah. We've got plenty of time to kill. I thought it'd be interesting to find out. Kill? It's only... Oh, the chandelier's still on the screen. I'm sorry. God damn it. I thought it'd be interesting to find out what kind of message Beatrice-sama put in it. Give it a rest. Mess around with stuff like that and you'll end up getting possessed by something weird. Don't worry, I've been certified by Maria. She said I've got no spiritual talent at all. Were we too cruel to Maria? Jessica, you mustn't think that now. But Mom, if Maria wasn't involved, and there's a culprit besides her, then she's obviously a soft target for the murderer. If she's killed because of this, then we've just left her to die. A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that, always acting tough and regretting it later. I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the culprit, and she might have been siding with them, talking like that over and over to further confuse matters. I am relieved that we chased them out. That's pretty harsh, Aunt Natsui. Couldn't it just have been the nonsense of a 9-year-old girl? It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. But when Maria was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny I'd felt some relief. Yep, and if that is the case, then tomorrow we will apologize for what we did. I will take full responsibility for chasing them out of this room. This isn't something the rest of you have to worry about. I could feel a tragic determination in Aunt Natsui's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. Resolute, yeah. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility. Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that? She's bringing about her own ruin. I think the reason Maria-chan adores witches and magic so much might be Aunt Rosa. Aunt Rosa? What does she have to do with this? She's a witch! Didn't you realize it too, Butler-kun? Maria-chan's real father ran off somewhere a long time ago. Although Aunt Rosa tried to confuse the issue by saying he's on a foreign business trip, Talking about Rosa-san's family has become a kind of taboo in the Ushiromiya family. I think Aunt Rosa thought about remarrying, but I also believe Maria-chan may have become her shackles and made that quite difficult. After all, she sometimes got really emotional and hit Maria-chan. I agree with you there. It looked like Aunt Rosa was trying hard to like Maria, which means more that she didn't really like her. She might have thought... That's a good line. She might have thought of Maria as someone who stood in the way of her remarrying. I think that emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars on her young heart. So, she learned about this occult hobby from somewhere and immersed herself in it to bury the holes in her heart. Bury? Did you know? To Maria-chan, the image of a witch isn't negative at all. Remember yesterday at the beach when she showed us her notebook? Yeah. It was full of all those fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday, when we were down by the beach doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were all beings adorned with beautiful dresses who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her? Someday, a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the Witch of Rokkenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land where Maria could be happy, Now let's come to this. I want to confess what's in my heart. Throwing out Maria-chan, no, Genji-san and the rest too, was probably the wrong thing to do, I think. No, it was absolutely the right thing to do. It wasn't pleasant. Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot. Okay, alright, you two go out then. I'm hanging out with Natsui. Battler and Natsui, gonna eat all the canned food. Let's find some Dominoes. Then how do you all explain that letter? No one could have said it there except the four people standing behind us. I made sure of that with my own eyes. If those four are innocent, how is that letter placed in a closed room with 8 people? That's right. Fucking Kinzo slapped it to the ceiling with some of the wax that it was just carefully calibrated to just like melt at a certain, you know, if 8 people came into the room, the body temperature, the room temperature would increase just enough that the wax would melt a little bit and then it would fall down and flutter down when no one was. There we go. That's right. When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious. But it's all useless. It's all useless. Useless? What is? Right. It might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around again. In other words, if one of those 4 really was the culprit, isn't that weird? That's right. Wasn't setting that letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit? Maybe they didn't think that they would all be banished and they could stay? You're right, that's weird. If they were going to do it, you think they put it in the crack of the door, for example, to make it look like someone had slipped it in from the outside. Of course, they should have known that they'd be suspected if they didn't make it look like the culprit was outside the room. Yeah, that's it exactly. If the culprit was one of those 4, setting that letter right in the middle of the table would be both risky and meaningless, which means it was one of us 4! Maybe it was me! But putting aside whatever trick was used to set it there, if we assume that the culprit is someone other than those 4, in other words, someone who was outside the room, they had a lot to gain from that letter. Enough, Battler-kun. It's all meaningless to discuss such matters now. Suspicious? Natsui-san quickly guessed what I was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it long before I had, and had simply held her tongue. If the culprit's outside the room, then they'd be totally stuck the moment we shut ourselves up in a closed room like this. That's right. So they planned ahead and they put the letter in here to scare us. It's the same as my theory about how grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it? That theory was that grandfather left the room of his own accord. If the culprit used some tactic to lure him out and grandfather left of his own accord, then... Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through the door, but she could induce someone to leave of their own accord. Which would mean we fell for the culprit's trap completely. and send out some new potential sacrifices. Genji and the rest aren't fools. When they try to protect themselves, they should find the next safest place after this room. They will definitely be able to hide themselves there. Aunt Natsui hadn't answered the question. Aunt Natsui herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Aunt Natsui, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable. Hey, Aunt Natsui, let me say something a little harsh, okay? I don't care you broke your elbow. At that time, what if, by coincidence, Jessica had also been standing behind you? Would you have chased Jessica from the room too? It's true that a lot of brutal things have happened. But as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter no matter what. Because of that duty, you chased him out even though you knew that you'd eventually be held responsible for it. It's not like I'm condemning that, but I was just thinking about what a great mother Jessica has. That's right. You've been dealing with these incidents since this morning, and you've been pulling all of us along this whole time without losing your composure. I'm so surprised you're still single. If you were all confused too, the rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp by now. So I think we all have to thank you. Thank you. So what are you two trying to say? So what you two are trying to say is that you want her to act as Maria's mother too? I always thought of Maria as a real little sister and adored her. And yet, a few things happened. We got a little confused, and I've said a lot of mean things to her, hurting her. Meanwhile, she's downstairs stabbing the rest of the three. Mom, please, let's stay together with Maria. No, everyone, there was no culprit among us. The culprit in this case is the witch Beatrice, okay? So let's stop suspecting each other. Lamayo, Aunt Natsui, closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something? You are my precious daughter, the one I finally received a whole 12 years after I married my husband. I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you. That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long, so many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There is... I found it. It's this magic circle. Inside the book I've been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George and Nikki peered at it as well. This magic circle's name was the Third Magic Circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalms 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. That testament is out of date. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was discord. Okay. What are you trying to say? Alright. Alright, dumb joke, sorry. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall. Wait a sec. Seriously? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence. That's kind of spooky. So this letter was a trap? How did they place it here? There wasn't anyone in this room except for the 8 of us, right? Anyway, let's ignore how they got it for now. Like, can we bring on the Mortal Kombat music, please? It was on the chandelier. The culprit was just after one thing. They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside this impregnable room and use us to throw the sacrificial sheep out. In that case, they're after the people who went out of the room. Mom, what should we do? Those 4 are in danger. It's too late. It wasn't surprising that Aunt Natsui remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here, and there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we chased out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. At that time, suddenly the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we think of it as an SOS from the ones we chased out, but then Aunt Natsui spoke. Well, why a phone call? The phone should be broken down and unusable. That doesn't matter. Oh, were they lying when they said the phones weren't working and we just didn't check? If that's Maria calling for help. If the problem with the phones was the culprit's work in the first place, then this call is probably... With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. Aunt Natsui hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver. How could you not? Let's pick it up, Aunt Natsui. Together. The phones might have been fixed for some reason. It could still be an urgent call from Maria-chan and the rest. That's right. And if it actually is a call from the culprit, bring it on. Why don't we listen to what they've got to say? It's just a phone call. No matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like it's going to hurt you. If you don't pick it up, then I will. I will take it. Hello? I stretched my hand out to take the receiver, but Aunt Natsui grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. Before a while, Aunt Natsui kept saying, hello. A silent phone call. Okay, some of you might not know this because you're all Zoomers and you don't answer your fucking phone. There used to be phones that were like hooked up to the wall in your house, and sometimes they would just ring and you don't know who it was, so you have to answer it. And sometimes it would ring really late at night and you would pick up the phone and it would just be no one, and it would just, your night's ruined. It's like, okay, I'm gonna think about that for the rest of the night now. That's great. Am I in a fucking horror movie now? Like, fucking just awesome. Thank you for ruining my night, someone who just didn't decide to talk on the fucking phone. Like, yeah, you don't know what it's like living in the fucking era of call ID and you just all texting anyway, you know? Because you're too afraid to answer the phone, not just make them. A silent phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. The pin. Hello? This is Yukiko, which means, could this phone call possibly really be coming from inside the house? Natsui stopped repeating hello and strained her ears because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? Huh? Is someone breathing? Is someone singing? What do you mean singing? I don't know. Oh, the misery. Faintly from the other end of the phone, I can hear someone singing. I wonder what it could be. Give it here for a sec. Hello? I half forced the receiver from the stunned Aunt Natsui's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first, I didn't hear anything. But, because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed it sounded far away from the receiver rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. And it sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. Okay, is this a warning? Like, come downstairs or I'm gonna kill her? At the very least, the one who made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet, they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call, who was it? Hey, sounds like we made the right decision kicking them all out. Hey, hello? Who is it? Answer me. Is that Maria singing? Answer me. What's happening? What is it? I don't know. All I can say is, this is probably a trap and Maria's in trouble. Aunt Natsui took the receiver again, but after yelling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right. If the phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Aunt Natsui's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect. Let's go. Even if we know it might be a trap, we have to go. Yeah, definitely. Jessica, Aunt Natsui, stay here. When Aniki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Natsui stopped us. Hold it. I cannot let you go alone. I will go too. This is a mistake. Jessica, wait here. What, so I'll be the only one left out? Nice try, but I'm going too. Yeah, it might be better that way. If the goal of that phone call was to split us up further, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave someone to watch this room. There's no time to argue. Let's all go. Aunt Natsui raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a 3-pronged candle stand, good for gouging, and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit the candles were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Yuri was taken, for gifting a sub to Chandelier. Thank you, I'm Richard Dude, for the resub as well. Thank you, Snipe Hunter 007. Sai slapped the table. Joe. That is how the letter showed up on the table. Okay, nice. And thank you, I see ya. Beatrice, for the resub. Spooky. Thank you. Then the four of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room. I feel like I didn't have to read that. I listened closely, but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before. Maria-chan said she wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right? Let's try going downstairs. That's right. Let's try there. Everyone, be mindful of your surroundings. In other words, watch out. Yeah! With Aunt Natsui in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of the magic circle, designed to spread discord, had worked. We had split up and furthermore had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now, we were just doing what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Aunt Natsui nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. The rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared. You know, I've been thinking. It wouldn't be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest like in Kanenkun's case, but splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead, like in my parents' case, wouldn't be that easy. You think the culprit had that kind of animal strength? I think they had a hammer. They probably had some kind of weapon, a device that can shoot or pound in those ice picks. Like the thing I made in Liza P. That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by human strength alone. Either way, they have enough force to break through a skull. I heard Cannon's wound reach as far as his lungs. Ugh. If you happen to see your opponent, don't go forwards. You mustn't move away from my back. Just how sinister and frightening was that weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? Has the rifle been fired yet? Does that shoot the ice picks? Is it like custom made? Because that would be fucked up. Or could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all four of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were four of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George and Nikki, Jessica, and of course Aunt Natsui were stretching their senses to the utmost limit in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step then another. What have we done? This is so tense because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter. We threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. It's like when you get out of your little submarine Subnautica in an area that you haven't been to yet and it's really deep and you don't know if you're going to get back in time. You're kind of like, okay, jump out. Quick, get Yeti. Oh shit, back in the submarine. The parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly, Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically like she was at a graduation ceremony and she'd been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that, in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over, why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices asking Maria where she was, but this time no one said even a single word. We hid our breath and the sound of our footsteps, and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Aunt Natsui put her hand on the handle of the doorknob when George and Nikki stopped her. I'll open the door. Aunt Natsui, Battler-kun, ready your weapons. Understood. You know best, George. Take care. In fact, here, have the rifle. They might attack as soon as we open it. George, Nissan, watch yourself. Is it a recording? Sure. Then I'll open it. Huh? He tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Aunt Natsui took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. The witch! Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. In fact, it was exactly that. We'd been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things had occurred outside that room that had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart. Ugh, it's open. Wow, wow. Thank you, George-kun. Jessica, move behind me. Aunt Natsui, let's jump in at the same time and split up in different directions. If we just stand around after opening the door, those ice picks might fly right through the center. I agree. Ready? I really wish I could say no. Ow, my stomach. Ow, my knee. Ow, my leg. I ready myself. If they're going to be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand. Go! Aunt Natsui and I rammed into the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right and searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. I would like the creepy girl to stop singing! But what our eyes landed upon was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. This place where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood and become an ocean of blood. Oh, where's Dexter? On the floor lay Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with the blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because, that's right, this is how the whole tragedy started. Then who was phone? Their faces, just like our smashed up parents in the shed, you couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they'd rudely plunged their faces into tomato pot pies, all squished up. Ooh, shoot Maria! And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh. No! His knee! I used to be a doctor like you, but then I took an ice pick to the knee. That's right, of course it's his knee. In the epitaph, the 6th twilight was the stomach, and the 7th twilight, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasama Bachan's calf, I couldn't help masochistically laughing. Ah, that's right! On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Ah, now even the 8th twilight is over. And the next one, the 9th twilight, what was it again? Maria was there. I want to go to the Taurus. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room, just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver, which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that and Maria, her back to this scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked, with our mouths hanging loosely open. Maria? Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we had found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet, not one of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because that's right, even if that's crazy, no, it couldn't be. The witch shall revive, and then shall be left alive. Maria! Stop singing. Are you listening? At some point, Aunt Natsui and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle stand still ready, I ran up to her and forcefully, violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Oh no. Oh, not the face again! Whoa! Ooh! Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. I don't want to see the face again! And as though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even this gruesome situation, she was just like normal. Maria, what is this? Who did it? Ooh, Bitorichi! Cut that crap. I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart, but Maria's expression didn't change at all. Quit it, Battler-kun. Maria-chan, this time you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed these 3. Was the culprit the same Beatrice that gave you the letter? Ooh, Beatrice. Well, in that case, it's certain. There is a 19th person. Beatrice does exist. Then Maria, will you at least tell me this much? How did they kill these 3 people? What did they use to kill them in such a brutal way? I don't know. How could you not know? I was watching TV. It happened in this room. Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in the scene that you didn't notice? Calm down, Battler-kun. Maria-chan, talk to me, okay? George and Nikki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly. Maria-chan, why were you facing the wall and singing? Because Beatrice told me to. Ooh, Beatrice said to face the wall and keep singing for a long time. Ooh. So did Beatrice come here? Were Genji-san and the rest still alive then? Ooh. Everyone came into the parlor together and sat down. Genji-san made sure to lock the door. It was locked when we got here, but then how did Beatrice get into the parlor? Ooh. Beatrice is a witch, so locks don't matter. She turned into butterflies and came in through the crack in the door. Huh? Calmly joking at a time like this? Like how that happened? What are you saying? You can't believe it? That's why I didn't want to say. No matter how I say it, you won't believe, but Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her miraculous magic. That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether a door is locked or not. And then, after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone? Beatrice talked to us. She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force and she couldn't enter no matter what she did. She told us she'd select 3 sacrifices from the 4 people in the parlor. Everyone said, no way, man. Kumasawa-san kept saying, no way, no way. But Beatrice chose. And when she did, Beatrice said, I'd be fine, because I had the scorpion charm. Why do you think? It's because of the scorpion charm, or the 5th magic circle of Mars, the one Battler used to pray for my safety, the one he put his feelings into, that charm. My mom thinks it was that charm. Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me and me alone. So she decided to use the other 3 as sacrifices. After that, Beatrice spoke. Come face the wall and sing a song for me. What is this voice? You will sing lots and lots of songs, so no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't hear, you won't hear, you won't know. Come, sing lots of fun songs for me. So I was singing the whole time, over and over, so I didn't hear anything, didn't know anything, and then all of you came. Ooh. Are you asking us to believe that? You think we're stupid? Yes. Then who will you suspect this time? Will you suspect me? Gonna try killing me right here? Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing. Now, the 8th twilight is over, and Beatrice will revive. Are you serious? I've had enough of that talk. As if witches could exist, as if I'd let myself get tricked. I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist. I definitely won't accept it. So I won't let her exist. I won't let her revive. The legend will remain a legend forever. I won't acknowledge something like that. Quit it, Battler. It's not like Maria killed them or let them die. Beatrice came, and Maria had to obey, was unable to resist. Huh? And Natsui. She isn't here. Huh? What? Mom, where did she go? Just now, she left by herself, reading a letter. A letter? That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight. They might have left the letter so they could brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well-armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle to the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open. Mom, what's going on? Open up, open up. It was only natural. Natsui had picked up the candle stand, which Battler had thrown at the wall, and which had fallen to the floor, and she had skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs on the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. Eva's ghost smiling in the chat. Yeah, now you're going to know if the door was open or not while you were gone, because the candlestick will fall to the floor. You learned. I still hate you, but you learned. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly, and it really didn't make a sturdy seal. And it really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsui's ears or not? Time to break some windows, guys. Natsui's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsui threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor, readied her rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was in the entrance hall. I am Ushiromiya Natsui, representative of the Ushiromiya family. Show yourself. Golden Witch Beatrice. The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet black darkness. In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsui gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies. So you have finally shown yourself. I still can't believe that something like you really exists. But that isn't a problem. Both I, who bear the title of representative to the Ushiromiya family, and you, who claim to succeed the headship of the Ushiromiya family, are here right now. At this point, whether you are rich or not is a trivial matter. Come, let us settle this. Which of us will truly succeed the Ushiromiya family? I, Ushiromiya Natsui, or you, Beatrice? Allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel. Oh! The gold butterfly slowly formed a human shape which walked into the dim light. Natsui readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsui's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. And go! Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through that gap and the door was finally released. Snake? At that time they heard it. They suddenly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once. Mom! Mom! Jessica-chan, you must have run off by yourself. Was that the sound of a gun just now? Did Aunt Natsui shoot? At whom? At the culprit? What are these wounds? The noise had come from the entrance hall. The entrance hall looked like a stage. Like the heroine of a tragedy, on the ground and bathed in light, arrayed in the beauty of that silence, Aunt Natsui lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsui, and on Aunt Natsui's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one string. Oh, you know what we didn't do? I'm sorry. I don't know if some people chat said it or I just like completely missed it. Servant Kumasawa found in the parlor. Her calf had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and her face had been smashed. At the 8th twilight, gouged the leg and kill. Rip Nanjo. Found in the parlor, his thigh had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and his face had been smashed. At the 7th twilight, gouged the knee and kill. Oh man. No one's gonna be in episode 2. Who else is dead? Genji. Found in the parlor, he had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his stomach, and his face had been smashed. At the 6th twilight, gouged the stomach and kill. Found shot to death in front of the witch's portrait. How impudent of her to challenge a witch with nothing but a mere gun. Of course she'd end up like this. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Natsui still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why? I think Beatrice knows how to fucking perfect parry. Just right back at her head. Mom. Yeah! I don't get it. Why did Aunt Natsui run away alone? Didn't use the talisman though afterwards, based. And why did she shoot through her own forehead? Mia-chan, Aunt Natsui left the room after reading a letter, right? There's no letter here. Damn it, what did Aunt Natsui read? And why was she lured out here? I don't know. Who cares about that? What the hell? Why did she kill herself? Why did she leave me all alone? Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Natsui's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. George and Nikki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. Still can't believe he's single, though. And only Maria was completely different. So is this all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. And on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. With this, everything is over, Beatrice. Congratulations, congratulations. So lead me to the Golden Land you told me of, right now. Gotta get rid of the charm, bud. There, all the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So, in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened. Stop it. What's so fun? What's to be congratulated? There were 18 people on this island, 14 are dead, only 4 of us are left. I'm definitely not going to die. Until the night is over, no, until the typhoon passes and the seagulls gather again at the harbor, I'm definitely not going to die. I'll stay alive no matter what. Give it up, Battler. Guns are useless against witches. Survival and all that stuff doesn't matter because it's over. The journey has already ended. See? Look at the clock. Huh? The clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon, it would be 12 at night. In other words, 24 at night. When you think about it, isn't 24 a strange time? It can be called 2400 hours. It can also be called 0. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day, and at the same time, it's hour 0 as the next day begins. Beatrice! Maria suddenly called out happily and ran toward the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness, and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George and Nikki stood there confused, I looked down at the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. Is he going to kill everyone? The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction, and the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. You've got to be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like, I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist. Because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around. Didn't I tell you it was meaningless? Mere lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice. Humans are so stupid, aren't they? Pull the fucking trigger, Battler. Let's go. I won't accept these as the witches. Who are you? Just try moving one step. Just try moving one finger. I'll blast you away. Giggle E, giggle E, giggle E, giggle E, giggle E. Cackle E, cackle E, cackle E, cackle E, cackle E. Oh, lots of laughing. How are we feeling about this chandelier? As the witch, no, the witch is laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was 2400. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when the time ran out had already been revealed. Battler, George Nichan, and Jessica, the journey has ended, and the witch has revived. See? And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. Beatrice. The fact that they're not showing her is so effective. Holy shit. Oh, damn. It is time for break. As soon as I have control of the not a game, we will do it. The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children, who were thought to have survived until the very end, were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even in the children, seemed hopelessly dim. Well, this was a good story. Just how... Can I hit escape right now? Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land. They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over, and the best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. No? Okay, however, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to be spread. Then, many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted on the waves to the pier of a neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled up notebook fragment, written upon in cramped small letters. Written there was this tale. Through this notebook fragment, so people will finally learn the truth. The mysterious and riddle-filled 2-day period that started on October 4th, 1986. This incident was later called by many names, such as the Rockin' Demon Mass Murders, the 18 killed the Rockin' Demon through the Delante sort of from around the world, and there's the witch legend of the serial killer's lovers. The occult claim that it was the result of an immortal ceremony that had sealed off the island, and those two mysterious days were savagely embellished with many different interpretations. The story began to spread far and wide. However, not one of these interpretations was the truth. Furthermore, while the notebook fragment describes the mysterious... Oh, it does have gameplay. The mysterious incident. It does not reveal the truth of what happened there, or perhaps even the writer didn't know what the truth was. Lol. According to the writer, her name was Ushiromiya Maria. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. What? It was one of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to dental records. At the gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified as belonging to any specific person, so it's probably fair to say that this jaw was an extremely fortunate find. Because of this jaw had been separated from its body, the police judged her chances of survival to be hopelessly dim, even though one of the other body parts were found or at least identified. And so, let us conclude this tale with the final section of the notebook fragment that Ushiromiya and Maria left behind. By the time you have read this, I will probably be dead, although there may or may not be a corpse. You who have read this, please find out the truth. That's my only wish. Ushiromiya Maria. To this day, the truth of the witch legend serial murders has not been brought to light. Well, that's the end of my story. First game, Legend of the Witch result. What? Died on first twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Land, and offered up as sacrifice. Okay, I don't think I need to read these, right? This is a recap of the Okay, are we just in Big Shell? What the fuck is going on? Knee gouged by the stake of Belphegor, stake of Satan, leg gouged by the stake of Leviathan. Finally opens the door, revived on the night twilight, finally opens the door to the Golden Land. Ushiromiya Netsui died on the night twilight. Ushiromiya George, missing on the 10th twilight. After he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Land. Jessica, after she acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated herself, the witch invited her to the Golden Land. After she acknowledged the witch prostrated the witch to the Golden Land. Battler died on the 10th twilight. Will the witch invite this man who denied her existence to the Golden Land? The witch will praise the wise and should put the stone fortress of the Golden Land, and the dead will be lost, and after all, the large amount of the gold they might have desired would have been out of the grass. George chose his lost fiancée. Jessica chose the boy she had liked, and lost Mir chose the lost love of her mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Time ran out. Yay! Ran out before even one of the 18 people could solve the riddle of gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. And restart and try again, Lamayo? What the fuck is going on? Nah, cause you didn't win? Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. GG no re? Edition of what the fuck in the devil may cry is this? The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features in the title screen. Let's go. Purgatorio. Oh, let's build a factory. I hope this is good, because if this is good, I'm gonna love this. I hope this is good. Alright, here we go. Hey everyone, congrats on finishing Umineko Naku Koro ni. Man, I still didn't have a clue what was going on when the story ended. I don't know who we're fighting. So, just what happened? Was that basically the bad ending where time runs out before the culprit gets exposed? Ooh, definitely a bad ending. Ooh. That's right. Beatrice's letter, which Maria-chan read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. We were all so busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it. That's all. Shannon's back! That's right. If we had actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently. And also the chandelier's back! I wonder about that. Shannon-chan, you did a good job too. You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea. After all, this is a rap party. As a group of people who met a horrible fate, let's all get along and lick each other's wounds. Lick, lick, lick! What are these Speaking of a horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down, doesn't she? She was such a beautiful character, so I thought she'd definitely survive until the very end. But she was killed right in the beginning, and on top of that, what was it? Half her face was smashed, right? That's the worst. Yeah, this half right here, senpai. That was my role, so there was no way around it. Nissan, it's nothing for you to worry about. Also, I was stabbed right here. Judging by the last epilogue, even Milady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic end. It seems so. I think I remember seeing this horrible picture, kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered. Speaking of which, don't you think Cannon's last moments were the coolest? Even though he had the tables turned on him, it was a showdown with the culprit, right? When's Greg gonna show? It's a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments, right? Though in the end, I was unable to get a solid hit in. Still, I think Cannon-kun's death was a big hint. After all, because of that, the existence of the 19th person was made clear. That's right. At that time, everyone's location was obvious, so it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Cannon. Ooh, I said it was Beatrice from the beginning, over and over. Ooh, yeah, you did, Maria. I don't want to believe it, but that does prove the culprit was a witch calling herself Beatrice. Maybe? That's right. There were many strange things that happened that a human couldn't do. Oh, only a witch could do things like murdering Aunt Eva in that closed room. A human couldn't do it. Ooh. Not only is the existence of a 19th person clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine. And we're gonna just turn to Beatrice sitting there with the tea being like, yeah, you know what? I'm glad you finally get it. In that case, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice. We probably met at the very end. Met with the Golden Witch. Like it kept saying, Beatrice exists. It all went bad because no one ever believed. Ooh. Even one of her witch friends says that miracles won't occur if you don't believe. Ooh. That's right. Beatrice-sama is generous to those who respect her. It seems to me that Maria-sama was never a target of Beatrice-sama's wrath up until the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after another. Well, Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning. So did Kinzo, but if that's the case, how do you explain why you and the rest were all killed? You guys believed in Beatrice just as much, right? Only because we were ordered to. Beatrice-sama probably had her reasons. What? I don't even know who we're fighting. What? If the song of the epitaph represented Beatrice-sama's resurrection ceremony, many sacrifices were needed. He simply must have been designated to be one of those. Shannon-chan, you met a horrible end. At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty. Well, it's not like it hurt. Anyway, right now, I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry. After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling. Well, it feels a bit weird saying this, but I was sure the story would fit into the standard mystery genre. I'm a bit surprised to find out that it's a fantasy. After all, a Western mansion shut away from the outside world on an isolated island with an inheritance problem on everyone's mind. It sounds just like a typical mystery novel to me. Ooh, it's not fantasy. Beatrice exists. Ooh. Yes, we understand. Let's get you to bed. Beatrice-sama does exist. That's right. Beatrice-sama does exist. And then Beatrice, that's right, Beatrice-sama does exist. I hate to admit it, but I've got no choice, because it's obvious that the 19th person, a witch, was involved. Many things happened that it'd be impossible for humans. During the story, we tried to deny that in all sorts of ways. Let's spin the T-board, but now I can say it for sure. Each crime, every single one, would have been impossible for a human. They'd be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using all of the power magic could provide. The culprit was a witch. That point's perfectly clear. Heh. Long live Beatrice. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, everyone believed. I'm so glad. Ooh. Twang. Gods and witches might seem terrifying to people who are frightened of them, but I think they must be affectionate to those who believe in and respect them. I think you're right. So this murder case game is finally over. Now it's time to pull ourselves together and try hard to solve the riddle of the epitaph, just like Beatrice said, right? What? Ew, I agree. Beatrice will definitely be happy. Everyone ignored that letter during the story. Even though it was thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it. I kind of feel sorry for Beatrice-sama. I got the epitaph written down right here. Let's all solve it. Let's all solve it together. This story probably went wrong ever since that time. What if we could just more back to it and do it differently? That may be so. Maybe we should have tried solving the epitaph's riddle from the beginning, like Beatrice said. Well, it's a little late now. Are we gonna have to do the airport and the boat a fucking third time? Fucking, oh no, fucking making your waitress pick up the fucking spoon. Who the fuck would do that? Like, alright, fucking, it's a little late now. Even so, let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives us. Let's go and try to solve this riddle of the epitaph. It was something like, behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. Maria put her notebook on the table and opened the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Can I hit escape here? Yeah? Is that fun? Okay. Ushirina and Jessica missing. Oh. What? Even though she was given a precious invitation to the Golden Land, a single fool refused to believe in the witch and all the magic disappeared. She was then shot to bits by demons and went to hell? What the What? Even though everyone was getting along so well after being reunited in the Golden Land, all of the magic came to nothing because of a certain hard-headed fool. Afterwards, the demons chewed him to the bone and he went to hell. Missing. The fool made the world where everyone could be happy all come to nothing. Though Beatrice is extremely angry, she also seems to be enjoying herself immensely. It's almost as though she waited 1,000 years to get her hands on a toy as fun as this one. Hopefully even this fool will be able to see you before too long. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily. Hold on a second, you guys. Maybe there wasn't a witch. God damn it, Battler. But Battler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all this fun? I've been listening to you guys for a while, but why did you all stop thinking? Why are you so sure that the witch was behind all this? Don't you realize something like that can't exist? Ooh, ooh. With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. Oh! George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon, and Maria. All of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well. Because, isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human? That's right, that's right. None of the cases would have been possible for a human. That's true. After all, wasn't it full of things that humans couldn't explain? I don't understand what you're saying, Battler-sama. I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes? There's no way something like a witch exists, right? Then, what about when I was killed in the storehouse and something horrible was done to half my face? She's got a point! If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it? That's... Well, it's hard to imagine how they did something that awful. But that was the Rose Garden storehouse, right? I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in there. Let's say they used some electrical tools like a grinder or an electric saw. That's... Then Battler, how do you explain Grandfather's disappearance from the study when it was a closed room? Even though the door was sealed, Grandfather just suddenly disappeared, right? Under the bed with dominoes. We talked about during the story too. It's not impossible that Grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt. It's also possible that he went out the window, fell down, and at Natsui locked the window from the inside. I could think of a bunch of tricks you could use without relying on magic. That makes sense, but... In that case, Battler-kun, how do you explain the way my parents were killed in the guest room? The door was sealed by the lock and chain. Naturally, the window was sealed too. Well, Eva killed Hideyoshi and then killed herself, or someone had like this special contraption that would go in and make the chain be locked from the outside or some shit. Who knows? How do you think a human could have killed my parents? Magnets! Well... We did have to leave that trick alone during the story. Anyway, there's at least a good chance the culprit had a key, and it was possible to look in through the crack of the door that the chain allowed. I know this is a stretch, but it's possible some device was used through that crack. Like, maybe they stuck something through it. Like a gun. Well, maybe even though a door chain is incredibly simple, it's a big factor in setting up a closed room. Still, there's probably some closed room trick they could have used. If you bought some closed room mystery novels from the bookstore, you could probably find some trick that fit perfectly. Yeah, I have actually seen a closed room mystery on a TV show where they had this really elaborate kind of like spring-loaded contraption that they could fit through, and it like would reach up and go through, and it would get disconnected and you can pull it through afterwards. Yeah, they exist. Anyway, I can't think of one now, but I claim there's nothing that humans can't do if they try hard enough. Isn't that argument horribly irrational? It's just ridiculous to claim that it's possible for a human to do something even though you can't explain how. Yeah, it must just be a witch, Lamayo! Why is that ridiculous? Why did all of you stop thinking? Even something that looks impossible has to be doable. Doesn't it always work like that? Okay, Jonathan Creek. Battler, you're the one being ridiculous. If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how. You can't, can you? And you're okay with saying that the culprit is a witch just because I can't explain it? With that argument, all the unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch is a culprit. It was a witch. Battler, you're sidestepping the issue, and you aren't explaining anything. We're saying a human couldn't have done it. Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't human, and that something is a witch. Yet you keep arbitrarily deciding that witches are impossible even though you can't explain anything. It's almost like humanity was during the Dark Ages, like those fools who claimed the heavens spun around the earth. Those who said the earth couldn't be spinning even though they couldn't explain why. That kind of argument pisses me. Yeah, me too, actually. Yeah, this is that kind of pisses me off. So this is basically what you're trying to say. If I can't explain how a human could do it, then I must accept that the culprit is a witch? It's not like we're forcing you to go that far. We were just wondering on what basis you can say such nonsense. Nonsense? Hey, have I really been saying something that weird just now? Am I the one who's crazy? You guys are really starting to freak me out. Battler-sama, when I died in the boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist. Are you sure, though? Can you explain how a human could have done that? At that time, the locations of the 18 were well known. Even so, I was killed. We talked about that in the story as well, right? There was a gas canister that was like that Kinzo put between his thighs after he did a bunch of squats to make his thighs really strong, and they put like one of those demon stakes like on it, like pointed at the door, and then when he heated up enough in the fucking furnace chamber, it exploded and just propelled the fucking stake through the air right into his chest. There we go. See, now I have an answer. It's not a witch. Kumasama-chan, for example, she said she followed right after you and headed down to the boiler room, but we can't know for sure whether that was a lie or not. For all we know, she might have entered the boiler room with you and caught you by surprise. Or maybe when you stepped into the boiler room, you activated some kind of trap, one that been set up to hit you with one of those ice picks. Yeah, exactly. After all, the stink of grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator. Someone was bound to go and check, so if the culprit just set up a trap beforehand, they could easily have stayed away from that place and used the time of Kaneda-kun's death to create an alibi. It's true, yeah. You talk about a trap in the boiler room, but what kind of trap could that be? That's right. Following his death, everyone immediately ran over to the boiler room, but we didn't find any kind of weird device, did we? That is correct. Battler-sama, what kind of trap could I have been killed with? Okay, for the love of God, please don't do a fucking gas canister in the boiler. with the stain. Please put love. Well, I don't know that. But anyway, they must have used some kind of clever trap where maybe someone's lying. Or what about this? Ken-kun, what if the whole thing was just you play acting? Yeah, that's it. You were play acting. You killed yourself. Auntie Eva, and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play acting. They made the clothes room themselves and were only pretending to be dead. Battler, has your head been feeling okay? Should I bring some cold drinks? Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something that crazy, right? I'm just pointing out some possibilities you might find if you think it's all a trick. Look, isn't it a pretty classic trick in mystery novels to have one of the victims just be playing dead? Oh! Who in the shed was playing dead with red on their head so they could go make others dead? A classic trick? In other words, when Ken-kun was killed, we knew for sure where all the rest of us were. And let's assume that Kumasawa Bachan wasn't lying. But that's only counting the survivors. What if the culprit pretended to be dead and joined a group of real victims so we'd lose track of them and then acted on their own later? Everything would be explained. It's all Kinzo, but pretending to be asleep under the bed. Pretending to be dead in the shed. Pretending to be burned in the boiler. Pretending to be Beatrice in a wig. Oops, all Kinzo. Huh? So are you trying to say that Aunt Eva or one of the others was the culprit? But didn't Dr. Nanjo confirm all their deaths as a doctor? He's in on it! That's right, bought and paid for. Dr. Nanjo checked all the victims. Bato-sama, for your theory to work, wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have to be one of the culprits too? Yeah, that's right. Once you consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been one of the culprits and faked the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. See, that's also a classic trick in mystery novels, isn't it? But Dr. Nanjo was also killed, right? About that. A betrayal! That's right, Dr. Nanjo faked his death. After all, there wasn't anyone except Dr. Nanjo who could examine... We're gonna go through this like 5 times, and we're gonna be on the 5th fucking tea house segment, and they're just gonna... It's gonna load in with them like just sitting around staring at Battler going, alright, Battler, what kind of fucking bullshit are you gonna say this time? just oh man, we saw the moon start to bleed in the sky, and then there's a fucking like huge meteorite that came down with a chunk of the moon's face on it, and it blasted the mansion. There could have been fucking Russian fucking interference. Like, who knows? I mean, prove that they didn't send a bunch of red paint to the moon. Like, you don't fucking know. That's right. Nanjo faked his death. After all, there wasn't anyone except Nanjo who could have examined the corpses properly, and everyone was really confused then anyway. We didn't have any spare time to check and see if he still had a pulse. With this theory, any one of the dead people could have been walking around. I think it would have been hard for the 6 of us who died in the beginning to do that. After all, the shutter was closed and there was a padlock that couldn't have been opened from the inside. That's right! Mom was holding on to that key. So, was Mom one of the culprits too? Wait a sec, maybe it was impossible for the first 6, but in the case of Aniki's parents, the door was only locked on the outside, so they could have opened it from the inside. That's right, after we left the room, maybe they jumped out the window and got to the boiler room first. Is that too much of a stretch? Or maybe Dr. Nanjo made a mistake when examining the corpses. Look, he said it himself, right? He said there's a very high probability of making a mistake when examining corpses. If you disguised it well enough or prepared a substitute body, you could fake your own death. Let's leave the method or trick they use for later, and you see, it's not that hard to deny a 19th person existed, right? Much less a witch, right? At least that much is completely impossible. I don't know why you've been trying so stubbornly to say that one of us is the culprit. Key. In other words, you want to suspect one of your relatives? That's not it. It's just, I can't easily accept that a 19th person existed, and even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from the point of view that the culprit was a human. I'll only accept that it's a witch in desperation, at the very end, after everything else has been disproved. There's no way witches exist, right? Why has everyone been casually accepting that the culprit was a witch? I think it's great how your family love makes you hate the thought that someone close to you is a murderer. But is it okay to let that fool you? Don't you want to find the detestable culprit who killed so many people? Aniki, don't you want to avenge your parents? Jessica, don't you want to avenge Canon-kun? And Canon-kun, don't you want to avenge Shannon-chan? What a line! Hey, don't you want to avenge the dead person? And dead person, don't you want to avenge the other dead person? Shannon-chan, you should at least want to know who it was that killed you. Why has everyone totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch? What's wrong with all of you? The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake. I'm shocked. All I see is you repeating this nonsense, thinking you figured something out, Battler. So, what's next? How would a human do it? In practical terms, I mean. I imagine you'll say, I just can't think of anything now, or with some kind of device, using abstract words to run away and evade the topic. What I really want to know, Battler, is this. Why don't you believe in Beatrice? She exists, so why don't you believe? Because she doesn't exist. Witches don't exist. There's no way. It was almost like a spoiled child who just didn't want to accept something. The pitying gazes quietly closed around Battler, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart. He's not stubborn, he's right. You realize that you're acting just like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum, right? Battler-sama, I understand your feelings, but Beatrice does exist. Battler-kun, why don't you believe? Is it just 12 angry weeps? Like, they can't move on until there's consensus, and he just keeps stopping the consensus from happening, even though there's so much proof. I don't accept the argument that the witch must have been behind everything just because I can't explain. Does this mean that if you don't know how a light bulb shines, then magic is the cause? That's wrong, isn't it? There's nothing that can't be explained without magic. All this about witches and magic is just an abdication of thought. That's a good word. You just surrendered and gave up because you don't understand what happened. Isn't that right? Well, unsurprisingly, it looks like you alone won't believe no matter what, Battler. Even if even a single person doesn't believe, the miracle won't occur. So if you don't rethink your ignorant theories, the miracle, the magic won't be completed. Now I see. I finally figured it out. So, in other words, you guys are trying to force me to say the witch exists, right? A lie that everyone accepts becomes the truth. Is that what this is all about? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I keep going on about this, but what you're doing is useless. All useless. I refuse. Is this subtext? Yo, you guys are all pressing me, and that's why it's all useless. Why? Sorry, but why don't you let me spin the chessboard around one last time? If you want to force me to accept that there's a witch, there's a really easy way. And it's not the indirect way of saying, it must be a witch because humans couldn't have done it. All you have to do is show me a witch doing it with magic. Furthermore, what Maria said earlier is what'll really dig her grave. You said that if even one person doesn't believe, a miracle won't occur. But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not. Even if I alone don't believe, so any miracles or magic or witches that exist only because I believe in them are downright lies. Ooh? Don't do the face again. Don't do the face again. The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, and at Shannon and Cannon and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent. Beatrice? Oh no, she's hot. Oh no, how amusing. I haven't met such a charming human for quite some time. What are these? Who are you? Don't you even know the host of the tea party you were invited to? How amusing indeed. Cackle-e, cackle-e. This is Beatrice-sama, the golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. It is an honor to be graced with your presence, Beatrice-sama. Please forget Battler-kun's ranting. This guy's just stubborn, and he still doesn't understand the situation he's in. Cackle, cackle, cackle. What a treat this is. Most witches get tired of living after the first 1,000 years. How nice it is to meet a man with a backbone such as yourself every once in a while. It is quite an honor to be present when Beatrice shows herself, Battler. She respects it? How astonishing. Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a 19 person is the culprit? That you would go and find some super hot model and make her cosplay as the witch just to prove me wrong, to own the libs? Like, what is this starting to get interesting? And this is starting to get interesting, and it's all useless. You must be the illusion that Maria and the others call the witch Beatrice. And you'll only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it. You have that kind of half-existence, right? That's why you want to make me believe, too. You can't exist because I alone don't believe in you. Isn't that right? Your powers of comprehension aren't bad for a mere commoner who knows nothing of magic. Yes, it seems you were born with a strong magic-resisting power. You're a natural enemy of us witches. No matter how much we turn your world upside down, you never believe in us. Therefore, the magic won't succeed. I accept that attitude of yours. Cackle, cackle. I've got no clue what you're saying. It's very kind of you to go to all the trouble of showing yourself to us, but I don't believe you exist in the slightest. Who are you talking to then, bud? It's true that many strange things happened during those 2 days. Like Maria said earlier, even though I think all the tricks could be explained, I still can't lay out the practical details of each one. However, that doesn't mean I'll surrender. Yeah, she's blonde here for sure. Yeah, this is blonde. Yeah, I'm different from the rest of them. Got it? I'll never accept that it was the work of a witch just because I can't explain it. This keeps getting more amusing. Making you surrender will be worth my while. You're just the kind of man I'd like to force into praising my name. So she's into brats. I'd love to try making a man like you kiss my toes. Cackle, cackle, cackle. If you want to talk nonsense, talk all you want. I deny you exist. All of the events can be explained with human tricks. There's no room for even a speck of magic or witches. Wonderful. What a perfect way to divert oneself from 1,000 years of boredom. Then let me ask you. A short while ago you said that using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Eva and Hideyoshi, right? Explain how they could have been killed using some human trick. Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are you? Okay. Well, have you played the game called shit? Painkiller? Alright, yeah. So Beatrice is a game called Painkiller, okay? And it had a steak launcher in it. So does that mean this is the trick you're proudest of? Miss Real Culprit? With a shake of her golden pipe, multicolored smoke trailed out of the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. This is fantastic. I'm really enjoying this. How bad is episode 2 that people think I'm gonna drop it after this? How bad? The door in front of them, slightly open but secured by the chain, was... That's right, it's the door to the room where Eva and Hideyoshi were killed. Nice trick. Very well. Show me what you would do through this small crack, Battler. They probably had some device to shoot those ice picks. If they used that, how would they reach Eva over on the bed when you can't see that far through the crack? How would they... Wasn't the crack mentioned in, like, preemptively in the thing? What the fuck? The Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans, and like demons will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans to offer her power in exchange for a price. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. You can't see them, so you can't reach them. Hey, how could a human possibly kill them? Like, just preempting it. Holy shit. And how would they reach Hideyoshi in the bathroom with the door shut? Rocket-powered stakes? Damn, there's a crack. There should be some way. Cackle, cackle. If you can't think of one, allow me. Oh? How would a witch do it? Come on, let's see your little trick. Battler, you're being rude to Beatrice. Shut up, mommy's talking? How nice, how nice. What a charming man. That will make it even more fun to force him into submission. Heh, you really want to make me kiss your toes that much? Only if I surrender. But watch, I'll definitely expose this trick, and then I'll make you kiss my ass instead. Cackle. What a delightful man. I'll remember that promise. Kinzo crying in the chat. Weak witches kiss the behinds of demons to gain power, because there's no more humiliating oath. Just being told that makes me want to force you into surrender. Cackle, cackle. Paying no mind to Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right, the golden pipe was her precious magic cane. Come, arise, children. I am the guide of purgatory. Forgive the deadly sins and hold the 7 stakes. Guided by those magic words, which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people. Beelzebub and Asmodeus, come, forgive the sins. Release the spirits of the sinners. What? The pics of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The 2 stakes of the demons were sucked in through the crack of the door, like billiard balls struck by the accused. Yeah, see? You didn't need to have magic to walk through the door to kill them. You just needed using magic to shoot the stakes out with homing magic, see? Totally could have been a human. Then several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker. At the end, a pleasant sound could be heard. Wahaha! It was a small, satisfying sound, like one heard when someone is chopping firewood and the falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of the two picks burying themselves deep into Eva's and Hideyoshi's foreheads. Right down the middle. Want to see? They definitely heard 2 sounds, like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see it since he was on the other side of the door, but those 2 had died again, and this second time they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain last time, with the exact same blood spray as before. You moron. That's insane. You think you can just kill them like that? I can kill them. I can kill them just like this. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Satan's stake was buried deep into Cannon's chest. Quick, believe! It's the only way! Quick! Cannon, no, Lamayo! Damn it! Battler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher. Cannon was captivated by a trifling anger and tried to disturb my banquet. Being easily captivated by anger is your deadly sin. Cleanse yourself, repent, and do it over. At Rice? Sama... Beatrice-sama, please forgive him. I think Cannon-kun has repented enough. Wonderful. I am generous to those who respect me. Cackle, cackle. Don't screw with me. But you flirt with those that don't? Do you think I'll accept your existence because of this cheap act? Like, hell, you're a 1,000-year-old witch. Prove it. Prove you're not a witch. Your tricks aren't 1,000 years old. They're just the sum of a century of classic tricks from the mystery genre. There's no such thing as magic. Definitely not. All of the crimes can be explained with human tricks. Cackle, cackle. You would explain my 1,000 years with 100 years of humans? Good, good. That's why I like you. Foolish Battler. Cut it out, Battler-kun. You can't. Go against the witch. Oh no! Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache. But apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing against her cheek and drops of sweat appeared all over her body. Shannon. Hang in there, hang in there. What's going on? Damn it. What the hell is that stuff? Do you think Kinzo has false teeth? Do you think he took them out to blend in with all the toothless corpses in the shed? Just gumming it in there? Damn it, what the hell is that red stuff? It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then the stupid dunce Battler finally realized. Please, Battler-kun, please believe in Beatrice, I beg you. Ah, because you won't believe. Because you won't believe. The magic is dissolving! Junko Enoshima! For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again. Ooh, Shannon, Shannon! Ooh, damn it, damn it! Stop it, stop it, stop it! Don't humiliate the dead, don't humiliate the dead! This time, the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. Prove that it's not a series of tiny little nano bombs that you injected with a syringe before I got here into Shannon's face that have just hit the timer now and are making it look like you carved her face in half with the spell. It spread out and extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified as he frantically thought with his pitifully clumsy imagination about the nature of the strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well. Gah! Ack! Stop it, stop it, stop it! What did Nikki do? What did Jessica do? Just stop it! But, Battler... Quick, believe in an inhaler. Don't let the witch break your spirit. Oh, she's with us. Deny her. Erase her. As long as at least one person denies her. She's an illusion that can't exist. Are you okay, Jessica? What? Nikki? George was no longer recognizable as a human. He looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good, delicious meat had been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that even resembled the human was the shape of his lower jaw and his rib cage, and yet I still can't believe he's still single. It was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate. Ooh, Battler, quickly believe in Beatrice. If you don't, everyone's magic will dissolve. Maria, it's all over your body too. I revive all the dead with my magic, but as long as you don't believe, that magic will hold no true power. Cackle, cackle, cackle. But I'm sure that a man like yourself won't surrender to something like this, right? Battler, we didn't want to doubt our friends. We refused to face reality. And now we don't have faces, and gave in to the witch. But... Battler, you won't give in to the witch. Jessica. Gah! Poor Jessica at the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up, it was impossible to tell them apart. Battler, don't cry. Beatrice will restore the dead over and over, so there's nothing to be sad about. So, even if we die, we're still just fine. The redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. The foolish Battler watched and screamed. Foolish fool. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. A witch? Magic? I'll risk my body and soul to deny you. No matter what happens, I can't accept you. Now that you've gone so far to piss me off, I'll never forgive you. I won't forgive. I definitely won't forgive you. You'll regret making me, Ushiria Battler, your enemy. I'll deny you no matter what. No matter how baffling things get. What is this music? It can all be explained by humans. I'll erase every cell of you from this world. Well said. Battler, was it? That's just the thing to divert me from my 1,000 years of boredom. Come, explain. Try explaining it all with human tricks and learn how lowly humans are. Let's see what humanity has built up in 100 years. Let's see if what humanity has built up in 100 years can oppose my 1,000 years. That's what will make forcing you to submit so pleasant. So tell me, you who call yourself Battler, what about Maria's letter? How were the 6 killed? The shutter? The recipient seal? The closed room with the chain? Cannon in the boiler room? Genji and the others in the lounge? Natsui's suicide? The riddle of the epitaph? The location of the hidden gold? What are these, clues? Yes, Battler, why don't you show me the power of humans? Seek a way out? What? Back in Somnium Files? How many endings does this have? Bifu. Welcome to Rockin' Tea Party. Can I press the button here, or do we watch it? Ooh. No. They have no idea that you were the 19th person in The Witch, Mr. President. Oh, shit! Time for another part of the menu. Addition of new elements. Question has been added. You can find this new feature on the title. Are you fucking kidding me? We're gonna use all the space. Welcome to the tea party of those who are not human. Closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become... Alright, what sort of black tea shall I prepare next? What are these, brews? Allow me to display every refined tea that ever was and ever shall be. Who the fuck is this? Dried plum black tea. The kind that goes for 200 yen a pack. Cackle cackle. For 1,000 years I have been fond of black tea, but I did not know of such a thing. What? Execute? Resurrect? I will never tire of living in this world. Bito, you don't have to display such hostility. I am just a wandering witch. I didn't come with the intention of violating the rules of your territory. Cackle cackle, hostility, I bear nothing of the sort. I am just terribly concerned with seeing to it that the legendary witch, Lady Berncastle, is well attended to. You misunderstand. I am powerless. Before a witch such as you, who possesses the dreadful power to kill an individual 100 times, I am completely powerless. That a powerless lady witch like you possesses a power that none can approach is what is truly terrifying. After all, that great witch, Lady Lambda Delta, was dethroned by you alone. I only won an endurance contest. She simply got tired. That is not what Lady Lambda Delta said, though. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Too much humility can be unseemly, Lady Berncastle. Oh my god, I was wrong. It was Weeb all along. That girl has a dreadful power. The power to kill an individual without fail. Oh, yeah, sorry, hold on. Yeah. However, without fail, it doesn't exist in this world. No matter how many times you divide one, you can never reach zero. That girl has the power to bring the odds of failure down to almost exactly zero, the power to give rise to almost perfect certainty. I hope I never have to fight such a terrifying witch again. However, you have the power to cause success without fail, as long as the odds are not zero. Though you say without fail doesn't exist in this world, you possess an infallible power yourself. This is a cool power. How very terrifying, cackle cackle. The power to kill an individual endlessly. I think you're the more terrifying one. You jest. From your point of view, mine is but a trifling power. This is most certainly what one would call empty praise. Call it flattery to make up for the cost of staying here. I am a fleeing traveler who crosses the fragments, continually running from boredom. I simply came around because I heard you'd started something interesting. Have no doubts that I will choose to leave as soon as you are no longer interesting. Cackle, cackle. Who's believing in you, Beatrice? I, Beatrice, am deeply and humbly delighted to have the great Lady Berncastle as an observer. Cackle, cackle. And so, your impressions? 17 out of 18 ain't bad. Lam Delta is terrifying because of her cruelty, but she's a girl I can understand. You do seem to be capable of affection, but I can't understand you at all. That makes you much more terrifying than her. Cackle, cackle, cackle. I am fickle by nature. Do forgive me. Besides, I believe you also enjoy entrusting your fate to the roll of fickle dice, right, Lady Berncastle? When I roll the dice, I have a roll I clearly want to get, unlike you. You, on the other hand, never let the dice fall from your hand. So, whatever the roll might have been, you're never disappointed. Why do they keep teleporting everywhere? Why am I reading chat? If you could teleport everywhere, wouldn't you? Whatever roll the dice show, whatever roll the dice show you, you are satisfied without fail. In that sense, you far surpass me. You're one I really don't want to fight with. Inside of you, there's nothing but 0. That's why I can't win against you with my power. It's the worst compatibility. Perhaps Lam the Delta, on the other hand, has a good compatibility against you, since she would be able to kill your endless nature. Cackle, 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 cackle. Loves cackling! Oh yes, witches truly are the best people to enjoy black tea with. One doesn't get bored. Cackle, cackle. Then, I'm relieved. Boredom is the only poison that can kill me. So don't kill me, okay? Lady Beatrice, endless witch. If such is your wish, I, Beatrice, shall show you an even better time. In that case, wouldn't it be best if I brought the next chessboard in right away for us to flip? It seems the next tale would do more for you than another cup of black tea. Just wait for a moment. Next tale with another cast of characters and also for no reason at all, still Battler. For just with the crew, just still somehow, just for a moment, the cackle. Something troublesome seems to have taken a liking to you. I'd really like to lend you my power, but as you just heard, that girl's power and mine have a very bad compatibility. Are you talking to me? Unfortunate as that may be, but you really are pitiful, so I'll help you out just a bit. First of all, about that girl. She does have the name Beatrice, but that doesn't necessarily mean she is one individual woman. Get what I mean? In other words, she's not some human. Her existence is a personification of the rules of this world. To beat her, you have to expose the rules of this world and unravel them. Perhaps this can be likened to learning the rules of chess by watching a game. First, take a good look at the chessboard. Then learn the movements and roles of the pieces. Then look for the conditions required to win at her game. When you've managed to reveal all these things, her heart will be exposed. After that, you can rip it apart or crush it as you please. I am being quite generous. In the past, when I had a human body, it took me 100 years to notice even this much. This is my meager farewell gift to you, the pitiful one captured by Bito. It's just like a spoon. A spoon can be used for more than just drinking soup. It can also be ice cream. You can use it to dig through the prison you're locked in, or as a weapon to gouge the witch's eyes out. Eyes out. Of course, you can also use a spoon to continually sip the watery soup inside your eternal cell. Don't get the wrong idea. I have no intention of becoming your ally. I do feel empathy for you, but I won't help you. It's like I'm sitting in front of the television, yelling at you on the other side, even though my voice won't reach you. So, you understand that I'm a witch, right? Therefore, I intend to enjoy this endless tale that Bito is going to weave until I tire of it, but that alone won't hold my interest. That's why I'll lend you my power. It's also that I don't get tired of this. I am the cruelest witch in the world. Whoever the opponent may be, I'll make them surrender with certainty, even if it's Beatrice, the endless witch, okay? You are my game piece. Give it your best shot. I'll give you advice sometimes, out of her sight. Don't bore me, okay? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Aw, giggle versus cackle! Time for more credits? This sound reminds me of something. What does it remind me of? Addition of new game board. The next episode's lock has been removed. Addition of new features. You can find these new features on the title screen. It's another menu.